Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter was raised magicless at Hogwarts. Here is short summary. After Voldemort's fall, Harry grows up magicless at Hogwarts, protected by the professors. Now, he's ready to start his magical education, but will he catch up to his classmates? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. In this heartfelt and reflective story, Harry Potter embarks on a new journey of self-discovery as he adjusts to life at Hogwarts in an unexpected and deeply personal way. Raised by the professors and protected from the dangers of the wizarding world, Harry has always known Hogwarts as home. But now, for the first time, he faces the challenge of being away from the familiar spaces of his childhood. The story delves into Harry's quiet introspection as he navigates the uncertainty of a new house, Ravenclaw, along with the deeper connection he forms with a fellow first-year, Lisa Turpin. The story touches on themes of belonging, identity, and the search for one's place in the world. Harry's conversations with Lisa offer a rare glimpse into his vulnerable side as he shares his thoughts on house identities and the choices that define us. With his wise perspective on houses and his belief that it's not about where you come from, but what you make of your journey, Harry subtly reassures Lisa that it's okay not to have all the answers. This is a story about finding home in unexpected places, forming lasting connections, and embracing growth, even when the world feels unfamiliar. This heartwarming narrative weaves magic with vulnerability, offering readers an introspective, thoughtful look at Harry's formative years, his personal struggles, and his deepening understanding of friendship and self. A must-read for anyone who enjoys a story about the quiet power of connection and personal growth amid the backdrop of the magical world of Hogwarts. Harry started, jerking out of a dream filled with sinister laughter and a green flash of light. Startled, a pair of birds took off from their perch outside the nearest window. The brief fluttering sound faded into the soft sounds of his dorm mates, breathing. Shaking his head, Harry looked out into the early morning sky, losing the birds in flight almost as soon as he looked. Pale light hung like a fine mist over the peaks of the mountains he could see, pink surrounded by the gray shadows unrevealed. Peace and calm prevailed and his heart and breath slowed to match. He had had the dream many times over the years, mostly in the autumn. Harry suspected it had something to do with his parents' deaths, but his mind may have simply made it up when he learned the truth. Repeated dreams would only reinforce the idea of it and the tension and fear he experienced during them. It saddened him to think of it. He had known his parents for a short time, and he could no longer remember anything about them. This potentially false dream memory was the closest he had. Harry shook his head. Better not to dwell on it, especially not today. It was the first Saturday of the term. Whereas most of the school was looking for a bit of a lie-in, he had business of a serious nature to attend to. Rising, he changed into his most comfortable and fitting clothes, and slipped on a loose jacket for the walk down. Getting a chill before the term really got going was not going to help his chances, long as they already were. Making his way down through the castle was quick and quiet. No one passed through this early, even the most studious looking for the library. He was surprised to make it first to the pitch, however, not disappointed, just surprised. People took the tryouts very seriously. Pulling out his favorite school broom, slightly less rickety compared to the rest, he kicked off and soared around the pitch, feeling the wind flutter his jacket collar. He laughed, joyfully pulling loops and swooping between the hoops and down rows of empty seats for the pure fun of it. His favorite moment, though, was shooting down at high speed and pulling up at the last second. Harry had just pulled up to see the sun peek over the nearest hill when he saw people finally arriving on the pitch. Landing gracefully, he ran up to his house members, feeling more ready than he ever had been. This would be the moment of truth. Amanda Braun, the captain, approached him, leaving the crowd. She had the torn look of someone unhappy and nervous about something. "I'm ready," he said as she approached. Her frown deepened. "Harry," she said, "you know first years aren't allowed brooms." Harry stopped. "I know," he said, "but even if they won't make an exception, I can use this." He raised the broom in his hand. The crowd that was gathering heard him and a few laughed. Most just shook their heads and looked amused. Amanda looked upset for him. "Harry," she said, pausing for the right words. Her brow was furrowed, looking out of place on a kind face. We want to win the cup this year. Don't you think? With a broom like that. I mean, wouldn't someone with a more competitive broom do better? The Weasley twins use older brooms, but they still made a great showing last year, he said, in protest. Yes, she said, slowly, but they are beaters. I thought you were trying for Seeker. The Seeker has to be fast and agile. Let the tryouts show whom is best, said Cynthia, the previous year's best chaser. We've all seen Harry fly. Amanda, he has talent, broom or no broom. Yes, but, Amanda said, he's a first year. Now, Cynthia said, let him take his chances. If someone beats him with their own broom, then they get the position. He didn't ask for preferential treatment, but don't keep him from trying. Fine, Amanda said, pinching her eyebrows together, you have to prove yourself with a school broom, then. Are you all right with that, Harry? He smiled. Of course. She broke the group up into the positions available. Amanda was a beater, so only one spot was open for that position. 3 were vying for that. A round dozen had shown up for chaser, including 2 of the chasers from the previous year. The previous keeper, Heth Barnes, was the only one looking for that position, so he was in already. The first 2 rounds quickly finished and the chasers fell out as Arnold Adelford, 4th year and new, Cynthia Smelton, 7th year and star chaser, and Gordon Heineman, 5th year and old hat. With Amanda, Cephus Reginald 3 was the new beater. That just left the new seeker. Harry felt his nerves rising as he watched. 3 others, 4th years all, had chosen to go for this position, and all had far nicer brooms than his ratty school broom. It didn't help that they towered over him. By the time seekers were called, his stomach was clenched tight and he wanted to sit down. Now, Amanda said, her voice hoarse and tired from yelling at flying players, for you 4, we need to test your speed, reaction time, and dexterity. If each of you had to fight over a snitch it could become messy, and doing so one at a time is neither fair nor timely. Therefore, we will have a test I devised, and whomever does the best will have the position. Now, as I don't want anyone learning from the people before them, please wait in the locker room. Heth will watch for fairness. The rest of the team will judge the performances. Each was called up one at a time for the task. Harry was first. He wondered if she was looking for a reason to cut him out early, and why. Amanda grabbed a large basket from the ground, and flew to the middle of stadium, 50 meters above the ground. He swept up into the air, and the knot in his stomach lifted with him and he felt clear and ready again. He could do this, he knew it. Harry, Amanda said as he came up level with her, I'm going to throw these balls in random directions at different time intervals. I want you to catch as many as possible and toss them into the central ring of the pitch. I know throwing isn't part of the position but handling depth perceptions while moving is. Don't expect to catch them all. After all, as a seeker, you won't necessarily get one every first attempt. I want to see you make the most of the situation. And, she added with a smile, no magic allowed. Do you understand? He nodded, tightening his grip on the broom. Good, she said, and proceeded to throw the balls. He zipped after the first, catching and tossing it quickly before flying after the second. It quickly became too difficult, and he nearly dropped several in a row before he could figure it out. He couldn't get them all, no one could. Harry started choosing paths to go that threw him in the path of most balls. He dropped plenty, but he chose to. There were no more aborted pursuits, just a smooth circling. The wind whipped about him as he flew, but he hardly noticed it. His focus was completely on the balls. When Amanda ran out of balls, she waved him over. Go wait in the stands, Harry. We'll see how your competitors do. He flew down to the pitch edge, noting nervously how many balls lay outside of the ring. Harry hoped it would be enough. Choosing a seat at random, he sat and waited while the team collected all of the balls from the ground, refilling the basket. All he could do now was wait and watch. The first competitor did well, at first. She fell apart a bit after the throws became more erratic, but overall caught a good deal of the balls. The second, a tall boy, swooped in and out like a madman, and was exhausted after a couple minutes. He missed the last quarter entirely, letting many slip through his fingers as he tried to go too many directions at once. The last was the best Harry saw. He seemed to grasp the principle pretty quickly, but dropped a good deal more than he clearly liked. He looked angry as he landed and threw his broom down in anger. None of the team showed any signs but calmly collected the balls again. They gathered and discussed for a few minutes, occasionally pointing vaguely in the air. Harry watched nervously, worried about how they would see him against that last contestant. The others were off to the side somewhere, but Harry's eyes were only for the team now. After a spell, Amanda waved them all to join the team in the center of the field. Harry strode across the way, his legs shaking a bit under him. He felt, rather than saw, the other challengers coming alongside. It felt funny going up against them today. Any other day, he would greet them with a smile, but here he could barely look at them. It occurred to him that he had a hard time picturing the three, in fact. At that thought, he glanced over, seeing the nerves on their faces. Clearly, he wasn't the only one affected. As he walked, then, he watched the faces of those, like him, who hoped to make the team. How sad, he thought, that only one could make the team. How heavy must be the burden of he or she who does to properly represent the others. Could he honestly do it? Amanda had no smile on her face as they approached. She was serious, and some of the team reflected that. The new member less so, but Harry expected they were too relieved at being counted to care too much. The captain said, "This has not been an easy choice. The team has weighed everything from the test. As captain, it is my call, so if you are unhappy with the results, I invite you to speak with me." She sighed. "I have decided that Harry is our new seeker." The Ravenclaws beside him mumbled their congratulations, but Harry hardly heard them. His mind was abuzz, filled with the shock that he had actually done it. "You picked me?" he still asked, incredulous. "I thought you were more confident," Amanda said, laughing. "Yes," she added, "you were the best today." "The test was harder than I expected," he said, still uncertain that this could be true. "With 4 challengers," she answered, "I needed to be sure. This is my decision. Will you join my team?" Of course, he heard himself saying. He, like his father, would play Quidditch at Hogwarts. Word spread quickly that the seeker for Ravenclaw was a first year. Harry found people staring at him in the hallways, something unusual to him as he had been well known in and around Hogwarts for years. They talked, too, but he could never make out what people thought about it. Any conversation he thought was about him ended immediately when he came too near. The Ravenclaws were mostly happy about it. A few of the older students and the competitors grumbled a bit around the common room, but they were the minority. His fellow first years were excited for him. "Amazing," Michael said. "I haven't heard about any first years making the team." Anthony nodded, taking a cushion next to them in the common room. Even though it was a pleasant day out, the day after the tryouts found 3 of the Ravenclaw first years spending the afternoon catching up on homework. The first week or so had been exhausting and none of them were ready for classes the next few days. He added, "Not in decades, at least. My old man said he knew a second year on Slytherin when he was in his 7th year. Sounded a bit jealous, if you ask me." "That's because your dad can't fly in a straight line to save his life," Harry said. "Didn't he run into that flock of geese last year?" "How did you?" Anthony began, growing red. "I still owl with Bradley Stiffen," Harry said, blushing and scratching his head. "He helped pull him out of that chimney." "Who?" Michael asked, ignoring Anthony who had groaned. "Oh, he graduated Hogwarts 2 years back," Harry said. "I think he just happened to be there." "Harry," Anthony said, still red, "you know too many people, mate." Harry laughed. The others joined in, until a few of the older students shot them glares across the room. "Perhaps I do," he answered. "Powerful," Michael said with a hint of admiration in the voice. "What is?" Harry asked, incredulous. "Knowledge is power," Michael said, mock serious. "You must be a king to know so many people." Harry shook his head. "No, just a first year behind on his homework. Are we gonna work on the Snape essay or what?" Leaving his friends an hour later, Harry had to hurry down to the pitch for their first official practice as a team. Amanda had said she wanted to get the year started off right, so they hadn't waited even a full day from the tryouts to their first official practice. If Harry had been any less keen to make a good showing in his first official Quidditch match, he would have been irritated by it. Regardless, he felt lucky to have made it on at all. He was passing a statue of the sharply humped witch when he turned into a hall with 3 boys. They blocked the way, mostly with the 2 larger boys' girth. Without a glance, Harry could tell they were Slytherins. The green neck of the center boy's jumper was a dead giveaway, anyway. Forced to stop to avoid a collision, Harry took in more of the scene. The central boy was around his height, and wore a smirk as comfortably as one wears an old shirt. The 2 others were more nondescript, large and hulking. Harry felt surprised that he had never noticed them around before, but deduced they must be first years, as well. He really had not paid enough attention the night of the sorting. "I'm sorry," he said, after a second, "I'm afraid I need to be somewhere. Can I pass through?" "No," the boy said, his voice a casual drawl. "I'm afraid not." "What?" Harry asked, irritated by the rudeness. "Why not? I'm on my way down to the—" "Won't even introduce himself to me," the boy said, apparently at his 2 silent boulders, for he looked at one and then the other. "Is that how rude all the Ravenclaws are?" "I'm not trying to be rude," Harry said. "I just have somewhere I need to be. I'll be late at this rate." "Then stay a moment," the boy said, the laugh in his eyes looked disjointed over the perpetual smirk, "as you are already late." "Fine," Harry said, hoping to end this quickly. "I'm Harry Potter." "We know," the boy said, "and I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. This is Crabbe and Goyle." He waved vaguely at the other 2 as he said it. Harry couldn't be sure which was which. A thought occurred that maybe Draco wasn't sure, either. He couldn't hide the near laugh. "What's funny?" Draco asked. "Nothing," Harry said, flatly. "It's nice to meet you. May I be on my way now? I'm sure we will meet again." "You don't know me?" Draco asked, looking surprised. "People say you know everyone." "Do they now?" Harry shot back, annoyed. "I know you now, is that enough?" "Don't you know who my father is?" Draco asked, raising an eyebrow. "Malfoy," Harry said, crinkling his forehead. "Oh, Lucius Malfoy, one of the school governors, isn't he?" "Ah, you do know him," Draco said, looking somewhere between delighted and smirkful again. "I haven't met him, but I have seen him," Harry said. "Can I go? I'm already late." "You don't think it would be good to know the son of one of the governors?" Draco asked, no longer anything but a smirk on his face. "I dare say I might, in your case. He often has the ear of the Minister for Magic, of course." "Next time he's in for a visit, I'll say hello," Harry snapped. Too irritated by the boy, he spun around and slipped into a secret stair behind a hanging curtain, going the longer way around. He was tired of dealing with the boy, and late for Quidditch. Amanda would be furious. He thought he heard the boy shout something from behind him, but he couldn't make it out as he left. Cutting around another corner, he was nearly to the main staircase when he heard something. Stopping, he turned and looked at a door to his left. It sounded like an enormous dog was barking in there. Curious, he slipped over to the frame, and decided to take a peek. The door didn't open at his touch, so he pulled out his wand. "Alohomora," he whispered, and the door opened. Inside, a very large, very angry, 3-headed dog towered over him. It barked and snapped at him, but outside the door, he couldn't be reached. He gave a cry and jumped back, anyway, holding his hand to his chest. Who would keep something like that in a school corridor? Then, he realized, the 3rd-floor corridor, of course. "Dumbledore warned us about this," he said, taking time to breathe. It was good enough reason to keep the door locked, leastways. Looking around, he was glad to see no one was around or saw him. With a nervous laugh, he closed the door lightly in the dog's face, and cast Colloportus on the door before he left. He didn't want to get into trouble in his first week. As he finished, he realized how easily he had just done 2 spells that he had only ever read about or witnessed being used. He was shocked, but happy it had worked so well. Then, he ran, for he was really late by now. He flew down the stair and out to the pitch, his breath completely out of him before he got there. As he thought, Amanda was there with the rest of the team, watching him arrive. Gasping, he apologized, and Amanda spent the next few minutes lecturing him as he got ready. Not the best way to start his first Quidditch practice. The rest of the training that day, however, went well. They released the snitch, and he wove in and out of the team as they drilled, searching for it. He caught and released the snitch 6 times during the 2-hour practice, and managed to avoid everyone, despite some wild bludger hits and some plays that came uncomfortably close to hitting him. Amanda seemed happier. "This team is really coming together," she said, proudly. "If we can manage to keep the other team from scoring much, we'll have this first one in the bag. Those Hufflepuffs will never see us coming," Cynthia cried, savagely. Harry glanced sidelong at Heth, questioning. "We lost to them last year because Cynthia missed one pass," Heth answered, loudly. "I think she wants to get back at them." Cynthia turned on Heth. "Yeah, we're gonna crush 'em. Got a problem with that?" "Oh, right," Harry said, thinking back. "I remember that game. You scored the most points of any player, though, didn't you?" She stopped. Whatever was about to yell fell out of her head. Maybe. "So, how can you blame yourself?" he asked, pointed. "I'm not," she said. We're going to crush them. That's all." Shaking his head, Harry smiled. "Yeah, we will for sure," he said. They entered the castle, leaving the late afternoon sun behind. Harry followed the team into the great hall where the early diners were beginning to eat. On weekends, people's hours were more flexible, as Harry had seen. People floated in and out over the next few hours, though he didn't plan to stay long. He still had the last bit of Snape's essay and one for McGonagall waiting for him. The Ravenclaw table had a few 7th years, who greeted the team with enthusiasm. No one was at the Hufflepuff table yet. The Slytherins had a handful, but what caught his eye was the single, bushy-haired girl sitting at one end of the Gryffindor table. She looked familiar, for some reason, but he couldn't remember when he had run into her before. When dinner appeared on his plate, he forgot about the girl, and ate his way to contentment. His arms and legs were sore from the hard flying he'd done 2 days in a row. Harry's back was stiff and throbbing with an occasional ache from a hard spin he'd had to make while flying. But his stomach was full, and sitting felt wonderful. The rest of the team sat beside him, chatting with the 7th years about class schedules and such things. He felt too tired to talk, resting before he would have to return to his studies. Looking back, he felt the weekend had been rather more busy and tiring than he might have liked. Still, he was enjoying it. He was on a Quidditch team at Hogwarts. That was worth quite a lot. After his stomach had filled and he could find no excuse not to finish his essays, Harry rose, waving to the team members who noticed him get up. Leaving, he took his time, walking slowly up the stairs towards the tower. At first, he passed many people. Both the Gryffindors and Ravenclaws seemed to have decided, in unison, to descend to dinner in a large group. Smiling and waving, he made his way through the crowd to return to the common room. When he was a floor away, though, he heard something that made him stop. A voice, threatening, angry, and he was sure he recognized it. Pausing on the landing, he considered whether he would be better going on. After all, this had nothing to do with him, and it might just be nothing. Something inside him went cold at the thought. That wasn't right. He left the stairs and headed towards the sound, his hand finding his wand in his pocket, just in case. Around the corner was a short corridor into a broader room. This was the level entry, something only a few floors actually had. From memory, he was sure Flitwick's office was off to the left. The voice grew louder as he walked, and Harry recognized it. "If you knew what was good for you," Draco said, "you'd shut that know-it-all mouth." "But," a girl's voice said, "I wasn't bothering you, just returning to my common room." "Sure," he said, amused. Harry could just picture the smirk. "You're in our way. Someone ought to teach you a lesson." Harry knew that meant the trio was standing over there with the girl, and even with him there they would be outnumbered, but he couldn't help himself. "Ah, you again," he said, pleasantly, slipping around the corner as casually as he could muster. Bothering other first years. This has nothing to do with you, Potter, Draco said, sneering at him. Get lost before I. Before you what? He asked, sounding braver than he felt. He could see the whole scene now, the three encircling the same Gryffindor girl from the Great Hall. She was frozen in shock, and he could see she was afraid. For some reason, that made him feel a little more brave. We let you off lightly last time, Draco said. Crabbe, Goyle, let's teach him some respect. The two began to close on him. The girl was still frozen beside Draco, not taking the opportunity to run. Harry would have been annoyed at her for it, but he had other things on his mind. His wand hand left his robes with the wand, and he pointed it at them, though he had no idea what spell he ought to use on the two behemoths. They paused a moment, showing a flash of fear, but he didn't act. They glanced at each other, and laughed. Draco said, he doesn't know any spells, you numbskulls. Grab him. Is this to be the end of the boy who lived? Came two voices in unison. Squashed into jelly, one began. For standing up to the fearsome trolls of Slytherin. The other ended. Everyone turned and looked. Two older boys with fiery red hair had just entered from the corridor towards Flitwick's office. Harry recognized them as the Weasley twins, third-year beaters from Gryffindor. Their pranks and general rule-breaking were legendary even in Ravenclaw, though Harry had known them in a way since they arrived. Whatever their reputation, Harry was glad to see them. Extra witnesses would be more than enough to scare off the trio without any magic or squashing. Time seemed to freeze for a second. Everyone stared at the surprising new entrants. They must be so stunned at our brilliance, George, Fred said. We are quite amazing, Fred, George agreed. We should get some buckets, though, Fred added. George smiled. They're sure to be drooling any moment now with mouths that wide. Harry broke out of the surprise first. I'm glad you're here, he said. These three are just leaving, Draco said. He cocked his head away and Crabbe and Goyle followed him back to the stairwell and down. Well, wasn't that a pleasant little chat? Fred said, watching the three leave. As usual, the Slytherin manners leave something to be wanting, George said. Are you two all right? Fred asked, his face looking more serious for once. I'm fine, Harry said. I'm not sure about. They looked at the girl, who was breathing more steadily, and picked up her fallen books quickly. I'm fine, she said. Big bullies, cornering people in the hallways. You sure you're all right, Hermione? George asked, looking concerned. I'm all right, she said. If Harry hadn't come by. You mean if we hadn't, Fred said, smugly. His eye twinkled with amusement. Want us to slip something fun into his pumpkin juice? He asked. Or his trunk, George asked. Nothing says leave Gryffindor first years alone like a live ferret in their trunk. He waggled his eyebrows. Harry and Hermione laughed. Fred and George joined in, and Harry could feel the tension of the moment before slip away. No, she answered when she could stop laughing. I'm fine, honest. I just need to get back and study. All right, Fred said, but we'll escort Milady back to the common room, if that's all right with you. George finished. Sure, she said, smiling. And, thanks, Harry, she added, looking over at him. No problem, he answered. I heard them bothering someone. What else was I to do? I may need to talk to the Sorting Hat later, Fred said. Why? Harry asked. I think it put you in the wrong house, Harry Malod. Herbology had become one of Harry's least favorite subjects. It wasn't the subject matter, for the magical plants played a major role in magical healing and other potions components. It wasn't that the plants moved and often attempted to attack unwary students. He usually found that a bit amusing, at most. Having lived around the castle his whole life, Harry was acquainted with the odd plants and what to do to avoid getting a tangled root wrapped around one's torso or receive a bite from the many plants that nipped at your heels. No, he liked herbology least because he had to endure the presence of Draco and his companions. For most of his other classes, the Ravenclaws had the room to themselves, a positive state if there ever was one. Potions they shared with the Hufflepuffs, an amiable crowd, and he had met a few nice fellow students from that house. Here, though, they shared with the Slytherins. "Oi, Potter," he heard Draco call as they entered the class, still riding one of those ratty school brooms in Quidditch practice. "They haven't bucked you off yet." Harry walked past him to his plant trough without looking at him. Some words floated over to him from Draco's side of the greenhouse. "Poor school charity case, my father." Harry flicked a glare over at the haired boy, but this only elicited laughter from Draco and his friends. Harry grew red and faced his desk, irritated. "Just ignore them," said Terry from his left. "He's been having a go at anyone who'll listen." "What a little git." "Who are you calling a git?" Draco asked, suddenly closer than either of them had anticipated. "Just people who deserve it," Terry said, offhand, as a general rule. "Not so brave as to say it to my face, are you?" Draco asked, his face a sneer. "And you'll only confront first years alone in hallways if you have your little guards with you," Harry spat. He glared openly up at Draco. "Stay out of this, Potter," Draco growled. He opened his mouth to add something, but was cut off by the greenhouse door opening. Professor Sprout bustled in, checking a few plants by the door as she went, saying, "Everyone to your troughs. Today is going to be a difficult one for many of you." Draco scrunched his nose as he left, saying, "There's enough dung in this greenhouse without sitting near you lot." He moved back to his side of the room, positioning himself between his two cronies. Harry didn't spare him another glance as he pulled on his dragonhide gloves. At least he could learn something from this class. It was the 4th week of school, already, and Harry's anger with Draco was growing. He had thought about telling a professor, but what was there to say? He was mean to students, he intimidated them. Harry had never actually seen Draco do anything but talk. It sounded like he was going to have Crabbe and Goyle hurt Harry the night the twins interfered, but they had been interrupted. Terry was right. He was a git, but had he actually broken any school rules? Common decency didn't seem to have made the list. He bumped into someone thinking, and books, quills, and rolls of parchment went tumbling. "I'm sorry," he cried, helpless to stop the articles from falling. At the same time, a head of bushy hair cried out, "Sorry," before it ducked down to collect what was dropped. "Hermione?" he asked as he reached down for the things nearest him. She looked up, brushing the hair out of her eyes. "Oh," she said, squinting a moment, "Harry Potter, of course. Sorry to run into you." "I'm sorry," he said, picking up an armful of parchment that had rolled past him. "I was lost in thought." "It's okay," she said, blushing. She ducked her head to gather the last of the books. "I was too," she added. "Which of these are yours?" he asked, holding far too many parchments for one person. She picked out a good number of them, leaving him with his essays. "Looks like you wrote more for your potions essay," she commented. "Oh, yeah," Harry said, stuffing the extra thick parchment back into his bag. "I did some studying last summer on the uses of unicorn horn, and I had a theory. Well, it's not important." "You're so lucky," she said, looking down. All of her books were stuffed into an overfull bag hanging from her shoulder. "Getting to stay and study at Hogwarts as much as you like. You must be so far ahead of the rest of us." She put a hand over her mouth, looking horrified. "I'm so sorry." She ran off, her bag thumping hard against her side as she went. Harry felt awkward. It was the second reference he had had in the same day to his staying at Hogwarts. Draco had seen him as a poor charity case that was a burden on the school, and Hermione had envied his easy access to all of the school's magical knowledge. He'd have given it all up in an instant if he could, if he had the chance of having a normal childhood. His heart felt heavy, and he diverted from his trek back to the Ravenclaw common room. When he needed time away, Harry always felt his feet take him up to the astronomy tower. Far above the rest of the castle, it was alone, quiet, isolated. He could go there to think. The tower was empty when he arrived, as he had hoped. Harry could hear the wind whistle through the gaps in the doorway leading to the roof. Someone hadn't closed it fully, but Harry didn't mind. The sound was eerie and soothing at once. He climbed up to the door, pulled on the iron handle, and stepped out onto the chilly rampart. Walking around the edge to the westernmost side, he looked out onto the sunset. Pale pinks hung lightly over the world below, with the lightest touch of red at the horizon. Clouds rolling in from the east were racing along, trying to catch the dying embers of a long day. Harry leaned on the railing, ignoring the castle about him, and looking down on the grounds far below. From this height, he couldn't see much in detail. The path was a thin line leaving from this side of the castle and curling south towards the lake. The grounds there were empty, and Harry was sure would remain so for the next day or so with the storm rolling in. This view wasn't as impressive as the dawn view to the east, with the forest lit from behind, but Harry didn't care. It was calming and he had time to himself. Really, it wasn't something that bothered him that much, most of the time. He hadn't known his parents, and he never would. It didn't help him to feel hurt or different from the others, and, besides, they probably had their own troubles. No parents had to be better than cruel ones, didn't it? And, Hermione was right, in that sense, too. If he had to grow up somewhere without a family, Hogwarts wasn't a bad choice. The professors had always been kind to him, and he had learned so much just from being around the place. Feeling a bit better, Harry rose from his leaning, watching the last embers of the sun disappear as the clouds enveloped the sky above. It would rain very soon, he felt very sure. As he started to walk back to the door, the wind quieted suddenly. From around the other side of the door, he heard what sounded like a light sobbing sound. Curious, but nervous that he would be an unwelcome sight to someone trying to be alone, he inched forward, passing the door. She saw him before he saw her. Harry?" Hermione asked. He stepped out from the edge of the wall, seeing her sitting on a stone block along the edge of the wall, her eyes filled with tears while looking up at him. Her bag was slumped beside her, tossed unceremoniously against the outer wall. Sorry," he said. "I was just. The sunset, and I'm sorry I interrupted." Hermione shook her head. "Don't worry about me," she muttered, waving him off. "Are you okay?" he asked, softly. "Do I look okay?" she asked, a bite in her voice he hadn't heard before. Her eyes had a glare to them, but they softened and she burst into more tears. He approached, slowly. Is it Draco?" he asked. "Did he do anything?" She shook her head and continued to cry, hiding her face under her bushy hair and hands. Harry said, thinking. "I'm not mad about what you said before. It's not that," she said, looking up, stricken. "Well," she added, looking back down again, "maybe it is, in a way." "I don't understand," he said, sitting on the ground next to her. "I know you didn't mean it to sound that way, like I was lucky not to." "I always say stupid things," she exclaimed, grabbing her own hair. "And not just to you, but everyone." "You didn't say anything stupid," Harry said. He felt a drop of rain strike his head, but he ignored it. "You have a point. I do know more than most who start here, but I do have loads yet to learn. And, besides, the theory will only get you so far. I still have to use magic or make the potions. That's just as new to me as all of you." "Harry," Hermione said, "it's not really about that." "What is wrong?" Harry asked. She stood up, and walked down the railing. Leaning on the edge, she looked into the misting darkness, saying, "Harry, it's so easy for you, you know. I don't mean the classes, but you know, you've known so many people here for years. I'm new. I'm from another school, a Muggle school, at that, and even there, I was just that weird girl. I thought, maybe if everyone else was different, magical, you know, that maybe they'd understand and we'd get along better. But, we just don't. I hate it here, not what we learn, but no one likes me." Hermione sobbed again. "I know I shouldn't dump this all on you now," she said, wiping her eyes. I hoped everything would be different here, and it isn't. I'm still so alone." Harry thought about how he had felt earlier, alone and different. Here was someone different for their own reasons. There was nothing really wrong with either of them, they just had to find their own places. How alone did they really need to be? This school was full of people, so much potential for friends, but so few people would take the chance for different people. He had friends, but he had known all of the older students for years. "But you're not alone, Hermione," Harry said. She looked up, tear streaks lining her face. He smiled at her, his brow furrowed but kind. She sniffed, wiping her face again. You're popular, Harry, she said, chuckling softly. Everyone likes you. You don't need to be friends with me. Harry shook his head, saying, I know most of the school. That doesn't make them close. The rain that had been dripping a moment before accelerated. Harry felt it pelt down across his head and heard it striking the stone around them. They remained still and quiet for a moment, both looking up at the dark, stormy sky. We should probably go inside, Harry said after a moment. It's raining. Hermione nodded. I need to get back to the common room, she said. Thanks for listening, Harry. With a sudden smile, she headed for the door, and was gone before Harry was able to move. Sighing, he headed down a moment later. He had tried. Maybe she just needed time. For now, he needed to go to his common room, too. There was a pile of homework to be done. Harry wasn't sure if he felt any better than he did when he went up to the astronomy tower. Still, if he helped Hermione with her day, even a little bit, it was worth it. Continuing down the stairs, Harry thought about the day. It had been a strange one, but ultimately, positive. Lost in thought, he nearly ran into Hermione at the base of the stairs. She was leaning against the wall, glancing around the corner. Herm, he began to say, but she shushed him, pointing around the corner with her finger. I don't know how to get past it, a voice said, distorted by an echo and the sudden thundering rain that seemed to come from everywhere around them. You will find a way, a new voice rasped. It will be done as I command. But, Master, the first voice trailed off, sounding despondent. Only the stone can restore me as I was, the second said, angry. Get me the stone. We thought it was good fortune that it came to us here, the first said, whimpering, but it is better protected than at Gringotts. That is no excuse, the raspy voice said. Every trap can be broken, every trick can be foiled. You will find a way in. Yes, Master, said the first. Footsteps tapped their way down the stairs of the tower. Harry and Hermione waited. A door closed in the distance and there was silence. Still, neither moved. Was the other person still there? What had they been talking about? What was this stone and why did they need it? The stillness and silence spread, enveloping them and bringing comfort. It had felt terrifying to hear the two just around the corner, plotting and planning something. This wasn't your usual conversation at Hogwarts. People spoke of classes and magic, sometimes what was going on in the ministry or at home. After a few minutes passed, Hermione inched around the corner, and, seeing no one, sighed. That was close, she said. I almost walked right into that. Who was that? Harry asked, but he was pretty sure he knew the answer. I don't know, she said. I couldn't understand the voice with the echoes. Me neither, he said, walking around the landing. There was no sign of anything from the people who had been there. They are after something hidden here, a stone, I think he said. Yes, but why? Hermione asked, looking puzzled. I don't know, Harry said, but I think I know where it is. Where? Hermione asked, looking around at him quickly. The third-floor corridor, Harry answered. It's the only place that makes sense. It's guarded by a giant three-headed dog. How do you know? She asked. I've seen it, Harry said. I had wondered what they were hiding there with such a guard. A stone, though, Hermione asked. What kind of stone? And who was it that wants it? I don't know, he answered with a smile, but a little research never hurt anyone. Hermione nodded, returning his smile. Anything yet? Harry whispered around the corner. No, you, Hermione answered. All I can find are enhancement charms that some old wizard thought benefited from the presence of bits of rock, he said, tossing it aside. Why is this book even in the library? These books just cover potion ingredients, Hermione groaned. Their second month of searching in the library was providing no more answers than the prior one. Harry shut the next book in frustration. What they had overheard had been so vague it could have referred to almost anything. Of course, it wouldn't be just any stone if it was heavily guarded and sought after. As interesting as the idea of a giant, expensive gem sounded, both of them had immediately dismissed it. Banks could protect regular jewelry, and why would Hogwarts have one large jewel? It wasn't something the school would have to display, so it had to have a magical use. They just could not understand what could be that valuable. "We'd better get going," he said after a moment. "The next class will begin soon." "All right," Hermione said, sighing. After a moment of stuffing books back into their shelves and gathering up their bags, the pair left the library in relative silence, both still pondering the problem. As they reached the stairs, Harry said, "Maybe we're going about it wrong. Could it be something historical? An artifact famous for something? Or maybe it's so new that it wouldn't be in the library," she countered. "If it was an experimental object of Dumbledore's, they wouldn't want it kept somewhere else, would they? Would the Ministry let them keep something potentially dangerous?" Harry asked. Hermione raised an eyebrow looking at him. "What?" he asked. "It's guarded by a three-headed dog," she said, smirking. "Whether the Ministry cares or not, I don't think danger is keeping them from doing it. What if it's so dangerous a three-headed dog is minor by comparison?" Harry asked, reaching for explanations. "Oi, Harry," came a voice. Harry looked up to see the looming form of Hagrid, the caretaker. "Where ya been? Ya haven come down ta see me and Fang in ages." "Oh, sorry Hagrid," Harry said. "I've been busy with studies." "O' course," the giant man said, smiling down at the two of them. "A student now and all." Harry just smiled back. Hagrid had always been kind to him. He had apparently brought Harry here after his parents had died. Harry heard that from Professor McGonagall a year or two before. Hagrid had never said anything, and Harry suspected he would be embarrassed if Harry brought it up. "Well, I best be getting back to the Bowtruckles, somethin' has spooked 'em. Come by any time, and ya can bring er friend, as well," he added, nodding in Hermione's direction. "Bye Hagrid," Harry said, watching the big form descend in front of them. "He's the gamekeeper, right?" Hermione asked, looking the way Harry was. "Hagrid is the gamekeeper and the keeper of the keys of Hogwarts," Harry said, repeating what he had heard Hagrid say on many occasions. "What does the keeper of the keys mean when Hogwarts is filled with wizards and witches?" Hermione asked, furrowing her brow. "I've never really asked," Harry admitted. "But he seems very proud of it." Hermione laughed. "He seems nice," she said. "He is," Harry asserted. "Just watch out for his rock cakes, they're a bit tough to chew." "I'll keep that in mind," she said, smiling. "Oh, almost class time," Harry said, seeing students darting past them on the stair. "I'll see you after dinner." "At the library?" "Yes, but I do have to get my homework done," she said. "Our research will have to wait." They parted and Harry hurried down to the classroom for Defense Against the Dark Arts. Their latest Dada professor, Professor Quirrell, had graduated from Hogwarts several years before. Harry knew him mostly for his previous post as the Muggle Studies professor before he took a sabbatical. After a disastrous run-in with vampires somewhere in Bulgaria, he had given up the adventures and returned to teach Dada at Hogwarts. Harry, who had seen a number of the classes taught previously, found the lessons dry and boring. Quirrell mostly discussed things he had faced in the world, and discussed general theories. They never seemed to learn anything practical. Maybe he had lost his nerve completely out there in the wild. Harry spent most of the lessons reading from more advanced defensive magic books he had found in the library. Understanding the theory was nice, but he wished he could have opportunities to test out a few of these interesting spells he had read about. "CC class," Quirrell said as Harry slipped into his seat. "Today we will read chapter FF4. PP please wait until the end of CC class if you have any QQQ questions." The professor looked out over his class, eyes wide and staring, his scared appearance odd beneath an old, battered turban that sat lopsided on his head. Some said he was afraid of vampires coming for him, so he would wear the turban with garlic hidden inside to keep them away. He also stuttered constantly, another new addition to the professor's behavior since he had returned. Harry had never known him to mispronounce a word before. Sighing quietly, Harry pulled out the latest library book he was reading through, wrapped carefully in a cover he had created so that it looked just like the other books across the room. He had read Chapter 4, an essay on the use and misuse of wands in defense. It was dry material based on common sense and written by someone who may or may not have ever actually held a wand. He turned to Chapter 37 of his library book, advanced dueling tactics, and smiled. He had never been a part of a single duel, but that didn't mean he never would. A few students had attempted duels in his time, but usually the ones he had seen had been paltry efforts. Wow, he disarmed his opponent without dropping his own wand in the process. Fortunately, that sort of failure kept the school relatively safe. Competent duels between fully trained wizards were messy and often incredibly dangerous to the participants and bystanders. The worst you saw around Hogwarts was a charm to mess with someone's hair or grow out fingernails. The school didn't teach dueling in any class for that basic reason. People who would duel for a living, Aurors and other magical law enforcement, went through additional training to learn the proper techniques. Harry was studying the various strategies they would employ with discussed positive and negative consequences, thinking about what it meant. He could understand the different points of view, but saw flaws in some of the simpler styles that would leave the dueler exposed. "Mr. P.P. Potter," Quirrell said from the front of the room. Yes, Professor," Harry asked, looking up to see the rest of the room looking at him. Why you are waving your W wand, Mr. Potter," Quirrell said, looking terrified. "No W wands, now. Reading." "Sorry, Professor," Harry said, stowing his wand, embarrassed. He hadn't realized he was gesturing and practicing wand movements accidentally. Looking down at his book again, he heard the rest of the class settle back into theirs. The flip of a page or two and the crinkle sound of pages being pressed by leaning elbows filled the air. Harry thought he could hear someone snore in the back of the class. Back to normal. Harry left the class feeling embarrassed. He didn't meet anyone's eyes on the way to the Great Hall, feeling as though everyone would suddenly know he had been messing around in class. Quirrell hadn't seemed upset. He hadn't shouted or told off Harry. The boy was more shocked for making a spectacle of himself. "How was Dada?" Hermione asked, coming up beside him as he walked. He started, but gave her a shaky smile. It was fine, I guess." "We still reading this week?" she asked. "Yeah," he answered, leaving it at that. "I wish we could be learning defensive magic, seriously," she said. "Transfigurations and charms are much more hands-on." Harry," Hermione said as they descended the stairs. "Yeah," he asked. "I think we may have to postpone our library trip," she said, looking a bit disappointed. "Why?" Harry asked. Harry, I think we forgot it's Halloween," she said, pointing at the giant banner over the doorway. What?" a voice said from behind him. Harry turned to see the twins looking at them as though Christmas had arrived early. George looked at his twin before turning back to them. "You two bookworms didn't notice all of the decorations at lunch. And breakfast," Fred added, his eyebrows deep in forehead. "And yesterday when they started it," George threw in. "Also, the date," Fred asked. Harry started, but stopped, flustered and embarrassed. "We've been preoccupied," Hermione threw in. "Not everyone is so unbusy they can anticipate pseudo-holidays. So, the giant pumpkins," Fred began. "And the bats flying around at lunch," George added. "Not ringing a bell," Fred said. "Shut up," Harry muttered. "We got food and went to the library." "We didn't really hang around," Hermione said, defensive. "Oh?" Fred asked, his eyebrows raising. "Does Madame Pants know what you're up to in the library?" "Harry, you dog," George said. "Nothing," Harry said, "we were studying. You should look into it once in a while." "Honestly," Fred said, "I thought you two had promise." "You're in Gryffindor, for Cersei's sake," George said to Hermione. "And I can't believe I thought you might belong there," Fred said, shaking his head in disgust at Harry. "What a waste, honestly," George said as the pair of them headed through the doors ahead of them. They emerged into the Great Hall, enveloped in the light of hundreds of pumpkins floating in the air. Hagrid had provided a few large pumpkins to adorn the front dais where the teachers sat. Harry felt shamefaced that he had not noticed any of this earlier in the day. It was like a giant neon sign saying, "It is Halloween, rejoice." And he hadn't noticed. The four separated to their two different house tables, and Harry had a moment of regret. Even though the twins had been teasing Hermione and him, he felt off going a different direction from them. Again he felt the annoyance of the separation by houses. He sat between Terry and Michael in a huff and largely ignored the conversation ongoing. Snacking on sweets after a delicious dinner by the house elves, Harry lightened up his mood, listening to his housemates. We know ghosts and vampires are real, so why should we rule out the possibility of zombies? Terry was saying. Because, Michael said from Harry's left, the idea of beings brought to life from the dead is inferior. They aren't mindless wanderers looking for human brains to eat, they're sent by a specific dark wizard for a purpose. Muggles just think they're brainless kooks. Not in all versions of zombie lore, Terry pointed out. In fact, many early editions were based on American voodoo, which is a documented scapegoat used by American wizards for Muggles running into magical potions and other magical items. Be that as it may, Michael said, a normal zombie by today's definitions is hungry for brains. I doubt very much that the wizards commanding Inferi would have them devour brains. Maybe they would do it to be funny. Terry asked. Given the way zombies are meant to act, one could have their Inferi act that way. The Muggles would be angry at scientists and the military, instead of looking for more disturbing causes. Do you even listen to yourself? Michael demanded. Harry, tell him how ridiculous that sounds. Harry opened his mouth, but hadn't found the words to answer this request when he was interrupted by the distracting figure of a running and shouting Professor Quirrell coming up the hall. He reached Professor Dumbledore's chair before he said anything. Troll, in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know. He cried. Collapsing, he caused a panic. Students started screaming and speaking as they rose, looking about as though they expected the troll come through the walls. Dumbledore shot out a number of purple blasts of sparks, catching the attention of everyone in the room. Silence fell. Prefects, he called, his deep voice reverberating through the hall, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. All of the prefects began to mobilize, their own panics forgotten in the wake of Dumbledore's orders. The Ravenclaw prefects took their positions along the row on both sides, urging their fellow students to move along calmly and quietly. One Harry knew gave him a firm nod and patted his shoulder as Harry shuffled past. A troll, wow, he found himself thinking as he went. That was something different. They weren't the most intelligent of creatures, but their size and strength made them incredibly dangerous. They could be defeated in a number of ways. Harry could think of a dozen that should stop a fully grown troll. Of course, the type would matter. Mountain trolls had different weaknesses to the forest and river varieties. It was more likely that one which had wandered in at Hogwarts would be forest or mountain based on the location. Still, why had a troll wandered into Hogwarts? Had it wandered in? That seemed a bit far-fetched based on their general patterns. So, why? It struck Harry like a bolt. They had been doing all this research to guess what someone might be after, and he didn't realize it was all right under his nose the whole time. He ducked carefully out of line, slipping through the mess of students all exiting at once. Squeezing between people and saying, sorry, repeatedly, he leaned left and right looking for that bushy head of hair. When he was sure she was no longer in the Great Hall, he allowed himself to flow out with the other students, following the line of Gryffindors as they rose up the stairs to the side. Everyone was pushing so much that no one noticed a first-year Ravenclaw pushing his way through the Gryffindor lines. Despite the prefects' efforts, the crowd was not organized. Students were moving about in the lines to talk to friends who had gotten ahead or fallen behind, leading to thick knots that blocked the stairway and landings. In the bobbing and stop and start of the mass ahead of him, Harry picked out Hermione talking to another Gryffindor first year, the twin sister of Padma, from his house. He made a beeline for her, or as much of one as he could make amid the clumping students. Harry caught up with them as they approached the third-floor landing. Harry, Hermione asked, turning from Parvati. Shouldn't you be with the Ravenclaws? Hermione, he said, gesturing her out of easy earshot of her companion. She moved closer. What's wrong, Harry? She asked. You look worried. I think they're using the troll as a diversion, Hermione. They? She asked, looking around quickly as though someone would pop up behind her. You know, he said, whispering in earnest, the ones after the mystery object on the third floor. Doesn't that seem like a big risk, Harry? She asked, looking around. Everyone was in the Great Hall before, now we're all moving around the castle. Maybe, but I think they are going to try for it, he said. And you're going to do what? She asked, putting one hand on her side. Do you think you can stop them? Grown wizards. No, he said, but maybe we can find out who it was we heard up in the tower. We could tell the professors. I dunno, Harry, she said, looking worried. Come on, he said, we should at least look. It's right through that hallway. He pointed across the landing they were approaching. We can be gone and back in no time. Oh okay, she said, looking around as though for anyone who might notice them. Parvati and the others Hermione had been walking with had continued on and were halfway up the stairs ahead. No one around them seemed to notice anything odd. They slipped around the corner at the landing, slipping into the hall adjacent to the one the three-headed dog occupied. All was quiet outside, the shuffling of feet outside. The door shut behind them, and they crept forward, both listening and jumping at any sudden sounds, mostly the sounds they made when reacting to the sounds they made. Slipping off for another snog, you two, came a voice from behind them. Making quite a habit of it, aren't you? Said a nearly identical voice. Not that we're against sneaking about, per se. But this is a bit more dangerous a time than usual. Harry and Hermione turned to see the Cheshire smiles of both twins facing them. Their owners leaned against the wall as if it was the most casual of occasions. Look, Harry said, irritated. We're not off, snogging, you two. Then what are you up to? Fred asked, his left eyebrow waggling. Hermione began. We can't say, Harry said, looking away from them. Then you don't mind a couple of handsome knights, George began. In glorious red armor, Fred added. Accompanying you out of curiosity, then, do you? George ended. Fine if you'll shut up, Harry whispered fiercely. Oh, the little tiger has teeth, Fred said, but more quietly. We should be afraid, dear brother, George said, shaking with quiet laughter. We're not the dangerous ones here, Hermione said. She held a finger to her lips, pointing towards the door. Despite the twins' jests, they quieted with her and Harry. A thunderous low growl rippled into repeated deafening barks. Doors slammed on the other end of the adjacent room, and they could hear a cry. The four of them rushed up to the door, and opened it. The flutter of a black cloak swished as it exited by a door to one side, but none of them could see whom it had been. The three-headed dog was barking and smashing two of its heads against the far door after the figure, not having seen the new intruders yet. Before it could, Harry pulled everyone back and slipped the door closed. What was that? The twins asked as one. A giant three-headed dog, Harry said, quietly. It's guarding something. How do you? They began. We overheard someone talking about getting something, but we don't know what, Hermione added, throwing caution to the wind. So you thought you could stop them? Fred asked, eyebrow quirked. Not so bright, you two, George added. Hush, Harry said, we only wanted to see who would go for it. Well, you forgot there was a second door we couldn't watch, Hermione said, wringing her hands. I didn't forget, Hermione, Harry said, looking at the other three serious faces. There wasn't another door there before. Someone must have created it to sneak in, George said. We've heard of magic like that, Fred said, looking somewhat suspicious. Not that we'd ever. As upstanding types, never, George declared. But, anyway they have gotten away, Hermione said, and we don't even know if they got it or not. I don't think so, Harry said. It was too fast, and the dogs' heads were so fast. If they had gotten past it, the dog would have been out or confounded or something. But we can't be sure, Fred said. They could have made sure the dog looked fine afterwards to hide what they did. Maybe, Harry said, moving towards the door to the landing. But we should get back, for now. People will notice we're gone. Ah, Harry, you spoil sport, Fred said, following anyway. This was just starting to get fun, George added, holding up his hands in a gesture of giving up. I'm worried that if they get what they want, Harry said, looking back at the dog's door, it will be anything but fun. An icy chill filled Harry's leg and he jerked awake. He shuddered, looking down at his right leg, hanging out of his covers. The air in the dorm was icy, and the swirl of breeze that struck his leg convinced him that someone must have left a window cracked. In the freezing first burst of winter, leaving a window open was a recipe for a sudden shock. He debated finding the window, but changed his mind, tugging in his exposed leg so that it could join the rest of him, warm and cozy. He didn't have to rise yet, but he suddenly found that he couldn't sleep anymore. Huddled in the covers, he thought about the year he had had so far. A lot had changed since he started attending Hogwarts as a student. He missed his days of free roaming and exploring, but learning real magic and having friends his own age was something he did enjoy. Still, the whole intrigue around the three-headed dog and whatever it was that it was guarding had been unusual. Things at Hogwarts were busy and hectic, but a predictable hectic. People struggled with classes, magic spells were used here and there, accidentally or otherwise, and people argued, at times adamantly, for their favorite Quidditch team. That all still happened, but it felt more like an echo, something in the background now that Harry had this new concern. Even his classes had taken more of a backseat when he became really interested in what they might find. A howl rolled through the room, and Harry could feel a cold ripple as the harsh wind threw the window wider open. A groan came from someone on the other side of the room, and there was a loud slam and click as it was bolted closed. A thump signaled his dorm mate must have gotten back in bed. The room gradually warmed after the cold was kept at bay, and Harry drifted back off to sleep, forgetting, for a moment, the thoughts that had kept him awake. The first ray of sun burst through the windows, striking Harry's face suddenly. He blinked, scrunched his eyes, and sat up. Groaning, he pulled on some clothes while his dorm mates slept. He had somewhere to be, and a number of people would be upset if he was late. Today was not the day to be caught up with Malfoy in the hallways. Somehow, though, he doubted even Malfoy's need to annoy was strong enough to get him out of bed this early. He left the dorm, passed down the stairs, and through the empty common room. The rest of the journey down through the castle was equally empty, such that Harry began to wonder if he had mistaken the day. When he reached the pitch, however, it was a different story. 2 professors were working in the stands, arranging rows that had fallen over from the windstorm the other night, clearing up clumps of leaves that had piled here and there, and generally preparing for 3/4 of the school to arrive shortly. He could see a couple Hufflepuffs taking to the air, flying about the pitch and practicing some moves. Harry didn't pause, however, as he knew the Ravenclaws would be in the changing room. Amanda would be giving the team a pre-match speech. Making a beeline for the changing room, Harry arrived as Cynthia and Gordon were having a row about something. "You ass," she was saying. "You know he's—" She paused, her finger in Gordon's face. Seeing Harry had arrived, both turned and finished putting on their uniforms. None of the other members of the team were in the changing room yet. "Hi," Harry said, breaking the silence. "We ready to crush Hufflepuff?" He added, tentative. "Damn right we are," Cynthia said, tugging on her boots a little harder than was necessary. "Good," Harry said, beginning to pull on his smaller uniform. They didn't wear the uniforms in practice, typically. Amanda felt they were best left for when the team wanted to show off. Despite having the smallest uniform in the bunch, Harry's was just a bit large for him. He tugged everything as tight as it would go, and pretended that he wasn't worried his pants would fall off while he was flying. The others arrived as he got ready, Heth popping the last bite of breakfast in his mouth as he went. "Didn't you 3 come down for breakfast?" Amanda asked. "You'll need your strength." "Not hungry," Harry said, offhand. "Well, get hungry," Arnold said, putting on a fierce expression, for Hufflepuff defeat. Harry groaned. "That was awful," Cynthia said from the bench. Amanda just shook her head, saying, "Puns aside, I know this is the best prepared team we've had since I started at Hogwarts. We've got 3 talented chasers ready to show those sodding Hufflepuffs what for, a keeper who could stop a fly out of his hoops, our belligerent beater duo, and a seeker who can beat any out there with a school broom. I want to see him play with his own broom next year," Arnold said. "That'll be something. Until then," Amanda said, "he'll just have to make them look bad on a school broom." "Here, here," cried the team. "I'm not going to go on and on. You know what we've practiced, you know what you can do, together," she said. Let's win one for all the second-year students who have never seen us beat Hufflepuff. Yeah, they exclaimed. Let's do it, Cynthia shouted, fierce. They left the changing room, pumped and ready to go. Amanda put a hand on Harry's shoulder as they went out there. Angus Fendrick is a good seeker, Harry, she said. He's small, quick, and agile, so don't underestimate him. Looking at him, she added, but my money's on you. I know you will beat him. Thanks, he said, blushing. I'll do my best. Good, she said, leading him out into the open field. The crowds were packed into the stands. Harry could almost not believe these were the same empty stands from so little time ago. Sleep-deprived students had come out in droves to see the match. Though Slytherin was the favorite for the year, every match attracted a large audience. Harry wondered, as they marched to the center of the field to line up, if any of this crowd was here simply out of curiosity. He was the youngest seeker at Hogwarts since 1893, when Le'Veon Abbott had emerged as one of the world's best seekers from a young age. His snitch capture record was impressive to this day. Feeling this record hanging over his head, Harry sighed. Did they expect that of him? Setting himself in front of Angus, the Hufflepuff seeker, Harry shook his head. He had to worry about this opponent, not countless Le'Veon had faced, nor Le'Veon himself. One opponent, one game. That was all this was. Breathing deep, Harry prepared to fly. Mounting his broom, they watched Madame Hooch release the balls, mount her own broom, and blow on her whistle. Everything was a blur of color as the teams flew off into the sky. Harry hovered high, circling in oscillating ovals over the pitch, slower and faster. He tried to ignore the flow of the game below him, knowing it would only distract him from what he was about. Below and a little behind, Harry could see Angus from the corner of his eye. Typical. Seeker spotting was one of the oldest tricks in the book. Angus didn't have to find the snitch, he just had to let Harry find it and outrace him to it. Harry could see from the distance the older student gave Harry that he considered his broom far superior to Harry's. He sighed again, this time in relief. This could be easier than he thought. Cynthia had scored 2 goals unreturned when it happened. The first jerk was so sudden Harry almost flew over the end of his broom. Tightening his grip, he vowed to keep better control while he searched. What followed was a flurry of jerks and twists, sending his broom spinning in directions he had no intention of going. There was seriously something wrong with the broom. All of his concentration was caught up in keeping atop the slender stick of wood, but the broom appeared to be doing anything it could to buck him. It angled him upwards as it went, forgetting the even oval trajectory he had given it. Harry began to suspect someone was deliberately messing with his broom. School broom or not, this one had never done anything out of the ordinary while he was riding it. It might tend a bit more towards the left, but he had long learned to compensate for that while flying. This was a violence he hadn't witnessed in even the worst of the school brooms. The team seemed not to have noticed what was going on, such was their fervor to win this game. Harry couldn't see Angus anymore, but he suspected the other seeker had simply flown off when Harry stopped flying normally. As he looked around for anyone to signal for help, Harry felt a particularly rough jolt and he was thrown over the front of his broom. Only his right hand retained its grip, but that would not last. He was too high to safely land on the grass below. The stadium stands were well beneath him by this time. If he hit the ground at falling speed he would die. Getting back on the broom did not seem to be an option, either. It continued to fight him with no let-up, and he could hardly hold on with his hands, much less leverage his way back on top. The action beneath him was still just as furious as before, but he couldn't make out what was happening. The flyers weaved to and fro beneath him, towards one goal and the other. At times, he could see bodies directly beneath him, at others the grass far below. If he fell on a player, he could hurt someone seriously, but if he struck the ground, he had no chance. Looking down for a safe time to drop, Harry caught sight of it. The snitch. It flitted in and about the area where the chasers were battling, but none of them seemed to see it. Then, as they passed out of the way, it paused. In that second, he saw exactly what he had to do. Keeping his grip on the broom with his right hand, he pulled out his wand with the other. The snitch was still stopped below him. To one side, he could see Angus moving for it. Too slow. Diving, Harry aimed straight down, moving to intersect the snitch before Angus reached it. In his left hand, he waved his wand and shouted, pointing at the ground below. The wind was so strong in his ears that he couldn't even hear his own voice. A ripple along the ground told him that he had succeeded in one part of his attempt. So, he reached out both his hands, feeling the broom to one side soaring towards him. Had he miscalculated? His fingers curled around the snitch, and he could feel the end of Angus' broom strike his right leg with a crack, and he tumbled end over end the rest of the way to the ground. Praying his spell had done the trick, Harry braced. When he hit the ground, it was like landing in a pool of jello. Harry bounced a meter or two in the air before landing on a patch of solid ground. The air was knocked out of him by the force, but he was alive. Gasping for breath, Harry clung to the ground as the sky swirled around above him. Dizzy and disoriented, Harry coughed and gagged for a moment before closing his eyes. After he had held still for a moment, the world reappeared around him. There was sound, people running and crying out. There were gasps and cries. Harry was heard from all around him. Opening his eyes, Harry saw a crowd of people had surrounded him. Madame Pomfrey was closest, looking at his leg and checking his forehead. The rest of his and the Hufflepuff team surrounded her, and a bustling crowd of professors moved in from behind. Catching Amanda's eye, he said, "I got it," holding up his fist with the struggling snitch inside. She looked like she was about to cry. The rest of the team had serious faces, concerned, as well. These were nothing on the faces of the professors behind them. McGonagall looked about ready to hurt someone, but Harry knew that was only her concern showing. He had seen that face many times before. "Just a broken leg and some scratches, Harry," Madame Pomfrey said, sounding thoroughly relieved. "When I saw you fall, I feared far worse. I made the ground spongy," Harry said, pointing off to the side he thought he had struck. He felt better, just an incredible pain in his right leg. "Hold still," she said, "this will hurt for a moment." He braced, biting his lip. Madame Pomfrey muttered something under her breath while waving her wand in a soothing way over his leg. The bone snapped back into place, creating a surge of pain up and down its length. He cried out, but almost before it had begun, the pain was gone, and Madame Pomfrey was peering down at him with her best look of reproach fighting with a smile. "What have I told you about these school brooms?" McGonagall said to Madame Hooch. "They're dangerous. Harry could have been hurt worse." Madame Hooch started to reply, but Harry cut in. "Professor," he said, "I've been using that broom for ages. I started riding it when I was 6. I know that broom. This was not the broom." "But, she began, "be that as it may, Harry, we could all see the broom try to buck you off. Surely you—" "Perhaps this would best be discussed in my office later, Professor McGonagall," Dumbledore said, striding across the pitch towards them. The crowd parted around them. Taking a piercing look down at Harry, he added, "I believe Harry has some thoughts on the matter, but for now, he might want to celebrate with his team. If that is all right with you, Madame Pomfrey." "I would prefer to keep him under some observation, Headmaster," Pomfrey said, sounding a bit indignant. "After all, he has just fallen and I've only just mended his leg. Perhaps Mr. Potter can stop by for a checkup around too," Dumbledore asked, smiling blithely. "And he can swing by my office on the way to discuss brooms." That would be acceptable," Madame Pomfrey said. "You may go for now, Harry, but do take care." "I will," Harry said, standing up with some support from his team. Standing, he could see that much of the school had flooded the pitch to see what was going on. He smiled and waved to any he could see, hoping to show everyone that he was all right. A bushy head caught his eye, and he gave Hermione a smile and a nod, too. Her face was scrunched with concern, but she nodded back to him through the dozens of people between. Harry knew he'd have to give her a full recount of what had happened and his thoughts, but he probably wouldn't get to see her until tomorrow, what with the Ravenclaw celebration and his visits with the headmaster and school nurse. A few hours later, after he had retold the story a dozen times to the Ravenclaw Tower, Harry left the after-party, promising to return when the headmaster and nurse were done with him. He felt exhausted as he descended the steps from the common room. The morning had been tiring enough with the Quidditch game and fighting the broom, but the party after had sapped what he thought was the last of his energy. He was crossing the hall to the main stairs when Harry overheard crying. Unable to leave someone who needed help, Harry slipped over to the classroom and peeked in. Amanda was sitting alone on the professor's desk, dangling her legs toward the ground. Her chin was leaned on her chest, quiet sobs shaking her. "Amanda?" he asked. Harry," she said. "Yeah," he answered. "I heard you. I'm sorry to disturb you, I just..." "And no," she said, "it's okay." She got down from the desk and came over to him. Looking down at him, she said, "I'm so sorry, Harry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you play on the team with those rickety old brooms. I knew something bad was going to come of it, and you could have been hurt much worse than you were. I was weak, and thought you could show everyone that you were a great Quidditch player. You're too young and I shouldn't have. I'm sorry." "Amanda," he said, but she sobbed and didn't listen. "Captain," he said, his voice harder. She looked up, eyes still wet with tears. "It isn't your fault. You didn't make the broom go haywire." "I know, but It wasn't the broom," Harry said, darkly. "Someone was manipulating my broom to make me fall." "What?" she asked, looking shaken. "But who would do that?" "Who indeed?" came a voice from behind them. Both of them turned to see Dumbledore, Flitwick, and McGonagall entering. "Professor Dumbledore," Amanda said, wiping her tears quickly on her shirt. "Professor," Harry said, "I was just on my way to your office when I ran into Amanda." "No trouble, Harry," Dumbledore said. "Professors McGonagall, Flitwick and I were on our way to meet you, as well. A happy chance we met here. Ms. Braun, from all I have heard, I believe Harry is correct. It does seem as though someone was hexing his broom. I would not worry too much for our young Harry. He seems to be in one piece." Thank you, Professor," Amanda said, sounding not too much more cheered. "Would you mind waiting outside a moment, Ms. Braun?" Dumbledore said. "I'd like to hear Harry's thoughts on this for a moment, but I will want to speak with you and Phileas about another matter in a moment." "Why yes, Professor," Amanda said, stepping outside. When the door closed, Dumbledore asked Harry to repeat what had happened. Harry described it as well as he could, trying to recall every detail of that morning. "Did you see anyone near the brooms when you arrived?" Dumbledore asked. "No, Professor," Harry said. "But they haven't been too well secured," McGonagall said. "Anyone could have done something to them." "It flew fine, at first," Harry said, "and appeared to suddenly change. A delayed charm might have been in effect," Flitwick added. "There is no way to be sure." "Can you check the broom?" Harry asked. "We have," Professor Dumbledore said. Professor Flitwick found it caught in a low-hanging branch of the Forbidden Forest. "Preliminary testing has not found anything, yet. More worrying than how, I think," McGonagall said, "is why." "Indeed," Dumbledore said. "Harry, can you think of a reason?" Harry paused. He knew about the people conspiring to go after the hidden thing behind the three-headed dog, and Hermione and he had been researching it, but there was no way to know if the culprits were aware of Harry and Hermione's actions. They had never been caught listening in, nor had they seen the persons responsible. He assumed this could not be the reason. "I don't know, sir," Harry said. "Perhaps an old follower of you-know-who. Most have been accounted for, or at least are pretending to have changed their ways," Dumbledore said, offhand. "It seems a bit out of the blue to attack you in such an open manner." "That is worrisome, Headmaster," McGonagall said. "Should Harry continue playing Quidditch if there is such a risk?" "I still want to play," Harry broke in. "I'm not scared." "It's not a matter of wanting to, Harry," McGonagall said gently. "We're looking out for your safety." "What do you think, Phileas?" Dumbledore asked. "Harry is in your house." Flitwick said, focusing on Harry. "Perhaps we could have a staff supervise the practice sessions and we can use a bit more care in preparing the field for play. Harry's sponge spell would be useful in protecting falling players, at least. And I can think of other useful spells to keep an eye on things." "You still want him to play?" McGonagall asked. "After all of that? If someone wants to stop Harry, Dumbledore said, not letting him play is exactly what they want. That doesn't mean we should. I will attend the next match, as well, Dumbledore said. If it does not discourage our attacker, at least I might be able to ferret one out and protect Harry, to boot. Harry beamed. Thank you, Headmaster. Of course, Harry, Dumbledore smiled back. You may go, I think. Please send in Ms. Braun. Yes, Headmaster, he said, heading towards the door. Oh, and Harry, Dumbledore said. Yes, nice catch, by the way. Do you think it has to do with the people we overheard? Hermione asked, looking frightened. No, Harry said, voicing what he had decided to believe. They walked a slow circle around the lake, bundled up against the bitter cold. It doesn't make sense. No one saw us, and why would they come after me in such a public way if they were avoiding attention? Would it be a student then? She asked, looking loath to think that way. Someone who wanted you to lose the match. Didn't work out, if so, Harry said with a smile. But who would want to that much? That wasn't just to stop me. Someone wanted me hurt, or worse. There was a pause. Both kept to their thoughts, and the only sound was the dry crunch of long dead leaves slowly being mulched by their feet. The shore of the lake was empty. Everyone else had opted to stay indoors on a day like this. It gave them license to speak freely, though. No one would overhear them out here. You don't suppose it is related to you-know-who, do you? Hermione asked after a time. I had thought of that, Harry said, but Dumbledore didn't think it likely. He might just be shielding you from his suspicions, she stated wisely. True, Harry answered, but it doesn't help narrow anything down. If it was obvious, she said, Dumbledore would do something about it. There though, Harry said. The professors are going to keep a closer eye on things at the next match and at practices. You still want to play? She asked, sounding shocked. Harry, it's just a game and you could be hurt. Quidditch is more than just a game, Hermione, he said. It's about the team and the house and doing something that you love. But, there is always a risk of falling or being hit while playing, Harry cut in. I'll be careful. Hermione shook her head, sighing. Boys, she muttered. They walked in a quiet thoughtfulness for a moment. Harry began thinking about how someone could have affected the broom and spells he could use to protect himself next time. It was difficult to use spells directly on a broom. Their magical configurations were complex and naturally repelled most abjurations. So it had to have been something powerful and disruptive to interfere with the natural action of the broom. Oi, Harry, Hagrid shouted from down the way. Harry waved back and they approached the half-giant, meeting him near where students would often relax by the shore. Even the giant squid was nowhere to be seen on this chill day. What are you two doing out, Hagrid asked. Ye'll catch yet death, a cold. Just going for a walk, Hagrid, Harry said. Well, ye up for a cuppa? The large man asked. Ye still haven, come by. Sure, Hagrid, Harry answered. Hermione too, course, Hagrid said through his bushy beard. A smile shifted aside some of the whiskers. How have you been? Harry asked as they set off. Been busy, Haven, Hagrid said. Been some problems in the forest, late? What kind of trouble? Harry asked. Been some creatures in the forest hurt and no sign how? New predators? Hermione asked. Nah, nothin' like that, Hagrid said, waving a great hand dismissively. Most magical predators'll go after whatever, but mostly unicorns and a few bowtruckles, and not regular like. How are they being hurt? Harry asked. Just unusual places like, Hagrid said, but there's not for the students to think about, He opened the door to his home, a separate dwelling from the school, near the forest. In essence, it was the perfect spot for someone overseeing the grounds of Hogwarts. Harry liked Hagrid's home, messy as it often was. It had a home feel, well lived in and enjoyed. Hagrid had lived here for quite some time, clearly. Hermione glanced around with a tentative look of appraisal. The walls were covered in items of his trade or interesting hairs and horns he had found. Hagrid looked at her, as though hoping for some approval. She smiled, bringing out his beaming expression. Welcome to me home, he said. Make yourselves at home, of course. I'll get tea and some cakes. Harry and Hermione sat on a couple giant chairs around Hagrid's table. Harry wondered if Hagrid would usually take turns changing which chair he sat in or if some were just reserved for guests. While they waited, Hagrid bustled around, boiling water and grabbing cups, plates, and cakes that lived up to the name Rock. "Nice house, Hagrid," Hermione said. "How long have you lived here?" "Ah," Hagrid said, pausing long enough to scratch his head. "Can remember right. Been ages, anyhow." He served up the tea and cakes before them. The pair eagerly sipped the hot tea, feeling it warm their insides, and nibbled politely on the incredibly hard treat. "Thank you," Hermione managed between bites. "Yes, Hagrid, always good," Harry added. "So, Harry," Hagrid began as Harry took a deep drink of the tea. "How are ye after the game and all?" "I'm good," Harry said. "Madame Pomfrey healed my leg immediately." "I mean, what with the fall and someone tryin' to hurt ye?" "I'm all right," Harry said. "I made it out okay and they're going to make it safer for the next game." "Heard you were gonna keep playin'," Hagrid said, shaking his head. "Like father, Hagrid, I, glad alright, Harry," Hagrid said, smiling sadly at Harry. "We're scary as all, it were, seein' ye up there like that and all." Aye, Harry said. "I'm sorry, Hagrid." "Nah, fault, course," Hagrid responded, taking a swig from his flagon. "It's them that wanted to hurt ya." Flitwick said he was going to use the bouncing spell on more of the ground at the pitch, Harry said, lightly. "And it's amazin' to think no one thoughta that before ya, Harry." "It really was quick thinking, Harry," Hermione said, looking impressed. "And think of all the students who could benefit from a safer pitch." "It wasn't that great," Harry said, scratching his head. "It's just all I could think of. I'm sure anyone would have thought of something." Hermione rolled her eyes, but they didn't push the issue. They talked for a few minutes about the chances of the Quidditch teams going forward. Hermione looked out the window for a few minutes as the other two spoke. She looked lost in thought when Harry changed the subject abruptly. "Hagrid, you take care of loads of magical creatures, right?" he asked. "Course, Harry," Hagrid replied, proudly. "Take good care o' them." "Have you ever heard of giant three-headed dogs?" Harry asked. "I can't seem to find them in the library." "You know about Fluffy?" Hagrid asked, taken aback. "It has a name?" Hermione asked, suddenly back in the conversation. "Fluffy?" Harry asked at the same time. "Well, sure," Hagrid said. "They're a bit rare, new breed. Expect I've got the only one in England here at Hogwarts." "But why is he in the castle?" Harry asked. "Can tell you that, Harry," Hagrid said. "This secret that is." "But, Hagrid," Harry began. "More in me job's worth, Harry, believe me," Hagrid cut him off. "That's between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel." "Oh," Hermione asked. "Nicholas Flamel?" Harry asked. Hagrid looked alarmed at what he had said, saying, "I think it might be time to head off. You two'll have your studies to attend to, and classes tomorrow and all." Sure, Hagrid," Harry said. "Thanks for having us." "Yes, thanks for the tea and cakes," Hermione added. Any time," Hagrid said, holding the door for them as they rose to go. "And no more thinkin' about de dog. It's not for you two to worry about." Fine, Harry said as they left. "You pay attention to her flying fair the next game, Hagrid called after them, shutting the door after watching them a moment. Flamel, Harry said to Hermione as they made their way up to the castle. Hermione pulled her coat close about her, blocking out a sudden gust of wind. "The name sounds familiar," she said. "I feel like I've read it before." "Not much into chocolate frog cards, I take it?" Harry asked, smirking at her. "No, not," she began, stopping to look at him. "Does he have one?" "No, but Dumbledore does," Harry said, "and I remember it mentioned his name." "What did he do?" Hermione asked. "Something to do with dragon's blood," Harry said. "It's been a while since I read it." "Do you have one?" she asked, sounding excited. "I might still," Harry said. I have traded most of mine over the years to get rare ones, but he's a pretty common one. Dragon's blood, Hermione said. Dumbledore is known for discovering the 12 uses of dragon's blood, but... Harry pushed open the door to the entrance hall, flooding the floor in front of them with that same pale cloudy daylight. He was about to reply to Hermione's thought when he stopped. Marching across the hall was a grimace-faced Professor McGonagall, a roll of parchment curled in her hand. She brushed past a few other students crossing the hall, making a line for Harry and Hermione. Harry felt a clench in his stomach, fearing she had caught wind somehow of their investigation into whatever the dog was hiding, or was there something he couldn't remember? Potter, she began, full of formality that was unusual between the two of them. She thrust the parchment into his hand. Looking at it, he raised his eyes in surprise. A broom order form, he asked. She continued, as you have decided to continue on with Quidditch for the Ravenclaw team, the headmaster has recommended that we make an exception to the rule against first-years owning brooms. The school brooms are much more exposed than one you own yourself. Oh, thanks, Professor, Harry said. Please inform one of the staff when your broom arrives, she said. Flitwick and I have a few ideas for spells of protection and the like. Yes, he said, thanks, again. Well, she said, briskly, off with you two. I'm sure you'll have things to do before dinner. She swept off with the same suddenness that she had appeared, leaving Harry and Hermione a bit speechless. Wow, he said after a few moments. Your own broom, Harry, Hermione said, smiling over at him. What are you going to get? I don't, he began. I'll have a look through the order form, I suppose. I was planning to get one next year, but if they want me to get one, that works out. How are you going to? She said, speaking carefully. My parents left me enough money for things like that, he answered. I should be fine through school, at least. Oh, Hermione said, changing topics, she said, is she always like that? Mostly, he said, laughing. Come on, we do have some studying before dinner. And Flammel, she asked. I'll look through my chocolate frog cards tonight, he answered. We have time to look into him, but Snape's essay won't wait. They ascended the stairs working their way up towards the library. A few students passed to and fro, trying to make the most of the day before the school week began. Harry caught bits of conversation as people passed, but the pair of them remained quiet, thoughtful on the way up. At the entrance to the library, Draco and his goons were leaning against the wall. Ah, Draco said, thought we'd see you here at some point or another. Harry ignored him, planning to walk between them, but the behemoth duo moved to block the way in. Thought you'd want to take a break after the break, Draco said, tilting his chin towards Harry's right leg. Thought wrong then, Harry said. You must think you're something, Draco said, voice low and menacing. Hero of Ravenclaw, willing to leap from a broom to catch a snitch. What a laugh. Did you miss your mommy and daddy so much you wanted to end it all? Is that it? Would you let us through? Harry asked, feeling he'd enter his face. Some of us would like to have passing marks this term. Oh, would your parents not approve of a failure? Draco asked, his smirk plastered across his face. Oh, I suppose you wouldn't know. Yours must, considering the company you keep, Harry spat. Why you little, Draco growled, voice growing louder. What is going on out here? Madame Pants demanded, her voice silencing all of them in an instant. We're just trying to study in the library, Madame Pants, Hermione said, quietly. Then, come in, quietly, she said, her voice sounding stern as always. Looking at Draco and his gang, she added, and you three, stop loitering. You are obviously not looking for a book, so get on your way. Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle skulked off, obviously unhappy. Harry and Hermione entered the library, finally free of all the random interruptions. Here, it would be quiet, and they could get some serious work done. Finding an open corner, the pair pulled out all of their books and began working on essays and reading for the next day. They didn't say much, but there wasn't much to say. It was the first peaceful moment since the match, and Harry enjoyed sharing it with Hermione. This is it, Harry. Hermione gasped. I knew we'd find it. Harry put down the book he was perusing, turning to Hermione's end of the library bench. Amid a scattering of books, quills, and parchment, a large tome lay open. The words were in a tiny scrawl, hand-written hundreds of years before, only saved from the oily fingers of hundreds of students and the years by the spells cast regularly upon the shelves and books by Madame Pants, warden and guardian of the trove of ancient knowledge. Hermione was pointing to a line midway down, in the same thin, elaborate cursive as the rest. The ancient study of alchemy is concerned with making the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary substance with astonishing powers. The stone will transform any metal into pure gold. It also produces the elixir of life, which will make the drinker immortal. There have been many reports of the Philosopher's Stone over the centuries, but the only stone currently in existence belongs to Mr. Nicholas Flamel, the noted. It's a Philosopher's Stone, Harry asked aloud. They're keeping one here. Are they mad? Maybe they thought it would be safer here than with Mr. Flamel, if someone is after it, Hermione said wisely. Maybe, Harry muttered. Just think of the amazing magic in that one stone. It's incredible, isn't it? Hermione said. All the gold you want and you can live as long as you like. Think of how much you could accomplish. That does make it more dangerous, Harry reflected. After all, if someone is after it, they can't be up to any good. We didn't think they were up to any good, in the first place, Hermione countered. Now we at least know why anyone would be interested in what Fluffy is guarding. Doesn't that seem a bit simple? Harry asked. You get past a three-headed dog and you can access the greatest alchemical stone ever created. I'll bet they have other professors protecting it, too, Hermione said, packing up her books before they headed to class. Ah, yeah, Harry exclaimed, hoisting his bag over one shoulder. I'm sure McGonagall and Flitwick could come up with something. And don't forget the headmaster, Hermione said. He's said to be one of the greatest wizards of all time. They shifted through the library to head to class. The library was fairly full. With only a few days before the end of term, most of the professors had set large essays to reinforce what they had learned throughout the fall. They squeezed between a few Hufflepuffs standing in the main aisle chatting before they were able to walk comfortably again. Hermione asked, Has your broom arrived yet? It should be here any day, he said. I can't wait. It is supposed to be one of the best, right? Hermione asked, watching Harry smile at the thought. Well, that's only part of it, he said. Why else? Well, Harry answered, it will be nice to bring my own broom so Madam Hooch doesn't spend 20 minutes examining it before each practice. It's maddening. She was laughing as they made their way through the door when a trio of Slytherins pushed past. Malfoy turned toward them as they left, saying, It's amazing what some people will just talk about aloud in a crowded library. Very interesting, E.H. Goyle. He winked in Harry and Hermione's direction as he went, his constant smirk in overdrive. Harry and Hermione looked at each other as the three sped off down the corridor. Uh-oh, Harry said. Did they? Hermione began. They could have, Harry answered. We weren't exactly whispering about it, were we? How bad do you think it is? Hermione asked. Bad, Harry said, sighing. He's been little more than annoying so far, but if he goes after the stone, that could be trouble. Why would he need it? She asked. The way he talks about his family's money, he doesn't need gold, and why would he be worried about dying of old age anytime soon? Who knows? Harry replied. Maybe he wants to brag about it, put the stone on his mantelpiece. It is a powerful magical item, Hermione said. Maybe it has other uses. They had to separate before Harry could think of what those uses might be. As he worked his way to Charms class, Harry couldn't help worrying about this powerful stone in the hands of someone like Draco Malfoy or, worse, his father. As much of a pest as Draco could be, Harry knew of his father by reputation. One of the professors, he could not remember which, had once told him that Lucius had been among the horrible band of Voldemort's followers, the dreaded Death Eaters. After Voldemort disappeared, those who weren't killed or caught pretended to be under the Imperious Curse when they had done Voldemort's will. As that was difficult to refute, many had walked away, clean, Lucius chief among them. Since, he had dealt mostly in politics at the ministry, meeting and donating to all the right people. Harry understood that he was close to the minister and often could be found hosting Wizengamot members in his home. The idea of someone so close to he who must not be named on the loose and with a philosopher's stone was rather terrifying. Professor Flitwick interrupted his thoughts, telling him, "Harry, I understand your new broom has arrived at the Ollery. Professor McGonagall will have the house elves bring it to your dormitory when we are done with the protection enchantments." The pair entered the charms hallway, making their way to the class together. As young as Harry was, he still towered over the short professor. He found himself leaning toward the man as they walked to speak with him more easily. "Brilliant, Professor," he answered. "No doubt it will help our chances in the next game, Flitwick added in a conspiratorial whisper. "I'm sure," Harry said. "They say it is one of the fastest in the past few years." "Well, do your best, Harry," the professor said, crossing to the front of the class to prepare his class notes and pass out the latest graded essays. Harry took his seat. He was excited about his new broom. The new Nimbus was meant to be a revolutionary upgrade from their last pitiful offering. Several renowned Quidditch teams were outfitting their members with one. Harry heard Gwenog Jones of the Holyhead Harpies had recently gone on a test ride, as well. He would have to wait a week or so for the professors to add their protection spells, and he did want to know more about what they came up with. Problem solving with magic wasn't strictly taught in classes, after all. Still, it wasn't the only thing on his mind today. Draco Malfoy was going to be more of a problem. If he was after the stone as well as the two mysterious figures, it really just complicated things. Harry glanced at his paper when it came back, not top marks but close enough. He had found the more that he concentrated on this troubling topic, the lower his grades tended to go. He was worried, that was the key thing. Still, one thing comforted him, for now. With the holidays a week out, Draco would have little time to go after the stone before he was shuffled off to his manor. Coming back with orders from his father to get the stone could be a problem later, but Harry and Hermione would have time to think about what to do. The next week passed in a blur of papers and the rapid decoration by the Hogwarts staff, and the holidays were upon them. He wished Hermione a happy Christmas at dinner, and the next day the school was all but empty. He and a few 4th and 6th year Ravenclaws were all that remained in his house. The other houses were more or less the same. He did note that the Weasley twins and two of their other brothers, the Weasleys were known for their numbers, had remained, as well. One, a prefect, sat away from them, conversing with older students in a serious and important manner. The other was Harry's age, and he hung around the twins, playing Exploding Snap at the table in the Great Hall. As the other Ravenclaws had left dinner early, Harry grabbed his plate and cup and walked over to the Gryffindor table. He approached the twins and their brother just as Fred made a spectacular explosion that turned the youngest boy's face black with soot. "Oh, sorry there, Ronnikins," Fred said, whooping with laughter. "Didn't think it'd blow up that much," George added, wheezing. "What is wrong with you two?" the youngest said, storming off in a huff. He bumped Harry's shoulder on the way past without so much as a, "sorry." Harry let the twins' laughter subside before he asked, "Might I join you?" "Ah, Harry," Fred cried. "Just the test subject we needed," George said, smiling sinisterly, his mouth twitching to avoid laughing. Harry raised an eyebrow. "Let me guess," he began, looking at the dark burn on the table that was slowly healing itself. "You wanted to make Exploding Snap more literal." "First in the class," Fred said, looking proud of the younger student. "But you still have much to learn, young apprentice," George said, stifling a snicker. "He's my apprentice," Fred said, looking stern. "Nope, called it first, brother mine," George said, grabbing Harry by the shoulder. "I'll train you in the ways of the prank, and you shall be a light of hope and laughter to all." The twins gave each other a stern look, held it for about 3 seconds, and then burst into laughter again. "Have a seat, Harry," Fred said, scooting so Harry could fit between the pair. "Super Exploding Snap," George offered. "No thanks," Harry said, sitting down. "I think it needs a little work first." "Yeah," Fred said, "that wasn't nearly enough ash. We'll need to work on that." His hair was practically clean, George stated, sadly. "So," Harry said, taking a sip from his drink. Why'd you stay back for the holidays? Mum and Dad are off visiting our brother in Romania for Christmas, Fred said. Figure she didn't want us playing with the dragons, George said, sounding down. Dragons? Harry asked. Charlie, Fred said. He works with dragons in Romania, George said. And he would let you play with them? Harry asked. Who said anything about let? Fred asked. Honestly, Harry, you think permission has anything to do with it? George said, sounding put off. Harry chuckled. Well, good to have some company stay at Hogwarts, at least, he said. Wouldn't be the same without a prank or two. Ah, was Harrykins going to miss us? Fred asked. So sweet, Harry, George added. Yeah, Harry said, waving as he laughed. Any new adventures planned, Harry? Fred asked. We battling an acromantula this week. Swimming the lake to battle krakens. George asked. Adventures? Harry asked. Like Halloween, Fred said. A bit tame, but there was a giant three-headed dog, at least, said George. Well, we think Draco Malfoy knows about what the dog is hiding, Harry said, offhand. How would he know that? Fred asked. Harry grew red and shut his mouth. Oh ho, George exclaimed. Our little Harry is all grown up and hiding something from us, Fred said, his eyes lighting up. But we have our ways of learning what you know, George said, looking superior and knowing. To the dungeons, Fred exclaimed. Dungeons? Harry asked. The torture machines are always in the dungeons, George said. Obviously, Fred said. You could, I dunno, ask. Harry suggested. He was still hot in the face. He hadn't intended to speak to the twins about this, but it was too late to unsay what he had about Draco. They knew he was hiding something and would be the biggest pests in history if he didn't just tell them. Nope, George said, grabbing Harry's arm. This is more fun, Fred said, grabbing the other. They march-stepped him out of the hall, loudly proclaiming the torture would begin shortly and that they wouldn't rest until Harry had spilled his guts for them. Harry found himself dragged down the stairs towards the dungeon, feeling like a brick wedged between other bricks. He didn't resist as he was fairly certain they were joking. Whatever pranksters the twins might be, he didn't think they would actually try to hurt anyone. He hoped. Fred stopped them in the middle of a corridor. They slipped into an unused classroom and sat Harry down in a chair in the middle. Fred pulled some things out of his pocket until he found an old piece of parchment. Harry couldn't hear what he said, but lines and shapes appeared all over its face. Looking it over, Fred appeared satisfied. With a tap of his wand, it went blank. Putting it back in his pocket, he said, Okay, we're free to talk here, Harry. No one is around. So, spill Harry, George said, face close to Harry's, leaning over him. They could be rather intimidating, if they wanted to be. What's this all about, Harry? Fred asked. I told you before about how we overheard someone say they were after something hidden behind the three-headed dog, right? Harry asked. A fine recap, Harry Malad, Fred said. Indeed, George said, insofar as it really told us nothing. Yes, well, Harry said, it turns out the dog is Hagrid's. He named it Fluffy. Pleasant name for a man-eater, Fred said. As is the norm for Hagrid, George said, sagely. You have no idea, Harry said, thinking back to all of his more interesting, magical creatures over the years. He had requested Dumbledore let him get a manticore at least 3 times. Manty, be a great name fair, Hagrid had asked Harry later. Go on, Fred urged. He also let slip that what it was guarding was between Dumbledore and someone named Nicholas Flamel, Harry said. I remembered that I had seen the wizard's name on a chocolate frog card. It indicated the two had worked on alchemy together. We did some research and found that Flamel is one of the few creators of a philosopher's stone. He stopped. The twins just looked at him expectantly. Harry shook his head in frustration. The philosopher's stone is a powerful magical object that makes other metals into gold and is a primary ingredient in the elixir of life potion. You will live as long as you regularly drink that potion. Flamel is hundreds of years old. The pair stared, shocked. And this is in the school? Fred asked. Yes, and we know some people are after it, maybe Draco, now that he's heard of it, Harry said. Hey, Fred, George said, think of all the things we could make if we had unlimited gold. All we wanted, Fred said. Focus, Harry snapped. The stone is in danger. It is guarded, though, Fred said. Yes, but nothing is perfect, Harry said. If people are after it, they could get it. They just need to figure out how to get through the traps. Then, you should tell a professor, George said, simply. Fred stared at him as if he didn't know his twin. Tell, are you mad? George cracked up. I can't believe you fell for that, he said, practically crying with laughter. Ass, Fred said. To think, my twin a goody-goody. It is a good idea, Harry said. Maybe I should alert the professors. And tell them, what? Fred demanded. I think some people might be after it. I don't know whom or why, but I went around all sneaky-like to find out what it is, revealed it to other students, and wanted to let you know people might be after it. Ridiculous, Harry, George said, shaking his head. I didn't mean for Draco to hear about it, Harry protested. You didn't need to, Fred said, but you can still get in trouble for it. Why get in trouble when you can solve the whole thing and then get rewarded instead? George asked. What are you suggesting? Harry asked, looking incredulous at the other two. Simple, Fred said, you are pretty sure someone will find their way to get it, right? Yeah, Harry asked. Then, we have only one choice, Fred answered. We take it first, said George. Harry blinked. The bright sunlight pouring through the window across the dormitory had broken his quiet slumber. Waking up with no dorm mates during the holiday break had reminded him of his time before school. He would wake whenever he wanted and no one would disturb him if he wanted a bit of a lie-in. Today was no exception, besides the fact that he might have wanted to wake sooner. He looked out at the light for a moment before it clicked. Jumping up, he threw off his cover and went around to the foot of his bed. As always, a pile of presents awaited him there. The staff, surrogate parents in their way, always gave him a little something each, and this year was no exception. Sitting at the foot, he picked them up one at a time to see what he had received. First, he opened a box of eagle owl feather quills from McGonagall. They were exceptional in quality and seemed to move with a wind that was not there. She always sent him practical gifts, even when he was much too young to need them. Flitwick sent him a puzzle box that unfolded into new boxes with successively more difficult puzzles. Snape had provided him a more accurate ingredient scale with a note that, this may help you create less embarrassing potions in my class. Always sentimental, Snape, Harry thought. Hermione had sent him a book on the differences in different cultural magic principles. He had sent her one on the basics of rune spells, a topic he had seen her show some interest in. There was a shaking and smoking bag that had a bright orange tag proclaiming it, gift from the magnificent makers of mischief of our age, which Harry left aside until he could take it to a safer place to open it. A few more gifts varied from amusing to mundane before he came to a shimmering bundle. Opening it up, he saw a note fall onto the floor. Looking at it, he could see Dumbledore's thin handwriting. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. Examining the shimmering material, Harry could feel how light it was. It was a cloak of some sort, but not like anything Harry had ever seen or worn. Pulling it over his shoulders, he could feel how big it was, meant for a grown man, no doubt. Looking down to see how it looked, he couldn't see his body at all. An invisibility cloak, he exclaimed. I've never even seen one of these before. It's amazing. He had an amusing moment thinking about the things the twins would do with such an aid to their mischief, before taking off the cloak and thinking about what it meant. His father had owned this, but Dumbledore had it before he died. Why had his father had it? Why did Dumbledore need it? Was it related to the war? Harry had so many questions, but no answers. Perhaps he would ask Dumbledore about it. Setting the cloak down on his bed, Harry realized there was something on the floor on the other side of his bed, a long thin package. They had probably kept it out of the middle of the room so he wouldn't trip on it. Moving over to it, he realized immediately what it had to be. Ripping open the package, his ready-to-use Nimbus 2000 lay in his arms at last. It was an incredible broom. He had ogled it at the store in Diagon Alley when he went for his books, but hadn't dared touch it. As he wasn't allowed a broom, all he could do was look and admire. Now, though, it was his, and he could ride it whenever he liked. The idea filled him with happiness. It was still a few hours before Christmas lunch, so Harry threw on some clothing, grabbed his new broom and headed down to the grounds. Not waiting to get to the pitch, Harry flew from the front door, soaring over the grounds on his way to the pitch. He felt the ease of movement, how the broom seemed to respond to his thoughts more than his actions. It was so much more effortless than he'd ever found it before. Crossing over the stands, he entered the stadium, diving towards the ground and pulling up just before he reached the grass. He looped around and around, taking sudden quick turns one way or another and climbs, dives, spins, anything he could think of. And it all just worked. There was no pull to the left, no sudden jolts from some old crack in the wood. Harry began hovering high above the pitch, picturing himself in a match. He could almost hear the sound of cheering fans and the whoosh of players and balls flying about, the thud of collisions and the crack of bludger bats. The cold air flowed around him, chilling him through, but the sun was bright, for the moment. It was a lovely and quiet moment to just enjoy with his new broom. "Oi, Harry," came a call from below. Harry looked down to see a few people walking onto the pitch. He dove down, coming out of the dive easily to land beside them. It felt effortless. "That broom is amazing," cried one boy, a Hufflepuff Harry didn't know. "You picked a good one," Fred said. "Our clean sweeps might be able to keep up if we add a few rockets to the back." "Or a dragon," George said, snickering. "Thanks," said Harry. "It handles really well, too." "You want to play?" the Hufflepuff boy asked. "Yeah, let's have a mini match," Fred said, looking excited. "But who's on which team?" Harry asked. "We can't do it by house. I'm the only Ravenclaw out here." "Should have thought about that before you became a Ravenclaw, Harry," George said, laughing. "Funny," Harry said, glaring at George. "We draw straws," the Hufflepuff said. "There are 8 of us here. If we forego the snitch and one of the bludgers, we could play a good half round of Quidditch." Harry said, "Well, maybe we ought to separate the twins before the straws as they are the only ones capable of checking each other as beaters. We don't want any serious injuries on Christmas." "What?" Fred asked. "Separate us?" George demanded. "Perish the thought." "Sounds fun," Fred said after a moment, eyeing his brother and laughing. "Bring it, Freddie," George cried, raising his fist in the air. "Brought, punk," Fred said, looking as fierce as a twin could look. Harry couldn't help laughing. "All right, then the other 6 of us need to divide up by team and then figure out positions within our group." Harry ended up with Fred, the Hufflepuff boy, and a Slytherin third year who really loved Quidditch but hadn't made the team yet. They played around, Harry playing keeper to make the chasers more evenly matched. It was tough in that position, and Harry let in about as many as he blocked. They stopped when the Slytherin told them it was time for lunch. The score was fairly even, but Harry suspected they might lose in a full game. George was a powerhouse of authority on his team, and they were pretty efficient working together. Harry walked back up from the pitch with the Slytherin, saying, "You're pretty good. I know they field a good team on their end, but they need a better keeper. The one they have is just so-so. Have you considered trying out for keeper?" "I've always wanted to play as a chaser, really," the boy named Manet Fleming said. "I don't want to be stuck at one of the goal posts waiting." "Well," Harry said, "believe me from today. It's a workout from the posts. I don't think I'm good enough for it, to be honest. Seeker is more my style. Hunting, you know, you wait until you see the target and strike. That's much easier than a frontal attack over and over. If we play again after lunch, you should try it. I'd switch to chaser any day." "You did pretty well," Manet said. "I let in as many as I stopped," Harry said, sagging. "There's a lot in that role, both physical and psychological. They come at you 3 times to the left goal and then to the right. You try to guess where they're coming next and they fake you out. That's a lot to think about while you watch a horde of chasers barreling down on you. Everyone else on your team is depending on you, too." "That's true for Seeker, too," Manet told him. Despite everything in the game, 90% of them are won by the Seeker. 150 points and the game-ending move is nothing to sniff at. Your game was spectacular. I don't think anyone has seen anything like that before, to be honest. Thanks, Harry said. It was happy chance that the snitch was so close to where I was. You will make a first-rate Seeker, Harry, Manet said. Just don't tell the other Slytherins that. Promise, Harry said. If you promise to try Keeper after lunch. I have seen dozens of matches at the school, grown up with it. Something tells me you would do well. Thanks, Harry, Manet said quietly. I'll think about it. Good enough, Harry said, laughing. Conspiring with the enemy, Harry. Fred said, pushing in. Doom will befall us all, Ravenclaw and Slytherin talking. George exclaimed. His name is Manet, Harry said, and he's a valued member of my Christmas Quidditch platoon. Yours too, Fred, he added pointedly at Fred. Yeah, Fred said, he did make a goal or two. You know what, Harry said, I think today's Quidditch is more fun than the House Cup. You're daft, Harry, Fred said. Yeah, lost it, George added. Winning with a house behind you is awesome. But with this, Harry said, house doesn't matter. No one is cheering for one side or another. Your victories and failures are yours. It's pretty fun, you know. No one is depending on it, and there are no consequences. Nutters, Fred said. Mad, I say, George said. Manet chuckled. Harry laughed aloud. Whatever, he said. I'm having fun and meeting people I might not otherwise. If we just sat in the Great Hall at our own tables, we'd miss a lot. They may divide us by houses, but they don't keep us from talking to each other, you know. Except, the Hufflepuff boys said, breaking in, there are things about each group that others don't like. And there's so much emphasis on the differences. Exactly, Harry said. Why look at the similarities when the differences give you a good reason to separate? Deep, Harry, Fred said. That's Ravenclaw wisdom for you, George added, chuckling. Harry sighed. That's exactly what I was talking about, he said. The Slytherin chuckled as they walked into the school. The last student or so crossed into the Great Hall as Harry's group entered. With some quick math, Harry realized there were only 30 or so in the whole school today. Still, the head table had a handful of professors and the different tables had a handful or more each, clustered together. He could see it, so visibly, the division. Hold on, he said to the others. I'm going to do something about it. The others stared as he walked in a beeline up the hall to the professor's table. Dumbledore sat in the middle talking to Professor McGonagall. He felt a surge of nervousness as he approached, but thought about the others, the group that were standing by the door watching him. He thought about all the other students throughout the hall, and the separate little clusters they had formed because of their divisions. Harry, Dumbledore said as Harry approached. Is there something wrong? No, Professor, Harry said, stopping in front of the table. I was. He froze. He knew all of these professors very well, but it felt weird asking them something. Usually, they just helped him when they would and he didn't ask for anything. He shook himself to get his thoughts in line. See, can we merge the tables for Christmas? He asked. It looks so sad, doesn't it? He turned to point at the groups all in little clumps across the room. We can, Harry, Dumbledore said, if the students want to sit together. He watched Harry with a knowing look in his eyes. Why don't you ask them? Sure, Harry said. He certainly hadn't foreseen this as the response from the headmaster. Turning about, he could see the mass of students before him. From this position, with something to say to them, it felt like a monumental number of people in front of him. They all seemed to be staring at him, though some part of him was sure only a couple had actually noticed he was up there besides the Quidditch players from before. Mustering what courage he could, Harry called out to the hall, I thought we should all sit together for Christmas. Does anyone else want to? Everyone was staring this time. Harry was well aware that no one had understood what he said. He felt the shame welling up within him. How had he made such a catastrophic mess up? Harry is wondering, Dumbledore said behind him, after a moment, if anyone else would want to sit as one school, together, for Christmas. Harry's shame deepened. Dumbledore had said it so simply, as if asking for toast at breakfast, and he had completely mucked it up. No wonder everyone went back to their conversations and not bothered with an answer. It was obvious, wasn't it? No one wanted to follow the suggestions of someone who couldn't even manage to speak to them properly. Sighing, he walked away from the professor's table, sitting alone at one end of the Ravenclaw table, away from the two small clusters on the other end. He didn't eat much and he really didn't want to interact with anyone else. How had his idea backfired so much? All he wanted was to see if the students could get along together. Were they really that divided that they would rather ignore him than sit together one day a year? The realization that he had been a complete fool saddened him. He left before the lunch was done, avoiding the eyes of anyone in the hall, and took to wandering the hallways and stairs of Hogwarts. He had no notion of going back to the Quidditch game, not at this point. He had failed to bring the houses together, and going to play a game would do little to help with that. Hallways blurred, and he crossed through places he could scarcely recall. Even he, with his ingrained knowledge of the school, lost track of the turns he took. Slipping into a room to avoid anyone who might be looking for him, Harry sat down on the floor and cried. It was Christmas. This was supposed to be a time to bring people together, but no one wanted that. They liked their separation. They wanted to be around the people they always saw and ignore the other 3/4 of the school, their classmates in many cases. Many foul wrongs had passed between their forebears over the ages, and they had inherited prejudices that made their own actions add more to the fire. He had just wanted to help. Looking up, after a time, he could see a great mirror set before him. It had an aura of age and used to it. The quiet around him felt even deeper than before, and as he looked at the mirror, he felt there was something drawing him toward it. He approached, unable to help himself. Approaching it, Harry could suddenly see, really. Hundreds of students stood about him, crowded about. The uniforms of Slytherins embracing and standing beside Gryffindors. The Ravenclaws stood by the Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors, and Slytherins. In fact, there was no rhyme or reason to it. Everyone stood next to people of the other houses with no regard. Harry stood in the midst of it, one of them. He reveled in what he saw. It was amazing. Everything he had hoped for. The separations fallen away and people just together. It was a beautiful sight, whatever this mirror might be. Was it the future? Did it really matter? He was sure it wasn't real, but it was a vision of absolutely everything he could have wished for at the moment. To see it so well encapsulated both tore at him and gave him hope. Maybe he had failed today, but what had he done, really? He asked them. Maybe they needed more than a question they had already thought out the answer to. Maybe they needed something better than that. After staring in wonder at the mirror for a few minutes, observing the happiness in the faces before him, Harry turned around. Sighing, he walked out of the room and shut the door. He wanted to see it more. Harry wanted to stand there in front of that mirror for ages, but what good would it do? He could see these and other people every day in classes, at lunch. They weren't foreign, though the faces were vague in his mind, even now. What they meant, though, was a promise. I will make it happen, he said to himself, clenching his fist. I promise. Out of the room, he felt something lift from him. The room, maybe the mirror itself, it had weighed on him in a way Harry had never known. Here, though, he was free of it. But what could he do now? Smiling, he realized. Shaking his head, he made his way back down to the Great Hall. Maybe there would still be a few down there interested in playing another pickup game. It was still Christmas, after all. Harry, W.H.O. Fred, Harry said, looking up from the thick book he was reading. Sometimes we worry about you, Harry, my lad, Fred said. So deeply buried in books, it just isn't right for a young, strapping lad, George agreed. Maybe we ought to do something about this side of our young protege. Fred asked his twin. Oh, so you've agreed to split me, then? Harry asked, smirking. Yes, Fred said, hugging his brother to him, but I get first dibs at corruptions and George gets dibs at teaching you the ways of the world, George finished. Well, I'm glad you've worked out a compromise, Harry said, but classes start tomorrow, and I want to be ready. Did the professors assign any work over the holidays? Fred asked. No, but, did you forget to finish something before we went on leave that was due before we went on break? George asked. No, but, then, you have no excuse for bailing on us today, Fred said, shaking his head in disappointment. For shame, George cried, drawing all the eyes in the great hall towards them. To think, forgotten by our friend and protégé. How will we ever recover? Fred exclaimed, putting a hand to his forehead. What do you want? Harry asked in a harsh whisper. He could feel eyes still on them from the other tables. Never thought you'd ask, Fred said, grabbing Harry by the arm. George scooped up Harry's books and bag, carrying them after the pair of them. Glad we're finally on the same page, Harry, he exclaimed, joyful. You're both mad, Harry said, trying to claw out of Fred's arms without success. Mad as foxes, George laughed. Glorious foxes, Fred added, tugging Harry into the entrance hall. Where are you taking me? Harry asked. You'll see, Fred said. I'd like to know, too, came a voice from off to one side. Hermione, Harry gasped as the twins stopped. His head was currently tucked under Fred's left arm, frozen in place. Why, you're back. The train just arrived, she said, nodding to the dozens of students pouring through the entry door. What are you three doing? She asked. I wish I knew, Harry said, glancing at the twins again. I suppose we should really include our resident Gryffindor bookworm, Fred said. Come, George exclaimed. All will be explained. If you come willingly, Fred added, we may spare you Harry's fate. He shrugged his arm, moving Harry's head with it. To be fair, George said, our arms are getting full, as it is. We'd appreciate if you just walk there. You know you can let me go at any time, Harry said. Nope, Fred said, you can't be trusted. Ravenclaw and all that, it's nothing personal, you understand. I'll come along if you let him walk, Hermione said. And you take full responsibility if he escapes, George said. Of course, she said, smiling. Then, Fred said, his lip twitching, on your head be it. George burst out laughing as Fred released Harry's head. Hermione chuckled but Harry was annoyed. All of that for a pun, he demanded of them. What can I say? Fred asked. Sometimes you have to go with the classics. So, where are we going? Hermione asked, interrupting. Let's just grab an empty classroom, George replied. I was planning to dragging him all the way to the astronomy tower, Fred said, sadly. Since that is off, I suppose a classroom will work. Thank you, Harry muttered, massaging his neck. They went upstairs to find the first available classroom they could find. Hermione and Harry followed the pair catching up. How were your holidays? He asked. Good, she said, quiet. Home feels really easy going after Hogwarts. I got loads of studying done. Oh, and thank you for the book. I read it on Boxing Day. Thanks for your gift, too, Harry said. It was a fascinating read. What about our gifts? Fred called back. Mine exploded and threw cream pies in every direction, Harry said. And mine chased my parents around the living room bouncing like an out-of-control pogo stick, Hermione said. What's a pogo stick? Harry asked. That's beside the point, Fred said, waving off his question. How was the cream pie? Delicious, Harry answered, reluctant. And the widget we made you, George said, turning back to Hermione, wasn't it useful when you stopped running from it? I guess, she said. It brings us drinks whenever we want. My father is keeping it in the lounge for guests. He's going to tell them it is the latest in robotics. Robotics? Harry and the twins asked as one. Muggle automated devices that do things for you. Muggles do think up some amazing things, Harry said. We're here, George announced as he opened a door for them. The four of them piled in, sitting on desks along the side of the room. Harry could smell the must of a room long since used. Dust stacked up in the corners of the room and the air itself felt heavy. So, Fred began suddenly, how are we getting the stone past the giant dog and other inevitable traps of doom and dismemberment? What? Hermione asked, looking between Fred and Harry. What he means is, George said, since Draco and the mystery persons are probably after the Philosopher's Stone, how do we beat them to it, saving it from evil deeds and misuse? Dangerous misuse, Fred said. There's no point pinching it without making a bit of gold for ourselves, is there? Heroes need payment, after all. Wait, Hermione said. Nobody is stealing anything. Saving, George said. Keep up. We're not doing anything with the stone, Hermione insisted. I think it is a concern, Harry said. Someone could take it, and we know there are more than one party interested. 3 by my count, Hermione said, pointedly looking at Fred and George. Yes, Harry said, but their point is valid. There is some danger in it getting out. That is why the professors put magical protection in place, she said. Do you think any of you can protect it better than Dumbledore? Harry began. Do you? She asked, looking at each of them. But if we get it away from there, George began. What, you'll hand it over to the professors? Hermione asked. They already have it. But it's not hidden very well, George said. Then, you know what, Hermione said, frustration clearly crossing her face, let's tell them. If we think it is really in danger, we can get them to move it somewhere else. Maybe they have it there to catch someone trying to take it, Harry said, thinking. Maybe they know someone is after it. They are hiding it in a pretty obvious spot, Hermione said. If they wanted to make it difficult to find, they probably wouldn't put a giant dog over the entrance. Huh, Fred said, putting on a thoughtful expression. You do have a point, George answered, rocking back on his desk. It would be helpful if we could tell them who is after the stone, Harry said. For all we know, Hermione said, sounding entirely too reasonable, they know that too. What are 2 third years and 2 first years going to do anyway? What kind of Gryffindor are you? Fred asked. The kind that thinks before she acts, Hermione said, hotly. After an uncomfortable pause, Harry said, let's all calm down. I think Hermione has a very good point. I was never sure about this idea, and I really don't think it's a good idea now. This smells of trouble we don't need. Hermione took a few deep breaths and smiled. Thanks, Harry. No, Fred said. You know what, I don't think that's a good enough reason to do nothing. Me neither, George said. Forget what we could get from the stone. Yeah, Fred added. In fact, forget using it. We promise never to use it, at all. That was just for fun, after all, George said, standing up. This is more important than such things. You 2 first years may not understand, but that stone is one of the most powerful objects possible. We do understand, Hermione interjected. But so do the professors. They can protect it far better than a couple third years. They think they can, Fred said. But, as you said, George continued, it sounds like they are trying to use it as bait. Does that sound like they are really taking it serious? Not to me, Fred answered. If they are waving it around as bait to some unknown person, I think they are skirting a disaster. Then, we should talk to them, Harry protested. Even if they should move it, they can protect it much better than any of us. Agreed, Hermione said. They are much smarter than we are. They know more about magic. They know the consequences, but maybe we can warn them that this direction is a bit more risky than they think. Dumbledore would listen to us, at least, Harry said. The adults had their chance, Fred said, shaking his head. Something tells me this won't end well for them. It just smells bad, George agreed, sniffing. Maybe we should discuss this with them, Harry suggested. They may all be agreed, but if they hear that we know about it and are concerned, it may sway their opinion. They'll be mad we know, Fred protested. And what about when you take it, will they be happy then? Hermione asked. They'll understand when we explain, George answered. Explain what, exactly? Came a voice from the door. It opened to reveal Professor Snape, glowering at the people in the room. Nothing, the twins said at once, glancing at the other two. His eyes moved, questioning, to the first years. Harry felt the familiar eyes rake over his, with the same superiority and distance they always had. Neither of them spoke for a moment. The shock of his appearance was too much for Harry to react. Snape had an uncanny ability to appear where he was not needed or wanted. What would 4 young students be doing in an unused classroom on a free day like this? Snape asked, looking about at them. Feels like you might be, up to something. We haven't done anything, Professor, Fred said. Just chatting, as students do, George said. They were clearly taking advantage of the shock the younger students were experiencing. Maybe we should hear from the other two in the room, Snape said, turning away from the mischievous twins. They, after all, have nothing on their school records, unlike some. He leaned in towards Harry and Hermione. Harry could feel she was looking worried and scared in front of so direct a question from a professor. He wondered if they should just tell Snape about it. They had just discussed doing that a moment ago. It felt harder, now, though, to do that. Snape, professor though he might be, was always one of the more difficult ones to speak to. He didn't seem to understand things like the others did. For example, in finding them talking, he immediately assumed they were all going to do something against school rules. The fact that they had been arguing for and against such a thing was beside the point. Well, Snape asked, looking closely at Hermione. You always seem to have all the answers, Ms. Granger. What do you have to say, now? We're not doing anything, Harry found himself saying. Professor, we were just talking, like George said. There's no harm in that, I hope, sir. None at all, Snape said, his withering gaze burning into Harry's eyes, but talking with the twins often leads to things that are unhappy to many. They're not bad, Hermione managed, seeming shocked to hear her own voice. If anything, they are a bit mischievous, at times. And who, may I ask, Snape said, rounding on her, has to deal with it? Do you have to clean up the messes they cause? Do they? Only if we're caught, Fred joked. George chuckled. Indeed, Snape said, eyes narrowing at them. I will guarantee it. With a final glare, he turned about and left the room, his black cloak sliding through the door just before it shut. Silence followed his exit, but they could hear his footsteps march down the hall. When a door at the end of the hall slammed and muffled steps continued beyond it, they all breathed again. He's like a great big bat, that one, Fred muttered. Scary as, George agreed. He suspects something, Hermione whimpered, clearly scared. It's us, Fred said. We're always a suspicious lot. And we've got ourselves caught up in it, Harry sighed. So, you're in? Fred asked, sounding excited. No, Harry replied. I still don't think we should go after the stone. HMMPH, Fred said, and we thought you two would be more fun. You could have been heroes, George said, looking downcast. Heroes know when to act, and when not to act, Hermione quipped. Sometimes, Fred said, you have to take a risk or two. Not if you don't need to, Harry answered. Well, George said, think about it, We'll check back and see if you're ready to help. The twins got up, walking towards the door. Oh, and Hermione, Fred said, looking over his shoulder while he held the door for his brother, welcome back. They're persistent, Harry said, you have to give them that. I'd rather give them a venomous tentacula to wrestle with, Hermione said, watching the retreating backs of the twins. I'm sure they'd find a way to use it for more pranks, Harry replied. I suppose you're right, she sighed. After a moment, she said, why do they have to be so frustrating? Harry laughed, shaking his head. When he saw Hermione looking at him, questioning, he said, I've heard 3 different professors say that about them. Hermione sighed again. Hefting her bag, she started walking down the hall, away from the twins. They just don't get it, she said. It's just a difference of opinion, Harry said. No, Harry, Hermione said, looking over at him. They're doing this for selfish reasons. There's no need to steal the stone before the other potential thieves. They just want a crack at making gold for more pranks and things. Well, Harry said, why don't we just tell the professors about it? And rat on the twins? Hermione asked, looking shocked. No, Harry asserted. I mean about our suspicions that someone is after the stone. They may relocate it to a safer place. And if they are using it to trap whomever is doing it? Hermione asked. Then, at least we've been upfront about it, Harry said. If they don't do something about it, then the stone could be lost. But, Hermione said, wringing her hands, what if they are trying to catch someone at it and they catch Fred and George? Hermione, Harry said, a wry smile spreading across his face. They get in trouble for something or other every few weeks. How would sneaking into an area that was forbidden be anything new? You're right, she said, chuckling. They'll be fine. Besides, Harry said, if they do get caught, that might let the professors see how far someone can get while trying to break in. It might help them improve their defense. Hermione didn't respond. She just chewed on her lower lip for a moment. We have a free period now, she said. Yeah, Harry asked. Should we talk to someone now? She asked, looking at him a bit scared. Now, he asked, taken aback. Why wait? She asked, looking for all the world as though she wanted him to think of a good reason. No reason, Harry said, thinking. If you want to, then let's go. Oh okay, she said, her eyes widening still. This way, then, he said, pointing her towards a sneaky staircase hidden behind a tapestry. But that doesn't lead toward the staff room, she protested. It's the fastest way to Dumbledore's office, Harry said. Come, I'll show you. The headmaster, Hermione asked. I thought we were going to Professor Flitwick or McGonagall. Dumbledore will be the one who organized the defense, Harry reasoned. He'll be the best one to talk to about something this sensitive. Okay, Harry, Hermione said, following him down the stairs. They moved quickly through the hallways, not running into anyone except Peeves, who was leaping out of the armor to terrify passing students. Harry saw him jump out at a pair of third-year Slytherins, so he detoured them down another secret stair. You know this school really well, Hermione commented. When it's your home, your playground, your world, he said, shrugging. Haven't you ever left the castle? She asked, sounding concerned. I've left the grounds a few times, Harry said, looking up to watch for a moving block on the ceiling that sometimes dripped some unknown goop on unfortunate passers-by. The professors have taken me to the Ministry and Diagon Alley. McGonagall and Flitwick have both brought me to visit their families around the holidays before. A moment of silence passed, then Hermione blurted, What's Professor McGonagall's family like? Very, Harry began, struggling for a word, unique. She's pretty different away from the classes and the students, much more relaxed. And her family are all very different from each other. Some of her cousins are almost as much troublemakers as the twins. That probably helps her deal with them, Hermione said, giggling. No doubt, Harry said, laughing. One of her brothers is a world traveler, going wherever he will, battling magical beasts. She has a younger sister who is as wild as McGonagall is usually strict. It was fun. He looked down, thinking back while they walked down a hall. Oh, he said, turning around a corner, here we are. The statue, Hermione asked. That's just the door guard, he said, approaching the gargoyle statue. Bertie Botts, he told the gargoyle. It swung aside, and the pair stepped onto the moving stairs behind it. These circled up towards the office above. It's like a magical escalator, Hermione said, watching it all move with wonder. What's an escalator? Harry asked. Harry, Hermione said, shaking her head. I think you need to take Muggle Studies third year. Before he could reply, they were at the large oaken door that led into the headmaster's study. Harry swung the brass griffin knocker which thudded against the wood in a hollow sort of way. The voice of Albus Dumbledore came through the door clearly, Come. Harry pushed the door open, ushering Hermione into the room ahead of him. Harry glanced around, seeing that not much had changed since the last time he had visited. Sunlight flowed openly through the many windows, illuminating all of the odd objects scattered on various small tables. The previous headmasters above all dozed, easy. Dumbledore had a few new books on the great desk, some open, others with large pieces of parchment sticking out at odd pages, marking important passages for later. The headmaster himself was leaning over his desk, setting his phoenix feather quill back into its stand. A half-written letter sat before him, but his attention was no longer on the missive. Ah, Mr. Potter and Miss Granger, Dumbledore said, sounding delighted. Please have a seat, I have so many. Indeed, there were several vacant seats around his desk, as though he was expecting a meeting of half a dozen or more at a time. The pair took a couple that sat more or less in front of the desk, looking up across to the headmaster. Harry's was a soft leather, and the back had a thick lining. He felt like he was sinking into it, such was its comfort. "I am always happy to welcome guests to my office," the headmaster said, smiling down at the pair. "To what do I owe this visit?" Harry felt rather than saw Hermione tense up in the chair beside him, so he decided to speak first. "Professor, we know about the Philosopher's Stone," he began simply. "Oh," the headmaster asked, looking most pleased. "How did you work that one out?" "Well," Harry began, "that's part of why we wanted to talk to you." He looked over at Hermione. She only nodded, so he went on. "Hermione and I overheard a pair talking about taking a stone and getting past something. And naturally, you learned that there was a rather large three-headed dog guarding the corridor on floor 3, Dumbledore mused aloud, nodding. "Go on, Harry. Please forgive my rudeness." "Why yes," Harry said, "we brought up the dog to Hagrid and he, Hermione tried to take up, seeing Harry was stalling. "He sort of mentioned Nicholas Flamel, Professor." "Ah," Dumbledore said, frowning slightly. "I hope you won't be mad at him," Harry said. "It was an accident," Hermione said, looking concerned. "I shall have a word with Hagrid," Dumbledore said, but assured them, "Not a harsh word, but even the best of us need a talking to, from time to time." "Anyway," Harry said, still looking uneasy. Did you know you're on a chocolate frog card, sir?" "One of my finest honors, I'm sure," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Your card mentions your work with noted alchemist, Nicholas Flamel," Hermione stepped in. Harry remembered seeing it in. "From there, finding out about the stone was easy," Harry said. "Ah," Dumbledore said, nodding. "And you were concerned that the pair you heard mention the stone may succeed in taking it?" he asked. "Yes," Harry said, simply. "But also, Draco Malfoy heard us talk about it. He as much as admitted it to us as we left the library." "But we can't be sure he's actually after it," Hermione said. "He could just be all talk." "Right," Harry said, sounding deflated. It all did sound rather simple, and less convoluted and dangerous in Dumbledore's office. Were they wasting his time? "And," Dumbledore said, "the pair you overheard speaking about it, from the way you spoke about it, I take it you did not see whom it was, did you?" "No," Hermione and Harry said at once. "It was in the astronomy tower," Hermione said. "We heard them around the corner, but there was a heavy echo." "Neither of us could make out a voice," Harry asserted, lowering his head. Dumbledore said, thinking and looking at the pair of them for a moment. "This could be a stroke of good fortune, then." He rose, walking over to a cupboard, saying, "As it happens, an old friend has just returned a rather rare magical article that I had lent him." Harry and Hermione watched as the headmaster returned to his desk, delicately carrying a shallow basin. It was inscribed with runes around the edge and glowed a silvery light from the top. Only when he had set it on an empty corner did Harry see that the light was from a silvery light from within. It made Harry think of clouds shifting and flowing in and around the bowl, but never escaping, as though there was a roof holding it in, but it appeared open at the top. "This, Harry and Hermione," the old man said, his face lit by the pale light below him, "is a pensieve. It allows us to relive our memories and perceive things we may not have been able to properly at the time." "Can we find out whom we heard with that?" Harry asked, incredulous. "Perhaps, Harry," Dumbledore said. "If we are lucky. But, Professor," Hermione said, "if we couldn't be sure of the people talking when we were there, how would something based on our memories help?" "Memories are very strange things," Dumbledore said. "To the mind, they often lose many details, or at least we seem to. The pensieve allows us to draw in everything we experienced and look at it more carefully. You would be surprised what you may not recall. I have used it on many occasions to great effect." "So," Hermione asked, "how does it work, Professor? Did either of you hear more than the other?" Dumbledore asked, looking at the pair seriously. "Hermione reached the bottom of the stairs first," Harry said. "Only just before," she said, blushing. "Then," Dumbledore said, "might we use your memories, Miss Granger?" Will you hear my thoughts?" she asked, sounding uneasy. "Oh, no," Dumbledore said. "Fortunately, it does allow us that privacy." Only things we can see and hear will be preserved this way. Oh, okay, she said, looking between the two. If it could help. It could be of utmost importance, Dumbledore said. As you have both come, I can see it concerns you both, as well. Why yes, Hermione said. What do I have to do? Just concentrate on the memory. Think about what you can from before you heard them speaking, perhaps a minute before if you are able until after that memory is done, Dumbledore said. I will extract the memory with my wand. It will not hurt, I assure you. She closed her eyes, frowning and scrunching up her forehead. Are you concentrating? He asked. Can you see the whole scene in your mind? She nodded. Dumbledore took his wand, touched it to her temple and withdrew a substance that had the same shimmering, silvery quality as the swirling cloud in the pensieve. He carried it to the bowl and dropped it in. You can stop now, Dumbledore said, flicking the memory around with his wand in the pensieve. I think you have gotten us a good one. Now, shall we look at it? How, Professor? Harry asked. We will all put a finger into the pensieve and be drawn into her memory. We can watch it and look for anything you two might have missed the first time around. The two rose and approached the pensieve. Harry felt some fear rise up in him. He had never been drawn into a memory before, and this felt like something truly strange and magical. Swallowing that fear, he reached out with the other two and dipped his finger into the pensieve's depths. He felt a tug as though something in the bowl had grabbed his navel and was pulling him in. He couldn't resist or pull back and was immediately dropped into the astronomy tower on that stormy night from months ago. He found himself, Dumbledore, and Hermione standing on the stairs as Hermione worked her way down the steps. He, Harry, from the past, was just behind Harry. Everything felt surreal and unusual and seemed so much richer than anything he'd ever seen in his own memories. Now that he listened, he could hear the softer echo of voices down at the bottom of the stairs. Nothing was clear from here over the rush of the wind and rain against the tower walls. Harry wanted to say something, but Dumbledore put a finger to his lips pointedly for both of them to keep silent until it was over. They slipped down past the struggling Hermione, overburdened with a heavy bag, reaching the corner a few seconds before Hermione. The words could reach them from here, so Harry heard more than he had before. The staff are cautious, and they all have contributed to its protection, came a light-toned voice, hard to distinguish still, but Harry could recognize it was soft. That is no consequence, said a harsher, deeper-sounding voice. This one, even when straining to ignore the echo, sounded otherworldly. Harry was confused hearing it again. You first must get past the three-headed dog. Concentrate on that, and we will take down each of their pathetic traps. I don't know how to get past it, the first voice said again. Harry was aware that both Hermione and he had grouped up next to them. On impulse, he stuck his head around the corner. There was, after all, no chance that the people there could see either of them now. All he could see was the blurred image of a cloaked figure. The room itself appeared intact and normal, but there was something unfixed about the figure he could see. You will find a way, the second voice rasped. It will be done as I command. But, Master, the first voice trailed off, sounding despondent. This part reminded him of before. He couldn't pick out if the figure he could see was the one speaking or if it was hidden in the darkness beyond the next door. Only the stone can restore me as I was, the second said, angry. Get me the stone. We thought it was good fortune that it came to us here, the first said, whimpering, but it is better protected than at Gringotts. That is no excuse, the raspy voice said. Every trap can be broken, every trick can be foiled. You will find a way in. Yes, Master, said the first. Footsteps tapped their way down the stairs of the tower. Harry could see the blurred figure disappear and then the memory ended. With a rush, Harry felt as though he was flying up through the ceiling, landing on his feet in the office of Dumbledore, standing right next to Hermione and the headmaster, as before. Dumbledore looked concerned, and began to pace up and down while they watched. His expression changed to thoughtful and he stroked his beard a couple times. He mouthed phrases to himself, his eyes darting left and right as he went. Finally, he turned back to the other two. Did you notice anything different this time? Dumbledore asked. Nothing we didn't guess before, Hermione said. We assumed they were trying to get past Fluffy. Why was the figure blurred? Harry asked. I couldn't get a clear look at it. Dumbledore smiled. I think Hermione could answer that one. Because I never saw them directly, she said. I had forgotten. I almost walked into the room. I must have seen a flash of the cloaked figure but not enough to really understand what I was seeing. So, Harry said, the impression you saw was still in there, and your mind kept it in place while you thought the figure would be in view. That is what I surmise, as well, Dumbledore said. He sat down behind his desk again, crossing his fingers between each other under his chin. This has given me more than I had before, however. Thank you, both of you. Professor, Hermione said, why don't you move the stone now that you know someone is after it? I'm afraid, Dumbledore said, Miss Granger, that it may be in the safest place we can design for it. Why not Gringotts? Harry asked. They say there's no safer place to protect anything of worth, right sir? Dumbledore smiled, wryly. I thought so, too, he replied, but I was warned of an attempt to steal it in time to retrieve it from a vault that was broken into the same day. They broke into Gringotts? Hermione asked, looking astounded. You can see, Miss Granger, Dumbledore said, that whomever is looking for the stone will risk anything for it. A desperate enemy is the most dangerous. If you corner a snake, it will attack with venom. There was an unsettled silence as the three of them thought about the implications. Harry was at a loss for what to do. He looked over at Hermione with a worried expression mirrored closely in her own face. Dumbledore sat looking up at the ceiling, his expression impassive and his eyes closed. There was a far-off sound of bells. I fear I have kept you too long, Dumbledore said, looking back at the pair. You have classes, and I believe Professors McGonagall and Sprout would be upset if I kept their students long. Harry and Hermione gathered their things, still silent and worried. Do not be over-concerned, the headmaster said, coming around to lay a hand on their shoulders. This is my burden, not yours. You have told me what you know, and that has been a great help. Do not try to confront these figures, should you find yourself in a similar situation as before. They may certainly be dangerous and desperate. Should you hear anything, though, please, my door is always at your disposal, either of you. Thank you, Professor, Harry mumbled, feeling little better. Yes, Hermione said, we will let you know. Good, he said, smiling. Now, hurry on, to class, learning, and new discoveries. Why is 7 the most magical number? Asked the eagle on the door, its voice echoing impressively down the stair. That's all it keeps asking us, said a boy from in front of Harry in the queue. It's not a very normal riddle, is it? Riddles from the door to the Ravenclaw Tower were completely normal. What was unusual was the failure, so far, of 30 or so Ravenclaws to solve it. In the stair winding up to the door, a packed crowd of students waited for someone further back in the queue to figure out what it wanted. What have they tried again? Asked Michael from behind Harry. I heard they gave it examples of 7 in uses of potions and transfigurations, as well as magical creatures that clump in groups of 7, said one boy. I heard someone say they told it about mathematical factors related to arithmancy, a girl said. Have any 7th years made it up there yet? Harry asked. If anyone can solve this obscure riddle, one of them should. Harry had been racking his brains for an answer. It was unusual. There was no way, he could see, to make a logical argument around it. What he had heard was mostly what he would have put to the door, facts. But facts weren't what it was looking for, everyone could probably guess that. Their attempts were simply guesses to hopefully spur someone into realizing the solution. It wanted the reason why. What had caused 7 to interact in the way it did with the magical world? No one answered Harry as voices towards the front became angry and rude towards the door. A few banged a fist against the wooden surface in frustration. The eagle simply repeated, "Why is 7 the most magical number?" The hubbub continued for some time, but no one was able to think of a response that would open the door. The door remained adamant in its question, but betrayed no interest in the proceedings outside. The students, however, began to grow annoyed. They had given every reason anyone of them had thought of. From a first year's stammered thoughts to a 7th's confident attempt, all had been tried. The house was tapped out. As the time rolled onward, they grew louder, and more irritated by the others around them. Harry began to wish he could go back and walk around the corridors for a bit. It was becoming insufferably stuffy. Unfortunately, there were dozens of students between him and the bottom of the stair, and no one else was moving. Suddenly, the students behind Harry parted, crunching against the walls as though trying not to touch something hot in the middle. No one seemed to be complaining too much, but everyone was staring at the point where the students were parting. Harry moved before he could make out what was happening, but could see a black-robed figure moving through the crowd. As he passed, Harry could clearly see Professor Snape, his face expressionless, almost bored. His eyes darted to Harry briefly, but he didn't acknowledge Harry in any way. Reaching the front, Snape knocked on the great door. A couple students still stood by it, their hands extended in fists towards the door, forgotten. The door repeated its favorite phrase of the day, "Why is 7 the most magical number?" Professor Snape smiled rather unpleasantly, a smirk that all his students were familiar with. "I should have thought even a first year might have understood this. Clearly, I was mistaken. I believe the answer is, 7 is not the most magical number because magic is in equal parts to all numbers and signs, as it is beyond them. It is but we, wizards and witches, who prescribe meaning to signs." "Correct," the door said, opening without a sound. Snape turned around to the horde of Ravenclaws around him. "You could not answer the question," he said in a smug drawl, "because you accepted the premise of the question without any hesitation. You have known all your lives that 7 is the most magical number, but you never questioned if that was truth or where it came from. From now on, I suspect, some of you may." He shifted his cloak about his shoulders and departed, silently as he had come. Everyone watched him go, the door to the Ravenclaw dormitory sitting open. Only after he had gone did anyone move. As a mass, they filed into the common room and spread out. Some immediately headed up the stairs for their dormitories, some collapsed into chairs around the room. Everyone looked dejected, though. Harry couldn't blame them. "I feel like an idiot," he said to some of the other first years sitting near him. "I know what you mean," said Terry. "Professor Snape isn't even a Ravenclaw, and he made us all look like sodding Hufflepuffs." "Hufflepuffs aren't stupid," Harry said, irritated. "It just shows we have a lot to learn." "But he's a Slytherin," Anthony said. "They're not good at stuff like this." "He is a professor, though," Terry said. "They all just know stuff like this." "Experience," Harry said. "Any of the professors probably could have solved that." "Even Quirrell?" Anthony asked, raising an eyebrow. "Well," Harry said, maybe before he had gone on his trip around the world. He shrugged. "Do you think he meant something by that?" Terry asked, "that bit about accepting the premise. Was there something he wanted us to get from that besides the obvious?" "I'm not sure," Harry said, "it seemed pretty straightforward. We just accept what people tell us." "It is a school," Anthony said, "a lot of what we're taught we can't help but accept as is." "At least with magic," Harry said, "we can test out the techniques, see that they work." "But what if there are better ways to do things?" Terry asked. "How do you make a spell better than it is?" Anthony asked. "You say an incantation, focus a certain way, wave your wand a certain way, and voila." "I've never heard of a password no one in the tower could figure out," Harry muttered. "I wonder if the door does it once in a while to make a point." No one had an answer. They began working quietly on their schoolwork. It was later in the evening than they normally would have started working, and everyone was overloaded, as it was. Harry began his essay for Professor Snape, and while he wrote, his mind kept going back to Snape's words and to that moment when the professor glanced at him in passing. There was nothing in that look, but Harry thought maybe he had expected more of Harry. Had the professor actually thought Harry could do better than the rest of his house? He had a point, Harry, Hermione said as they chatted, walking to the library the next day. "Most people here don't think about alternatives." "Such as?" Harry asked. "Look at the Muggles," Hermione said. "They can't use magic, but for nearly everything wizards and witches do, they come up with a solution. Instead of the wizarding wireless, they harness electromagnetic frequencies to send signals around. Instead of broomsticks, they design airplanes that carry hundreds of people at a time. They're creative and inventive, always striving for something newer, better. What, and wizards don't? Harry asked. He looked out the window ahead of them, watching birds taking off from the edge of the forbidden forest. It was the tailing edge of winter, and some of the early birds had already begun their migrations. At least, that's what Harry thought to himself. Have the wizards come up with an alternative to Muggle television? Hermione asked, taking Harry's attention away from the birds. What's television? He asked, looking at her curiously. What's she began, surprised. Seriously. Sighing, she took a breath and continued, imagine you could see and hear something happening somewhere else either as it happens or later on. Now, imagine you could do this and millions of people could see the same thing, should they choose. How is that possible? Harry asked, startled. Muggles do this. That must use magic. They use technology to send the images and sounds to people around the country and around the world, Hermione said. In some ways, Muggles are far more advanced than wizards and witches. We have gotten too complacent, wizards I mean. I suppose you're right, Harry said. Most of the spells we learn were developed hundreds to thousands of years ago. Potions, as well. It is pretty dangerous to create something new, Hermione said. Many who try are hurt, you know. But danger is half the fun, the twins said as one, sitting on either side of Harry and Hermione. Harry and Hermione turned to look at the twins sitting beside them. They had matching smiles, but looked less clever or smug than usual. They saw the looks of tiredness on the other two faces and held up their hands. Look, Fred said, we're done trying to convince you two, okay? We wanted to apologize for bothering you so much, George said, sounding as serious as a Weasley twin evidently could. And you're giving up your plan? Harry asked. You know it would be nice to have that kind of money, Fred said. It would be really useful in going out there with some collateral to aid us, George said. You know, when we finish school and all this, Fred stated. But, Harry asked. But, Fred said, like you said, creating is dangerous. And, George added, like I said, that makes it fun. So, Harry said, are you saying you want to make a philosopher's stone? No, Fred said, chuckling. We'll make our own fortune, George said. How exactly? Hermione asked. That doesn't matter at the moment, Fred said. What matters, George added, is what we should do about the stone. We told Dumbledore about it, Harry said, flatly. He listened to us, but I don't think he's going to do anything. As we all thought, Fred said. How, then, should we protect the stone? George asked. Do we have to? Hermione asked. Do we have to actually protect it? Of course we do, George whispered. It's the duty of all Gryffindors to protect and help, Fred said, putting his fist across his chest. After a second, he looked at Harry, saying, and Harry can help, as well. Wait, Harry said, how do we know you're not going to try to get the stone now that we're supposed to protect it? Harry, Fred exclaimed. How could you besmirch our reputation? You think we would go back on our word? George asked. Technically, you haven't given your word, Hermione pointed out. Fine, Fred and George said as one, we promise, on our honor, not to take the stone. Harry looked at Hermione. She was looking at the other two. What do you think, Hermione? He asked. I think, she said, looking between the two, that they're being honest. All right, Harry said, but if you do go for the stone, we'll let the staff know. And your mum, Hermione said, smiling, smugly. You're dirty, you are, Fred said, smirking at Hermione. That's why we like you, though, Hermione answered. George, sitting next to Harry, moved around him and grabbed Hermione by one shoulder while Fred grabbed her other one. She seemed to shrink beneath them. You in? Fred asked, looking more excited than Harry had ever seen them. Gryffindors united, George cried. Hush, came a voice from around the library stack near them. Gryffindors united, George repeated, much more quietly. Hermione began. Fine, but we're not doing anything dangerous. Dumbledore said we shouldn't try to confront the people going after it, anyway, Harry replied. So we should be careful. Of course, George said, patting Harry and Hermione on their shoulders. We'll be as safe as a stone. Considering several people are after this one, Hermione said, I don't think that assures me too much. Ah, but it will be all the safer for us protecting it, Fred said, raising his hand dramatically. The question, Harry said, if we are all agreed to go into this, is how can we protect it? The professors have plenty of protections in place, Hermione added. What could we add that they have not? Fred shook his head, saying, and here we were thinking Hermione Granger, proponent of the wizarding world becoming more creative, would be glad for a chance to try. A shame, really, George said. First, Harry said, thinking quickly, if we want to stop them, we should be able to tell if someone is going after it, right? Makes sense, Hermione said, but how can we do that? There are spells to send alarms, Harry said. They let you know if someone opens a door or enters an area. How is that new and creative? Fred asked. I just had a thought, Harry said. Hermione, can you tell us more about this television thing that Muggles have? Harry, came a voice from down the hallway. He turned about to see Amanda charging toward him, her face angry. He cringed, and racked his brain for what he could have done. Quidditch was the next evening, wasn't it? They were still in the middle of classes for the day, so there was no way she could expect him at the pitch right now. He had done well at the last practice, too. She had said so, and even the chaser Gordon, rare in open praise for Harry, had patted him on the back. So, what was it? Why yes, he said, questioning. You know well what, she said, stopping in front of him. You are loyal to the team, aren't you? Yeah, Harry replied, giving her an odd look. What's this about? I have no idea. I hear you've been holed up lately with the beaters for the Gryffindor team, she said. It sounded more like a demand than a statement. Yes, Harry asked. Is it against school rules to talk to people in other houses? No, she cried, but you know how it looks. They're deep in the council of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, who, by the way, aren't doing too badly this year. They lost to Slytherin, Harry said, pointed. I'm not sure they're in the running, even if I did have some ridiculous scheme to hurt the team I play on. We're playing them in 2 days, she said, looking even more frazzled. We could easily be in the same boat next week. Look, Harry said, trying to remain calm, Captain, I'm not going to sabotage our team. I was chosen to play for Ravenclaw, and I consider that a great honor and opportunity. I want to win. Well, okay, she said, but you probably shouldn't go running off with a bunch of Gryffindor team members when we've got a tight season going on. She looked desperate, like she was trying to throw one last admonition at him. What is the real problem? He asked. Cause, being friends with other houses is better, as far as I can see, than having them jinxing us in the hallways before the match. You saw what happened last year between the Slytherins and Hufflepuffs. It got nasty around a Quidditch game. Would you rather I go and trip jinx the twins, starting a war between the two houses months before our match? No, Amanda said, I didn't mean that. I just mean, think about the perceptions, you know. You're one of our rising stars, and they're well-known pranksters. You see what I mean? No, I don't, he said, angry. Perception. I dove off my broom in the last match to catch the snitch. Sure, I had to get off the broom for my safety, but I didn't have to dive when I did or in front of a charging opposing seeker. Does that give the impression I'm trying to help another house win the cup? She said, trailing off, looking cowed in front of his sudden anger. I didn't mean, I just... What? He asked loudly enough to turn heads further down the hallway. Quieter, he repeated, what is it, really? Are you afraid we'll lose Saturday? This is the best the team has performed. The bell rang. Her eyes darting, Amanda took off down the hall, shouting, think about what I said, behind her. Harry stood there a second before shaking his head. He was fairly speechless. It made absolutely no sense, but none of his arguments on that point had gotten through to her, clearly. Ever since the first match, she had seemed more and more stressed, but he had never seen Amanda looking that worried. He began to wonder again, what had caused this change in mood. Running footsteps down the hall snapped him out of his reverie, and he rushed off to class, determined to find out what was going on later. Sorry I'm late, Harry said, joining the trio who rounded out the co-conspirators. They were meeting in their usual back corner of the library, working on the security and protection spells for keeping the stone safe. Harry found, spending less time fretting about what others would do freed them up to more time to research and plan than he would have imagined. They still had plenty of time to finish homework, excusing the fact that the twins probably wouldn't do it at all. Something, too, felt so exciting about working together, and not just as a team but a team doing something useful. "Harry, we'll have to start issuing demerits," Fred said, sternly. "As your punishment," George added, nodding in a solemn way, "look into the issue we're having around the continuity of the view. It keeps dropping immediately upon trigger." "The original spell was only supposed to return an instant warning," Hermione groaned. "It wasn't created with any thought on something more long in duration." "Maybe we're basing it on the wrong spell," Harry said, dropping his bag on the floor and taking a spot between Fred and Hermione. "I was thinking on the way over here that the idea could use some of the components of the only other known projection spell of duration." "What's that?" Hermione asked. She had bags under her eyes. Harry suspected she had been losing more sleep over this problem than any of them. "You know when people use the flow network to speak?" Harry asked. "Yes, Harry," Fred said, "but that physically transports the head to the other location." "Sort of," Harry said. "It brings the head most of the way, but projects from a section of the network called the cluster hub for communication. It saves them on magical energy needed to bring the head all the way unless an exit is sought. If you dive in, there is no back channel connection to the original location, so the network interprets that as a transport signal and acts differently." "What?" George asked. "You're confusing the hell out of me. You heard about the arrest of the dashing McQuillum, right?" Harry asked. "Who?" Hermione asked. "The thief," Fred said. "He was a legend," George said. "He could sneak into any house and escape with anything he wanted." "But did you hear how he was caught?" Harry asked, looking between the twins. "I remember it was something to do with the flow network, but don't remember what," George answered. "Me neither," Fred added. "He was sneaking in via flow," Harry said. "He'd use it to look in, call out to test if anyone heard him and came running. If they didn't, he'd know the house was empty, and he'd run off with everything he could grab." A clever detective with the magical law enforcement realized how this was being done and worked with the Flow Authority to intercept him when he stopped to call out in one of the dozen or so wealthy wizarding family homes they monitored. As he was only as far as the hub, the detective was able to use an interflock connect to capture him while he was still halfway through. It also led officers directly back to his house where all of the money was stashed. "So what?" Fred asked. "Are we going to try to catch these guys in the flow network?" "The what," Harry said, "is that the projection spell might be a useful one to work with." Wait, George said, scratching his head. "I've seen people pass things through the fire to someone talking. I swear Mum has given Dad some toast that way." "By putting the toast completely in the fire," Harry said, "it is released into the flow stream and intercepted by the head sitting at the hub." "How do you know all of this, Harry?" Hermione asked, looking impressed. Harry pulled a book out of his bag, The Flow Network, Design and Implementation Stratagems, and smiled. "I was reading about it earlier today, just out of curiosity, and found the bit about the projection. It's worth a shot, at least." "Sounds good to me," Fred said, flipping through a book sitting on the bench. After a moment, he sat up looking horrified. He said, "George, what has happened to us?" "Studying," George said, shuddering dramatically. "We've been infected." "I hardly think researching spells to incapacitate someone," Hermione said, looking smug, "counts as normal studying." "True that, my own," George laughed. "Pass me that book on magical Chi blocking. You two are going to be dangerous at this rate," Harry said, chuckling as he dug back into the book, looking for information on the spell. They settled in, fully quiet for a few minutes. Each of them was researching something different. Harry and Hermione had split the task of working out the intricacies of the magical alert view as it was his idea and she had experience with the Muggle equivalent. Both Fred and George had taken on their own pet projects with other forms of protection. Harry enjoyed the close work, and loved the challenges their occasional questions always entailed. It was like working on a complex puzzle with invisible pieces. When one would appear, there was the excitement of discovery followed by the uncertainty of how to proceed. "Harry!" cried someone walking in, jolting them all out of their work. Glancing up, Harry saw it was Amanda, again. "Yes?" he asked, trying to sound calm and curious. He had known it would be a matter of time before she showed up here after their last interaction. She had shown faster than even he had expected. "What did we discuss before?" she asked, loudly. Her face was red and Harry could see she was one breath from shouting. "You were upset I was interacting with people outside of my house," he replied. "I confirmed, again, that I will play my best at Quidditch, as always, and then asked you what worried you so much. Did you come here to answer my question?" "No, I didn't come here to," she snarled, clearly furious. "You shouldn't be fraternizing with the enemy." She pointed at the twins who watched with odd expressions on their faces. "We're not even playing them this week," Harry protested, "and even if we were, it still wouldn't be any of your business whom I want to be friends with. I give my all when I play out on the pitch. If I wasn't trying, you'd have something to bother you. Can you honestly say I'm letting the team down?" She stuttered, looking really flustered. "Did a Slytherin put you up to this?" Fred asked from behind Harry. What?" she demanded, looking daggers at Fred. "Are they trying to mess with your team dynamics coming up to your game?" George asked. "They've tried that with Gryffindor before, but would rather kick them than listen to them. You two stay out of this," she shouted, her face looking more demented than previously. "You're a horrible influence on him. I don't know what sort of prank you're up to, but it stops here. I won't have my team members learning from the likes of you." "As far as influences are concerned," Fred said, looking put off, "you're doing a spot-on job towards making Harry an angry jerk. And, for your information," George said, "we're working on Harry's idea. Not the other way around." "Why you?" Amanda began, growing a deeper shade of red. "Please," Harry said, putting his arms out between the twins and Amanda, "let's calm down before anyone says something they later regret." Amanda looked like she wanted to say something more, but Harry quickly said, "Please, take a seat." He waved at a free chair in the corner. "There's no need to stand or shout, especially if you don't want Madam Pants to boot you." She looked at it as though something disgusting was sitting in the chair, but did not resume shouting. Hermione spoke up. "Miss Braun," she said. Amanda looked over at her, the glare a less distinct glint towards this unknown person. "I'm not involved in Quidditch. I wouldn't watch the games if I didn't know people who played. What we're working on has nothing at all to do with Quidditch." Amanda sat down, ignoring the others for a moment. "What are you working on, then?" the Ravenclaw team captain asked. Hermione, relieved that the girl had seemingly calmed a bit, answered, "We're looking into spells for protection." Harry had an interesting idea around warning people about someone breaking into their house with a visual moving image of the person. "What?" Amanda asked. "Why would you care about that at school? No one is going to break into Hogwarts." "It's possible," Harry said, tentatively, "but it has more implications outside of Hogwarts. Out in the real world." They all found themselves looking out the window with him, their eyes following the path of his as they scanned the deepening blue of the coming twilight. He saw something they didn't, a world safer, more informed. "But why did you have this idea?" she asked. "And why are you working with Gryffindors on it?" "I told him about this thing Muggles have called a television where," Hermione began. "I know what a television is," Amanda cut her off. "I have a Muggle uncle." "Well," Harry said, "I thought that as we don't have anything like that in the magical world, it would be possible to use magic to create something like that." "But if there aren't any spells that do that," Amanda said, thoughtful, "what are you going to do, just make some up?" "There are spells," Fred added quietly, "which do parts of what we're looking at. Some that transport warnings, others that produce live images," George said. "It's like putting puzzle pieces together." "So, why are you worrying about this now?" she asked. "You're all far away from graduating." Fred grinned, seeming to realize something himself. He glanced at George, who now shared the smile. "If we leave school with ideas that could make the wizarding world better," Fred began. And no one else has tried it, George continued. Harry broke in, then we'll have something to dedicate ourselves to right out of school. Who wants a boring ministry job, anyway? Fred said, sounding as though he were discussing a nasty bit of rubbish. Tedious, George agreed. And you all just got to it, just like that? Amanda asked, sounding impressed. How did you learn to create things? We do have the full library at our disposal, Harry said, smiling. It came naturally enough when we studied the theories. See, Hermione asked. This has nothing to do with your Quidditch team. Amanda seemed to tense up at the mention of the team. Please, Harry said, his face serious again, what is bothering you about the team? If you don't want to discuss in front of other house members because of strategy or whatever, that's fine, but you should tell the team, at least. The anxiety appeared to wash back over her face. Harry got the distinct impression that she was poised to run away again. He didn't think he could stop her if she tried, but he wanted to face this now. He could rest easier if he understood, that was all he really wanted, to understand. Do you want to step out to talk? He asked, concern firmly impressed in all his features. We have a big game coming up. We don't need one of our star beaters out of form. She paused, putting a hand to her head. She began. I heard a rumor that someone on the team was going to betray us and try to make us lose. But why would someone on our team want us to lose? Harry asked. It sounded stupid, at first, she continued. But I keep hearing it from other people. I come into classrooms and hear the team mentioned, but when I am visible, they just go quiet. I don't think you know how that feels. You start wondering if it is true. What if someone is trying to sabotage our game? Someone already tried that, Harry said. They nearly dropped me out of the sky, but I survived and won the game. And this time there will be more measures to protect us. If anyone tries anything, the professors will put a stop to it. I know, Amanda said, looking morose. They have told me that, too, but what if someone gets hurt? It would be my fault. If you fell and hurt yourself, again, it would be my fault. I shouldn't have put you on the team. Harry's the best seeker you've had in ages, Fred cried. I don't think I've seen a single seeker who could have caught that one at the last match. The whole school is excited to see what he will do next, George agreed. You shouldn't pull him from the team because he could be hurt, Hermione said, quietly. He wants to play. He was the one who fell last time. He knows the risks. I do, Harry said, reaching over to take Amanda's shoulder. I keep my wand on me, too, at matches and practice. If I'm in danger, I will protect myself out there. I know, she said. But what about the rumors? Do you think anyone would try to make us lose? Yeah, Fred said, nodding solemnly. Of course, George added, looking at her as though it were the most obvious thing in the world. Who? She asked. The Slytherin team, of course, Fred answered. Who benefits if you lose? Wouldn't you, too? She asked, her voice not accusatory, but upset. We lost to the Slytherins, Fred said. Our best chance with the cup is for the Slytherins to lose their other matches and for us to do better in ours. Oh, true, she said, sniffing. Sorry. I didn't meant to get so upset with you, Harry. She looked at him, tears in her eyes. Turning to the others, she said, and you three, I'm so sorry. I don't know how I can make it up to you. Do you know any spells we could use to stop someone who is breaking into a place? Fred asked, his eyes full of laughter. I've just cast them, Fred said, proudly. Did you remember? Harry began. Yes, George replied. He followed all of your steps. Relax. All right, Harry said. It's just new. We want to make sure it works. Stop worrying, Harry, Fred said. We're protecting the place. What could go wrong? Hermione, Harry called, catching her attention. Harry, she asked, shouldn't you be headed for the pitch? Yes, he said. I was on my way. Fred set up the spells this morning. Are they working? She asked, looking at the twins. Of course, Fred exclaimed. Just you see. When someone makes a go for the stone we'll see them. I hope so, Harry said. Anyway, I'll see you all after the game. Break a leg, Harry, George called after him. After Hermione glared at him, his smile deepened, and he added, "Not literally, this time." The others wished him luck as he left the hall, and he ran halfway down to the pitch, arriving at the changing room with the others. They were in a cheery mood, except for Amanda, who was rather quiet. "We'll smash 'em," Harry tossed on as he came even with the others. "Thought we'd lost out Seeker," Cynthia said, snickering. "Never fear," cried Harry, "I wouldn't miss this for the world." "Just please avoid such dramatics this time, Harry," Amanda said, a dark sarcasm in her voice. "We appreciate the effort, but I think the collective hearts on the team would prefer less stress." "I'll do my best," he said. They changed quickly and looked over to their captain for the traditional pregame speech. She was quiet for a moment, looking over her team members. Harry wondered if she was still trying to work out who would betray the team. He honestly couldn't see anyone there as someone willing to throw the game. Harry thought about their competition, too. The Slytherin team had a decent amount of muscle, but they played in a way that worked well for them. Terence, the Seeker, was pretty good for a house that traditionally just scraped by in that position. The Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors had had better ones for the last decade, including the Gryffindor hero, Charlie Weasley. Harry was still surprised he had decided to work with dragons instead of going pro. Amanda said, "This team is in the best position in 5 years against the Slytherins. We have all proven our worth this year, and are each more than capable of beating our opponents. They are tough and smart in the way they play the game. Tough tactics and brushing carefully by the rules have served them well, and we can expect no less this time. We're both going into this with no losses, and only one of us can leave that way. Go out there and make sure it is our team. The winner of this game should have the cup in the bag, so you go and make sure that is us. We can do it, we 7. We represent the hopes and dreams of years of Ravenclaws, so long unfulfilled. Make their and our dreams come true. Let's kick some Slytherin butt." "Yeah," they cried as one, grabbing their brooms and piling out into the field. Lee Jordan, a Gryffindor in the twins' year, was announcing their names as they appeared, but Harry hardly heard him. The crowd roared with its usual excitement. Looking around, he could see his dorm mates among the Ravenclaws, and the twins sitting beside Hermione over among the Gryffindors. He waved to them and all of the audience as he moved towards the center of the pitch. They took to the air as the balls were released and the game began. The chasers and keepers were in a quick frenzy, battling from the first moments for those early points which could matter in the overall Quidditch rank. The Seeker made the biggest difference, but a poor point showing could be the reason one team made third versus second place. Harry and Terence hovered above it all. While he searched, Harry couldn't help hoping that the spells the instructors cast would work should he have another reason to abandon his broom. The new Nimbus 2000, however, flew like a dream, effortlessly turning and speeding along each side. It was no different than it had been in practice, but seeing it compete against another Seeker's broom made Harry feel proud. The score was tied at 50-50 when he first saw the snitch. It was floating around near the Ravenclaw goals. Launching himself forward, Harry felt the air whistle past in a dive. The snitch had hardly moved and he could sense Terence behind, too far behind. 2 bludgers flew at him as he dived, and he avoided both but had to cut around the chasers as they blazed by. When he came back around, the snitch had gone. Frustrated, Harry flew back above the action, followed by his Seeker shadow. The game below had, however, turned in the Ravenclaw favor. Their chasers had put up a colossal fight and made 3 more goals, and the team now led by 30. Harry swooped back around, his eyes scanning below for any glint of gold, determined not to let it get away from him this time. The green below him was interrupted by blurs of blue and a darker green as the players flew past. Then, his view was blocked by an enormous vision. All he could see was the corridor on the 3rd floor where Fluffy was kept, and his ears were overwhelmed by the sound of some sort of music. It sounded like a wooden flute playing a random sort of melody. No matter where he turned his head, Harry couldn't shake the image. Someone had gone for the stone already. But who, and why now? Was it because everyone was at the game? "Ah, that'll do, came Hagrid's voice magnified 100 times. Harry could see Fluffy lying sleepily as Hagrid entered, lowering his flute with one hand. "Got tear get ya fed, 'fore I head down tear the game," Hagrid said. "Don, tell Dumbledore I forgo, Fluffy. Just a secret, tween you and me." He stepped forward and the two spells Harry knew would be activated sprung. He knew they would hit Hagrid at once, but he couldn't do anything from here. One spell blasted his flute and food bowl from his hands while the other hoisted him up in the air. The idea had been to catch whomever went for the stone and disarm them. Without a wand and held up in the air, a wizard or witch would be unable to escape easily before the four of them could arrive with a professor or two. They hadn't thought about catching someone feeding Fluffy. Other noise around him brought Harry back to the present. He had a game to win, the others could go help Hagrid. He pulled out his wand, and said, "Finite." The vision disappeared for a second before returning immediately. His next several attempts ended up the same. He couldn't get rid of the images. Between the gaps, he could hear wild sounds from the crowd but not enough to understand what had happened. He had no choice. Curving in a direction he thought was away from the center of the pitch, Harry began to descend. Taking care to go slow, he lowered himself to the ground, all the while trying to think of how he could get out of this. The spell was reactivating every time Hagrid was detected in the room, a problem they had not foreseen. Standing now, Harry felt safe enough to try something different. He set the broom down and walked away from it, stumbling his way until he was far enough away. Hagrid still hung in the air, but Fluffy began to stir, growling loudly. Seeing this, Hagrid began to call for help in an off-key sing-song voice. Raising his wand, Harry cast Dispellio Radium, hoping it would block the spell's interference without preventing him from riding his broom. To his relief, it worked. His vision cleared and the constant calls for help from Hagrid faded. To his dismay, though, his vision cleared just in time for him to witness Terence soaring toward his teammates with the snitch tucked carefully between his fingers. The Ravenclaws were descending on the other side of the pitch, looking dismal in defeat. None of them approached him or even seemed to look in his direction. All of the professors, however, approached him with the twins and Hermione in tow, each of them looking shamefaced behind the anger of the staff. "Potter," McGonagall said, her voice as furious as he had ever heard it, "come with me at once." They hurried off of the pitch and up to the castle. It all happened in such a short span that Harry was surprised to find himself standing in Dumbledore's office with his broom clutched tightly in his hands. He looked around and noticed that most of the professors had left, only McGonagall, Flitwick, and Snape had remained. They appeared to be waiting for someone. The other three were silent, and Harry could see the terror in Hermione's eyes. They probably reflected his own much more than the twins who were used to trouble. Their faces were unreadable. "I cannot believe, of all the foolishness," McGonagall began to say, rounding on them. She stopped when the door opened, suddenly. Dumbledore entered, passing through them as calm as can be. He took his seat before looking up at the group. He stated, simply, "Hagrid has been released from the spell, no real worse for the wear. I have removed the spells, so we should not expect a repeat of the situation. Now, explain." His eyes had moved from the professors while explaining what he had done to focus now on the four of them. Harry felt those familiar, piercing blue eyes look deep into his own. There was no anger, no rebuttal, just disappointment. That stung more than seeing McGonagall so angry. Harry began, glancing over at the others and seeing how tight-lipped they had become. "I had the idea for the view spell. It was meant to warn us if someone was going after the stone. It worked, except there was no way to easily stop the image. That was all my fault." "And the other spells?" the headmaster asked. "We wanted to disarm and stop anyone intruding," George said. "I think we owe Hagrid a bit of an apology," Fred said, scratching his ear and flicking a wry smile that melted from his face at the expression on McGonagall's. "It was all my fault," Harry said. "I came up with the main idea and encouraged the others. If anyone deserves punishment, it is me." "You think we're only upset about Hagrid?" Professor McGonagall asked, still furious. "He'll shake this off, no worse off than after any prank those two have ever pulled." "Then what?" Harry asked, confused. "I should have expected none of you would notice," Snape said, his voice venomous. You revealed how to get past Fluffy. Everyone could hear Hagrid play the flute and sing to calm the beast. Even he wouldn't give that away so lightly. Did you think we had not thought of using other spells to ensnare an intruder? McGonagall asked. Did you really think you were smarter than the staff? Did you even think about the danger you put yourselves in? We weren't in danger, Fred said. After a look from McGonagall, he amended, well, maybe Harry was a bit, but Quidditch is always dangerous. I entered the room without being stopped, Harry said, and none of you seemed aware of it. What if a more powerful wizard entered and began by removing all of the spells in the way? McGonagall asked. It would have been useless and made feeding Fluffy more difficult. Depending too much on one form of magic would not have helped us ultimately, Flitwick intoned, wisely. But you do have other protections, right? Harry asked. Of course, foolish boy, McGonagall said, but you have cost us more than you know. Everyone could see the spell appeared in front of you Flitwick said. Anyone after the stone will see you as a threat. You might as well have painted, kill me, signs to your back. Professor Snape added. Any advantage that nearly worthless warning spell might have had is lost now that everyone has seen it. They would disable it immediately, McGonagall said. I'm sorry, Harry said, adamantly. We're all sorry, Hermione said, speaking for the first time. It was foolish to act alone, especially with untested spells. We won't do it again. Be that as it may, McGonagall said, I expected better from all of you. To think 3 Gryffindors would do such a thing. And, Harry, Flitwick said, I had hoped you could come to me, at least. There was a hard silence while the messages from the professors sunk in. Harry lowered his head. He could see Hermione looked as upset as he felt, but the twins looked annoyed, almost ready to say something in anger. McGonagall, especially, seemed upset with them. Dumbledore may have sensed this or had other thoughts in his head, for he interrupted the quiet, saying, as concerning as these developments are, I can see they had the good of the school at heart. Their only fault is perhaps an overabundance of enthusiasm. We, with our worldly experiences, can often forget how little we may once have thought things through. Harry and Hermione looked up, seeing a soft smile on his face. Therefore, he continued, I do not recommend any punishment for this offense. It is, of course, up to your heads of house to decide. Neither of them spoke, watching the headmaster. Flitwick furrowed his brow and McGonagall pushed her spectacles up with her right hand. After a time, they both nodded. Perhaps, squeaked Professor Flitwick said, they can assist us in updating the security, as punishment. As long as they don't take anything further into their own hands, McGonagall finished. If you 4 have learned that lesson, then I agree with Phileas. Excellent, Dumbledore said, as I had thought. Your time might be better spent in planning with us than in detention taking down lines. Thank you, professors, Harry and Hermione replied. Even the twins looked more interested than before. But first, Dumbledore said, tell me about this image spell. It may prove helpful, after all. Hermione sat down in a huff, dropping her bag beside her chair and pausing before she pulled out one of her books. Standing up, she looked around again, checking quickly through the library. Disappointed, she sat back down and looked out of the window for a moment before looking around her niche wistful. Digging into her bag, Hermione banged it on the table and worked on an essay for Transfiguration. It was easy, she could have finished it in a trice, but still, something made her feel tired and uninterested in her favorite topic at Hogwarts. She slowly drudged her way through it, going on by pure willpower. Homework had lost something. For the first time, Hermione found herself wishing she had just elected to skip out on class work and just sent word to the professors that she was feeling unwell. Of course, she knew that Madame Pomfrey would insist on seeing her, and how long can you get away with pretending illness with the resident healer poking around? She might be ill enough, though, if she let things go on like this, but she didn't want to think about that. Sighing, she finished the paper, tossing it on her pile. She still got through all of her work, but it just wasn't the same, not since. Oi, Granger, came an irritating voice from behind. Yes, she asked, not containing her irritation, but turning around, regardless. The trio of terror, Draco and his cronies stood there, menacing as always. With a look of disgust, she turned back to her work, saying, "Go away. I have work to do." "Temper, temper," Draco said, snatching one of her books off the table. When she turned to reach for it, he just smirked. "Not so tough without your little posse around, are you, Mudblood?" Her eyes narrowed. "I see you never seem to lose yours," she said. "I'm sure they have a cream for that." She snatched at her book, but caught only air. "Can I have my book back?" "Still haven't learned your place, though," Draco said, shaking his head. "Mudbloods aren't worth the ground we step on, are they, boys?" He laughed, flicking a look at the other two, who, on cue, guffawed like a pair of puppets. "What does that even mean?" Hermione asked, not confident she even wanted to know. "That's the problem with mudbloods," Draco said, shaking his head. "They just don't grow up knowing the order of things. Well, let me have the pleasure of informing you. First, there are the purebloods." He bowed before proceeding. "We come from a long, unbroken line of wizards and witches, a proud tradition and history. Ours is the set the others look up to, the ones who led and work for the tireless good of real witches and wizards." A pair of voices laughed in an exaggerated style. So true," Fred said. "Did you mention the largely inbred bit?" "That's my favorite part," George said. "If you were interested in this git," he added to Hermione, "he's probably taken by one of his cousins." "Unless he has a sister," Fred said. "What the hell?" Draco sputtered. "You're purebloods, too, idiots." "Yeah, but we're not interested in our sister," Fred said. "Our cousins," George added. "That's just sick, man," Fred continued. I never said I," Draco said. "Shut up." "Also," Fred said, "in case you were thinking about it. Especially as we are somehow," George gave a disgusted look, "probably related to you." They both shuddered dramatically, and finished at once, "Our sister is off limits." "Capiche?" Fred asked, glaring down at Draco. "Oh bugger off," Draco said, stalking off himself with his silent statues. "Sorry we took so long," Fred said after they had gone. "We didn't see they were coming after you until it was too late," George said. "What was he talking about?" she asked, not to be deterred. "Mudblood, pureblood, and all that. Some of the more," Fred said, pausing to think of the right word. "Bastardly, ignorant, dumb, inbred," George offered. "Draco-like," Fred decided, continuing, "of the wizard and witch kind value long bloodlines of wizardry. They see themselves above the others, especially Muggle-borns, such as yourself." "They call you," George said, frowning. "Only, civilized people don't like to say it." "Mudblood," Hermione finished. "I see. It means dirty blood," Fred said. "The idea," George said, "is that their blood isn't as good as the purebloods, and neither are people with mixed blood, half-bloods, they call them." "From what our mum said about Harry's family," Fred said, "he is what they would call a half-blood. His mum was a Muggle-born and his dad was of an old wizarding family," George said. "I'm not sure if he was pureblood or not," Fred said. "But we all know it's a load," George cut in. "I mean, look at our little group. One Muggle-born, 2 purebloods, and a half-blood. And we did things that had never been done," Fred said. "So don't you let that get you upset about it." Hermione took all this in, her face hardening at the facts of it. She was going to be seen as underclass by some, and not just Draco. The mention of Harry made it worse. She wished he could have been here to help intervene. She wished he would at least speak to her. The other two must have seen her expression and understood it wasn't all about Draco. "Look," Fred said, putting a hand on her shoulder, "he's being a bit stupid right now." "He'll come around," George said. "I expect he's just a bit upset, is all." "Upset?" she asked, feeling tears well up. "How does he think this makes the rest of us feel? We're partly responsible, and it's not like he did it alone or for the reasons they." "We know, Hermione," George said, joining his brother in taking her shoulder. "He's had to carry the brunt of it, though, and though we wished he would come to us. All we can do is wait for him to come to us," Fred finished. "But it's not fair," she said, shrugging her shoulders up to lose their hands. She stalked back and forth in the niche. He did everything he could for that stupid game. Anyone could see he was unable to see. He even tried to break the spell a few times. You know he made the same arguments, Fred said. And most people might have believed him, George said. But Amanda was not happy, Fred said. Little twit. Can't the professors? She began. I think they're just shy of agreeing with her, George said. And it was her decision, after all, Fred said. She is still the captain. But to kick him off the team for that? Hermione asked. He saved the game in the first one. It's not just her, George said. Apparently the whole team is talking about how they are better off without him. Looking forward to beating their sorry, Fred stopped, breathing deep. Let's just say, I was looking forward to a good competition with them in our game. Now, it'll be playing the people who booted Harry from the team, George said, sounding angry. Maybe they'll let him back on next year, Hermione said, hopeful. Well, Fred said, thoughtfully, leaning against the table, a number of their team will be graduating. He's got a fair shot, at least. And, George added, he is still the best choice. We've seen his replacement. Complete rubbish. Hermione sighed. I hope he comes around soon, she muttered. Come on, let's get dinner. I don't feel much like studying at the moment. She packed up her things with a little help from the twins and headed down the stairs. Hermione was lost in thought for a few minutes as they made their way to the Great Hall. Suddenly, she stopped. The twins walked on past, still joking about something. They were a few paces on before they noticed something was off. Hermione, they asked as one. What is it, George? She said, her eyes narrowing. You said you only saw they were coming after me when it was too late. Yeah, he said, scratching his head. Sorry about that. No, she said, what I mean is, how did you see them? We came into the library and, Fred started to explain. No, she said, if you had seen them when they were just approaching, you would have been able to interrupt them the moment they showed up. I think Draco was bothering me for a bit before you showed up. We were slowed up by some first years who were, George started. Being a bother, Fred ended. I don't buy it, Hermione said, putting a hand on one hip. You two have the best timing I've ever seen. And, why were you in the library to begin with? Well, George said, lamely, maybe we caught the study bug. Really? Hermione said, laughing. You two, what are you hiding? Nothing, they both said too quickly. Oh, no, she said, you are hiding something. I can't believe I didn't see it before. How do you get around so quickly, find people so easily? We know the school as well as anyone, Fred said, bowing. Masters of the school building and grounds, George said, bowing with his twin. I'd almost say, she said, tilting her head. I'd almost say you had some sort of map. That's crazy talk, Fred said. The spells protecting the school wouldn't allow such a thing, surely, George said. Yeah, too complex, Fred said. Oh, it is a map, then, is it? Hermione said, excited. Can I see it? What map? Fred and George said together. I'd imagine one of you has it on him, she answered. So, it can't be too big. It would have to be easily hidden, too. Brilliant. Fred, George whispered. I don't think she's listening to us, mate. No, she said, smiling broadly. I'm listening well, that's how I can tell. Tell what? Fred asked, sounding less sure of himself than before. That you have some sort of map of Hogwarts, Hermione stated. Let's see it then. Why are the first years so bossy? Fred asked aloud. Back in our day, George said, we led humble, simple lives, dedicated to helping the school and learning. Hermione burst out laughing and it continued, unabated until she was on the floor, gasping for breath. I reckon Hermione might have needed a laugh, Fred said to his twin. We've been slacking in that department, for sure, George replied. When she was able to stand again without giggling, Hermione said, all right, you've had your laugh. Out with the map. You had the laugh, Fred said. Fred Weasley, she said, hand on hip and face set in a way they had never seen it. You show me that map right now or I will write your mother about it. But, Fred began. She doesn't know where our mum lives, George said, though he didn't sound sure. You, Fred sputtered. Fine, we've taught her too well. Muttering something that sounded like, bloody Gryffindor girls sheesh, Fred pulled out an old-looking bit of parchment, looking about for anyone else around. When the coast was clear, he tapped it with his wand saying, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, and the surface quickly changed, revealing hundreds of lines that crisscrossed, forming a map, that is, of the school. Hermione took the map and studied it. To her wonder, she could see the names of people moving to and fro around the hallways on the map. Looking up, she asked, You can see the people on the map? Yes, of course, Fred said. What use would it be if it didn't? It's been loads of use in getting around Filch and other professors when we want to, George added. Such a great find, Fred said. We got it in Filch's office our first year, George said proudly. Though we reckon he didn't know how it worked. What? She asked, looking between the two. They looked at her blankly. You have had a map, this whole time, that could do what we needed, she snarled, and we were off designing spells that got Harry ejected from his Quidditch team. It's not like that, Fred said. You just didn't want to tell us about your little toy. Hermione yelled, angry. You didn't want to give up your secret to some first years. Some team we were, secrets and lies. Hermione, George said, trying to quell her anger. Hold on a second, let us explain. You left Harry to suffer when we were all supposed to be in this together, she practically shrieked at them, and you want me to listen. It doesn't work around the third-floor corridor, Fred said quickly. We tried. It was the first thing we tried, George said. Look for yourself. Hermione lowered her head, face still beet red with anger. She moved her finger around the map until she found the area where the third-floor corridor would be, and all she could find was a big blank area. It was as though someone had run an eraser over the map in that area. She could see people moving nearby, but when they entered the circle near the edge of the corridor, they would disappear until they came out around the gap. We tested, Fred said, and it leaves too much space out now. You can't tell if someone is just near the room or in it. Was it like this before? Hermione asked. No, George replied, and, like we said before, the school itself is unplottable, so this map shouldn't exist at all. Whatever is blocking the map from working must be even more impressive magic, Fred said, sadly. Dumbledore, Hermione breathed. It must have been him. He is pretty clever, Fred said, lovingly, for an old fart. Way over the hill, George agreed, laughing. Well, at least this isn't a danger if the enemy gets it, Hermione said. That's what we thought, Fred said. So we left it out of this, George added. That means, Hermione said, Harry's spell still got through Dumbledore's own spell. No wonder he was so interested in it. Yeah, George said. He froze. Harry walked down the stairs above them, pausing for a second when he noticed them, and hurried past, eyes glued to the ground. His face was a mask of unmistakable misery. Hermione had never seen him so upset. Her lightened mood evaporated immediately. It was as though Harry's passing through had thrown cold water on them all. She absent-mindedly handed the map back to Fred. Let's just eat, she said, sounding more miserable than she had when Draco had interrupted her. Neither of the twins attempted to argue. Harry, Flitwick asked, are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, Professor, Harry replied, his voice flat, tired. Flitwick had stopped him on his way out of class, coming over to his desk. The short wizard stood looking up to Harry, his eyebrows scrunched up close together. We've noticed you haven't been yourself lately, Flitwick said, his face full of concern. Really, it's nothing, Harry said, not even trying to inject cheerfulness to his voice. You've been sad and sullen since the last match, Flitwick continued. I know you have been removed from the team, and I can't change the captain's decision, but you mustn't blame yourself for everything. I'm sure your friends don't. Harry could see that Flitwick wanted to cheer him up, but he didn't want that. He couldn't, Professor, Harry said, that's just the thing. It is my fault. Sighing, he picked up his bag, asking, might I go, sir? I don't want to be late for my next class. Flitwick looked upset, but let him go. It wasn't the first time one of his professors tried to intervene. Harry knew why, of course. To them, he was a child they had raised. They wanted him to be happy, and he should be glad of that. At least someone wanted him to be happy, but something deep down kept him from giving in. It was a stubbornness of spirit. To top it all off, Draco began to show up as soon as he began to avoid the twins and Hermione. Of all the people Harry could want to spend time with him, Draco was basically at the bottom of Harry's list. They weren't pleasant conversations, either. "Potter, I think they should let you back on the team. The team might be better if you show them all how to block their faces during a match. I know the rest of us would be relieved. Potter, you should fly with a giant net so you might catch the snitch if it's in your vicinity. I mean, you wouldn't know either way. Potter, I hear Hufflepuff is looking for a new broom shiner for their team." Despite what he had said to Flitwick, Harry did not head for his next lesson, a first in his time at Hogwarts. If anyone asked later, he decided to say he had felt unwell after something he ate at breakfast. Slipping out a side entrance that was hardly used, Harry made his way out of the castle and through the grounds. It was a rare lull in the recent rain, to his great relief, and though there was a chill wind, he had bundled up against it this morning. The quiet was helpful. Harry couldn't stand all of the sounds of the castle lately. So many people were talking about him. If he came anywhere near Amanda, she shot him a glare. Out here, though, there was no one. No one to look at him, to talk to or about him. It was just Harry alone with his thoughts. As unhelpful as they were, he knew he had to face them. Without thinking, he took to the familiar path around the lake. Its placid surface was often a soothing balm to anything that bothered him. Today the giant squid was laying out near the north shore, perhaps looking for a few stray rays of sunlight, something any of them would be glad to have at this point. Glancing at the sky, Harry couldn't share the squid's hope. The wind roiled the clouds in a violent, slow-moving dance above, and the colors shifted from gray to dark gray. It was hard to imagine this place, as it was then, in the summer months when all was light and vibrant with color. In the swirl of the wind, Harry felt as though he were caught up in the air, flying on the broom he had neglected since the end of the previous match. Thinking of it, his new broom, so wasted, gave his heart a tug. He couldn't deny that he missed flying, but every time he thought about bringing it out, his shame took over. Instead of flying, he would find somewhere quiet and dark to sit, and he would try to shut his mind out of all his own thoughts. That never worked. Harry, no matter how hard he tried, could not shut off his mind or dispel the thoughts that haunted his days and nights. He was responsible. He had dragged them into it. Sure, none of them had been booted from anything, and the repercussions were minor for them, but that didn't make it any better. It was worse, perhaps, in that he only had his team membership stripped from him. Without proper punishment, what could he possibly learn from it all? He had endangered Hagrid, a friend from his earliest years. Harry had ruined one of the plans the professors had spent time preparing with one failed effort. Harry could see Hagrid's hut off to one side of the lake, nearer him than the castle, at the moment. His greatest shame, though, was with Hagrid. How could he face the good man and friend after putting him through all of that? The giant dog might have killed him. If Hagrid hadn't thought quickly enough, Hagrid had done well in calming the beast after he was hoisted into the air. Harry felt relieved to hear he was safe. He still didn't know how to approach, how to apologize when he had messed up so badly. The clouds overhead bored of their dance and began to bucket down rain, drenching Harry in seconds. Before the lake disappeared completely within the thick downpour, Harry saw the squid slip under the water. It had perhaps given up on the idea of sun today. Harry shivered, quickening his pace. His thick, winter cloak was clinging to his skin when he realized that he couldn't make out much more than a few steps to any direction. Then, he stepped into the lake by accident. His foot caught in a tree root, throwing him forward, satchel of books and all head first into the icy waters. The first second was like 1,000 daggers stabbing his skin, even through the cloak. The next, he could feel the same pain throughout his insides, down his throat as he swallowed water, into his lungs as even the bit of air still inside grew cold and painful to breathe. He gasped, beeping in more water, and fought for some way to dislodge his feet from their trap. He could feel the bottom, but could not lift himself high enough to bring his face out of the water. Nothing was visible, and his breath was leaving him. Digging in his pocket, Harry tried to free his wand. If anything could help him, that could. Before he had it fully out of the tightly wrapped and soaked pocket, he felt himself rising and his foot suddenly free. Gasping for breath in the sudden air, Harry felt himself floating through the air, and had the sudden wonder at what sort of magic could have freed him. Then, as his side began to feel something again, he realized his body was being carried. Shuddering against the cold, Harry curled up in the arms, coughing for breath and not caring at all how he had made it out. He could breathe, raggedly, it was true, but he could breathe again. A door opened and closed, but Harry couldn't see where they were. His eyes had closed of their own accord and remained so through the walk in the blinding rain. He could hear the rapid thuds of thousands of drops of rain striking the roof every second. It was soothing, somehow. His eyes opened after a moment, blinking, when he felt a sudden heat across his left-hand side. Turning over, he found himself in front of a fire, lit by the wavering flames, and he could hear someone moving nearby, shifting around dishes. "Get you some nice tea, that'll be just the thing," Hagrid was saying. Harry shivered, noticing he was still fully clothed in his soaking wet robes and cloak. Feeling around in the pocket at his side, he pulled out his wand and muttered, swiping his wand over himself slowly. He felt a warm tingling all over, and when he had done, his clothing was dry. It didn't shake his general sense of cold, but he felt better. Only then did it really click what had happened. Hagrid had pulled him out of the lake, had saved his life, in fact. Hagrid was near him, his thoughts from before came back to him, and Harry felt as small as an ant. When Hagrid came around with a chipped glass full of piping hot tea, Harry was sitting, leaning against the edge of the fireplace and holding his arms around his knees. He only knew Hagrid had come back by the sounds of his feet. Hagrid sat down on the ground in front of him, setting the cup down in front of Harry. "Are ye all right there, Harry?" Hagrid asked, his voice friendly but uncertain. Fine, thanks, Hagrid," Harry said, glancing up. I'm sorry. Don, be daft, lad," Hagrid said. "Ye were in trouble. I seen ye walkin' about the lake when storm hit. I made my way over, see. The storms'll get right nasty, this time, a year, if ye don't watch out." Thanks, Harry said. "And when I said sorry, he trailed off, looking up at the gentle giant of a man. The face betrayed no anger or any sign of being upset, but how could Harry be sure it wasn't there, somewhere? "What is it, Harry?" Hagrid asked, putting a large hand across Harry's shoulders. With a gentle squeeze, gentle for Hagrid, Harry felt his bones pressed uncomfortably. Still, Hagrid couldn't have known it hurt. Harry fought against the urge to speak. Something inside whispered he wouldn't like seeing Hagrid's true reaction. Shaking his head to clear the thought, Harry decided to try anyway. For the day of the match, Hagrid," Harry said. "It's all my fault, everything is. I was trying to do some good and it all just blew up in your face. And I got the others involved in everything. It's been terrible, Hagrid. I can't stop picturing that dog biting you." Harry, Hagrid said, lightening up his grip but leaving his hand in place. "I weren't hurt none. A bit o' me pride was lost, I won't deny it, but even a full-grown wizard might have been caught into trap. Dumbledore himself told me so, and that's sayin' something, believe you me. He seemed very impressed with you for whatever he might have had to tell ye in front o' the other professors." "But the dog, Hagrid," Harry said. "Fluffy could have hurt you a lot." "Fluffy?" Hagrid asked. "Nah, he's go a lot more bark and bite, ye know. He'll bark and maybe nip heels a bit, but he's harmless, mostly." "But," Harry began. "Look, Harry," Hagrid said, "you've done more than many'd have tried. You may not have succeeded, but ye've showed them going after the stone that it won, be easy to take. If a student can set such traps, think o' what the professors must have prepared. And ye can bet Dumbledore will use somethin' your new spell in his own plans. He takes them ideas he likes, and he is impressed. A first year, on top o' that. Who could expect anything like what ye've done already? It's unheard of. And, I'll tell ye one thing, parents would have been right proud. You're fighting fair what is right, and, James and Lily, there's what they lived in, died fair, mark me. Harry hung his head, tears rolling down his cheeks. He couldn't stop them, but he didn't know where they came from. He'd been so worried, so upset, that everything looked horrible. Hearing his parents would have been proud, even with his failure, that, too, struck him in a different sort of way. It made him sad, but a part of him had a swift, fierce pride step in. It made him think of everything he was trying to do. If he could pull it off, actually helping the professors, maybe that would make up for it. You, Harry asked, you really don't feel mad at me? Course not, Harry, Hagrid said. I weren't hurt, not a bit. Look at me. Harry looked up to see the kind, shaggy face looking down on him. Now, can I get a smile, maybe? Hagrid asked. Harry smiled very slightly. It felt good to smile, even a little, after so much bad feeling. He breathed deep and his smile deepened a touch. This better, Hagrid said. When I see ya next, maybe we'll go for a full one, Sure, Harry said, chuckling a little. I'm still sorry, regardless. Hagrid just shook his head. Nothing to apologize for, he said. Looking up out the window, he said, looks like the rain's gone. You'd best head in to stay warm. Thanks, Hagrid, Harry said, rising as Hagrid did. Any time, Harry, Hagrid said. And, Dawn. Wait so long for our next visit, He walked Harry to the door, checking that the rain was indeed gone. You head straight back, Harry, Hagrid said. Dawn, get caught near the lake again. I will, Hagrid, Harry said, taking off and waving to the giant of a man. Oh, Hagrid called, and if ye've been ignorant others fare the same reason, maybe ye should try talking to him. Harry just waved his head over his head in acknowledgement and walked back across the grounds. As he walked, he used the same spell he had used to dry himself on his bag, which had continued to drip water. The books quickly dried and his parchments, besides. He would have to look at them later to see if the ink had run too much. There were some spells he had seen in the library to help with that. The grass was soaked and had formed pools in low-lying spots. As he navigated through the grass and water, he glanced back at the lake. He couldn't see the spot where he had sunk, but what caught his eye was the squid sliding back to the surface towards the far end of the lake. Apparently, it hadn't given up on finding a bit of sun, after all. When Harry made it back to the school, he realized that the last morning class was ended. Students were moving towards the Great Hall for lunch. He sighed and joined the flow. Harry found he was rather hungry, but realized he had one thing to do before he ate. Glancing over to the Gryffindor table, he saw Hermione chatting at one end of the table with the twins. They had strained, tired expressions. He was sure he was a part of that tiredness, and felt a twinge of guilt around it. Of all the things his mistake had caused, Harry felt sure his avoiding them may have affected them more than anything before it. Hagrid had convinced him that he had been a total idiot. Walking down the row, he could see that they hadn't noticed him yet. When he came up behind Hermione, he cleared his throat. The three turned about, looking concerned. His face had taken on a serious and tired expression, better than he had been carrying lately, but not the easiest to read. Aye, he tried, his voice breaking. He took a breath and tried again. I'm sorry. I've been an absolute prat. You all deserve better. Bloody right we do, Fred said, a smirk on his face. That's a given, George added. And if I can do anything to make it up, Harry began. I can think of a few things, Fred said, his smile absolutely terrifying. I'm thinking it may involve wearing a tutu for a week, George said, brushing his hands together eagerly. Then, I'll do what I can to make it up to you, Harry ended, looking at the three of them in turn. Hermione had watched the exchange between the three of them, in silence. Harry watched her alone, at last. The twins were ready to joke about it, that was more than enough for him regarding them. She, however, had said nothing at all. Her lip trembled slightly. After a nearly awkward pause, she leapt up and drew him into a big hug. You idiot, she muttered. Don't do that to us. Sorry, he said, quietly, looking down. Oh no you don't, the twins said as one. You are not getting mopey over this, too, Hermione said, releasing him and smirking again. Seriously, I just told you not to do that. Sorry, he said again, this time with a broadening smile on his face. Can I join you? Only if you promise no more apologies, Fred said. Though I would like to discuss the tutu idea, George said. I'm pretty sure that's a winner. Harry sat down between them, a real smile finally breaking across his face. Harry, Fred said, your team isn't even in this game. Yeah, you don't have to watch us crush them, mate, George added. Honestly, we just want to watch Hufflepuff mop the floor with Slytherin. I'm sure you've been aching to see that, Fred said. I know we have, George said, brushing his hands together with glee. I just don't feel up to it, Harry said, shrugging. You go on ahead. If they are crushed, we can celebrate at dinner. When? Fred and George exclaimed. Fine, Harry said, when they are crushed by Hufflepuff. That's better, Fred said, slapping Harry on the back. The pair walked off, and Harry saw George burst out laughing as they turned the corner. What a joy their life was. They found humor everywhere, and enjoyment in anything they put their minds to. Harry wished he could always find that much fun in life. Not that he was moody or upset still. It had been a while, but he didn't want to have anything to do with Quidditch just yet. He'd get there, but his last encounter had left a bad taste in his mouth. Most of the school would be down there, so he had the run of the castle. It would be nice to have a bit of quiet and walk in the halls, they had been too loud lately. The year was coming towards an end, and students were dreading exams and looking forward to the holiday ahead with the same intensity. By instinct, Harry headed up towards the library. He might run into Hermione there. With none of her friends playing, she was unlikely to go to the match. No one passed by as he ascended the stairs, and he could feel the castle quiet as everyone departed the front entrance below. Even the portraits were largely missing their figures. Many crammed into a number of window-facing portraits and landscapes that could provide a view of at least some of the game. So big a sport was Quidditch that even the left-behind images of people who had died years ago would still keep up. Harry had seen some of the ghosts hovering over the tops of the castle to watch, as well. They couldn't depart too far from their home, and no one would let them into the stadium to prevent disruptions, but they were still in the thick of the game gossip as any others. So, the silence was heavy as he arrived at the entrance to the library. Madame Pants stood beside one shelf, head deep in a volume as large as his carry bag. He walked through the rows, but could see no sign of Hermione or anyone else. Suddenly not feeling interested in studying, Harry departed, making his way out into the castle again. He wandered a bit, not sure where he should go or what he should do. The thought occurred that maybe he should just go and join the rest of the school at the match, but something pushed him away. Continuing to wander, Harry made his way up to the astronomy tower, the same place he had consoled Hermione that one time, months ago. He didn't think she would be there. Most probably Hermione had remained in her common room to study, enjoying the silence and taking the chance to improve her latest essay or research some new spells. The day before, after classes, she had been doing just that. Harry had come up with a game, proposing it to her back in late March. Hermione, he had said, lifting his head from a scroll he was working on. Yes, she asked, hardly nodding through her concentration. I just thought of something, Harry said. A game of sorts. She asked, biting her quill between her teeth as she flipped a few pages in a reference. We research a bunch of new and interesting spells we had never seen or used before, he said, and once a week we compare the best one we found. Whomever finds the best new one the other had never heard of wins. Huh, she said, actually looking up. Seeing his excited expression, she smiled. Sure, let's try it. Oh, we're going to win, of course, Fred said, conveniently appearing at that moment. Game's in the bag, Fred, Malad, George answered. Are you so sure? Harry asked. I thought you two hated the library, Hermione said, smirking. A chance to learn new mischief spells, Fred began. and impart them upon younger, impressionable students. George added, looking over at his twin. Fine, Harry said, you can join in, but the spell has to work. No ginormous pumpkinous spells that just do nothing. Hey, Fred exclaimed, that was a brilliant idea. It could have worked, George said, if we had pumpkins. True to their word, the twins had one every week so far, frustrating Harry and Hermione to no end. The spells they found were both creative and very odd. Harry found the one that made the room seem to spin on its head unnerving, but incredible. Hermione had come up with a number of interesting ones, but nothing on par. He found that the ones he kept discovering were also found by the others. It drove them to find other sources, new books. So, they were often digging through library books. Harry never saw Fred and George there at the same time, so he wondered how they were finding time to research. Arriving at the top of the tower, Harry again couldn't see Hermione anywhere around. It was an unusually warm day for the springtime, and the sun beamed down upon him from above. It had to be uncomfortable in the stands at the stadium. A bit of warmth went a long way with that many people crowded about. He leaned on the ledge, looking down to the grounds below. A growing area of bright green coated the ground, marred with the occasional overhead cloud that dulled the color temporarily. A few birds flitted about, chirping and looking for crumbs where there should be none. Quidditch besides, it was a rather calm, relaxing sort of Saturday. Just as Harry began to fully enjoy his day, one of the birds hopped over to him, and spoke in an odd, gravelly voice. Harry Potter, we have taken your friend, Hermione Granger, to the third-floor corridor. Come help her, but come alone. If you use any magic on the way or speak to anyone, we will know. Come alone. The bird flew off, joining a pack that took flight with it. Of the ones flying away, the one that had spoken flew oddly, looking disoriented. Someone had used magic to control the bird, but why? Why had they the third floor? The realization struck him in the chest. The people after the stone had taken Hermione. They wanted him to get the stone, to brave all the danger to retrieve it without endangering the person going after it. Today, it seemed, was the day they wanted to succeed. Still, they had Hermione. He had no real choice, did he? Running down through the castle, Harry thought about options. He couldn't talk to anyone, he couldn't use magic. Was there anything he could do to get the word out? If only the twins weren't at that blasted game. He wouldn't be as ready without them. If he left anything obvious behind him, the people watching might notice. Was there anything he could leave that would get the message to the twins or the professors, should they find it? Harry would be relying a lot on anything he tried. Still, it was worth a shot. He dug around in his side bag, as though digging for something that could be useful. He descended a set of stairs at that point, turning a corner. As he did, a couple bits of parchment fell out, and he ran on, as though not noticing. If anyone found his essays, they might come looking to return them. It was the best he could do, at this point. Arriving at the third floor corridor, Harry slowed down, looking around him. He couldn't see or hear anyone, as before. Crossing to the door, Harry drew his wand and readied himself. Someone was in there with Hermione. There would also be the new spells and enchantments designed to keep people out. He didn't know who or what either of those would be, so he was going in blind. It would be up to him, at this point. At best, someone might find his papers after the match had ended. Matches could be as short as a few minutes or last for hours, sometimes days. Those behind this were taking a big risk choosing a Quidditch match for this sort of thing. People could be flooding the halls at any time. If they had suspected that the match might go long, that would be the only reason to try it now, unless they were desperate. Pushing the door inwards, Harry jumped into the room, spinning around with his wand pointed. Hermione was suspended in the air beside a cloaked figure. Her eyes looked terrified, but she appeared unable to move. The figure had a wand pointed towards Hermione, but had turned to face Harry. Harry, the voice said, gravelly as the bird had been, you have come. Flicking his wand, the figure closed the door behind Harry. Let her go, Harry said, finding his voice. I think not, the voice said, chuckling unpleasantly. You fancy yourself quite the little hero, don't you? You hero types always come after the damsel in distress, of course. Very useful, that. Harry aimed a spell at the figure, saying, Locomotor Mortis. However, the figure blocked the spell with a wave, laughing openly now. A first year cannot stand a chance against me, child, he said. But to stop the tedium of repeated attempts, he turned back to Hermione, saying, Crucio. She screamed and writhed for a few moments before the spell was stopped. That is a taste, young hero, the figure spat. I assure you, it is as painful as it sounds. What do you want? Harry growled, furious. Whoever this figure was, he was clearly too powerful for Harry to attack personally. We've been watching you, the figure said, casual. You, the girl, and the two red heads, oh yes. You're quite a talented bunch, I must say. It's a shame you revealed how to get past the dog, though. It would have been easy enough to wheedle that one out of the brainless oaf, but never mind. Your brilliance, collectively, gave us quite a bit to think about. Why, we decided, work to break through all of the charms protecting this place, when we can get you to do it, for us. You're mad if you think I'm going to give you the stone, Harry said. Really? The figure said, and Harry was sure he was smiling. I would hate to have to hurt your pretty little friend here. The figure looked over at Hermione. Oh, well, maybe not really. You two are already too meddlesome. It would be better, perhaps, just to get rid of you. Oh, Harry asked, spitting with anger. What's stopping you? Dumbledore's traps are too much for you. You talk big enough. Why not just take it on yourself? Who's the cleverer, the one who gets through the traps or the one who lets someone do it for him? The figure asked. But we don't have time to argue. Make your way through the traps. I will follow with your friend to make sure you aren't up to anything clever. Fine, Harry said. He really hoped someone would find his papers and come find them. He needed a professor. He needed Dumbledore to find them, to help. Hang on, Hermione, he said, looking into her tear-streaked face. I'll get you out of this, I promise. A fine sentiment, the figure said, laughing, the voice growing colder, higher, and even less pleasant the more it spoke. Harry wondered if a spell concealing his voice was wearing off. Harry stepped away from the pair, looking to the empty side of the room. Dumbledore had updated this. He had no idea what the man had done, but here Harry stood, determined to break through it. If he didn't, he could lose his best friend. Shaking his head, Harry cleared his thoughts and readied his wand. Whatever was coming up, he knew he would have to be alert. Distracting thoughts could get him killed. He would keep an eye on the other two, though. If the right moment presented itself, Harry had a few good curses up his sleeves. His attack before was just to test the enemy. The figure's reflexes were excellent. He would be a difficult opponent, impossible in a straight duel. But a surprise. Harry might be able to stop him. He was only human, after all. He approached the first trap, worried. Fluffy had been a big and obvious barrier, but Dumbledore had decided to be more subtle. Whatever he had ahead would be much more difficult. Harry would have to undo the magic of Dumbledore, Snape, McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and maybe others. Their combined magical talent was worlds beyond his own. He had grown up here. He knew them well. Both of those things told him of the difficulty he would face. Bracing himself for what he had to do, Harry breathed in deep. Whether ready or not, it was now or never. Hermione's life depended on it. He breathed once more and made a move for the trapdoor in the center of the floor. At first, nothing happened. For the tiniest moment, Harry suspected that Dumbledore hadn't put up any new protections. It seemed foolish to depend on only the idea of protection over something that could actually stop a potential intruder. As he approached the trapdoor, however, Harry began to feel foolish. Why was he doing this, really? How could he help Hermione? This was a dark wizard of some sort, an adult with years of training. If he thought this man would just let them go when it was all over, he was crazy. In the end, all he would do was delay the inevitable. Maybe he should just give up. If he stopped trying, what would he do to them that he would not if he complied? It was a foolish effort from the start. Harry felt his knees sag, lowering him toward the ground in despair. He couldn't accomplish anything here. He was letting everyone down. The pain and sadness washed over him, deepening his feeling of doubt. What was he thinking? Coming after Hermione on his own. He should have just run to a professor, shouldn't he? What are you waiting for? The figure demanded, drawing Harry back to the present. He heard Hermione's muffled cry. Something surged through him like fire. He couldn't let this happen. He would find a chance, and he would stop this foe. Harry just had to be patient, and he would succeed. I won't let you down, he said to Hermione, under his breath, stepping forward. With that action, Harry felt something shatter about him, and he stumbled. It was as though a massive weight had been taken from his shoulders. All the doubt of a moment before had fled, that will to turn back or stop and collapse on the ground. He nearly chuckled. Dumbledore, he muttered, a touch of a smile on his lips. The headmaster had said a spell that would compel anyone coming in to give up or sit down where they were. If Harry didn't have Hermione to worry about, it may have stumped him. He continued to the trapdoor, using his wand to touch the edge of it. There was a brilliant flash of light, enveloping his face and blinding him for a moment. Harry stumbled back, but the trapdoor did not seem to do anything else. Pointing his wand, Harry muttered, Wingardium Leviosa, and the door flew open, clanking on the ground on the other end of its hinges. Harry saw only darkness below. He said, Lumos, and pointed the lit wand down into the black. There was nothing to be seen. Darkness sank below him and only seemed deeper and darker the further he looked. All he could see was a section of wall, a smooth cylindrical shape little wider than the trapdoor before the light faded. There was nowhere to grab on, nowhere to cling as he descended. He would have to go down blind and with nothing to cling to. The urge to jump, take a leap took hold of him, but he laughed. That would be stupid. Was he or was he not a wizard? Taking his wand on himself, Harry cast again, Wingardium Leviosa, and found himself floating in the air a moment later. With careful direction of his wand he wafted himself over the hole and began to descend, slowly. Above, Harry could hear the sound of voices, but the echo made it difficult to make out what he was hearing. The voices were hard to discern, but Harry suspected it was the two they had overheard initially. He paused partway down the tube to listen. Listen, you imbecile, said one, it is clearly some incantation of Dumbledore's. This is why the boy paused. Are you worth less than him to your master? Sorry master, the other said. I felt like I should go back. Follow him, the first said again, fool. Harry heard footsteps begin to cross the floor above. Harry couldn't look up from the way he was angled into the hole, so he just descended further, watching as the stone slid by on either side. It seemed to run forever, and Harry was beginning to feel claustrophobic. The air had become more dense, cold, and moist for some reason, and the only sound he heard was the occasional bump sound from above that he feared was Hermione striking the side of the downward tunnel. Suddenly, the tunnel expanded, and Harry found himself in an open room, rather wider than the tunnel, with stone walls and a stone floor at the edges. Something else was in the middle, something dark and tangled. He couldn't make out what it was in the light from this height, but it felt wrong, somehow. It sat, quiet, unmoving, but Harry could sense something malevolent. It felt alive. Not wanting to touch this substance, Harry drifted over carefully to the far edge of the left-hand side. As he descended, Harry looked around, checking for other traps, but the big pit in the middle appeared to be the main one. Landing, he could finally make out what it was he had avoided. Devil's Snare. There was a lot of it, which explained why it had felt so damp before. Anyone jumping down the hole would land solidly in the center of the tangled mess and have to fight their way out. Compared to the first trap, this was incredibly more dangerous and deadly. The professors weren't joking around with this one. They wanted to stop someone at any cost. He saw the figure drift into view, looking around. The man took a cue from Harry's stance at the edge of the room, and drew himself nearby, landing softly. Harry had watched him on the way down, hoping for a chance to attack, but the figure kept Hermione floating in the air behind him, hovering over the thickest of the Devil's Snare. The figure had thought he might try something. No one else appeared. Harry thought, maybe the master is waiting above, letting the minion go on with me. It would be the safer thing to do. Sighing, Harry left the snare behind, and walked through the stone passage at the end of the wall. It was the only way out of the room except the hole in the ceiling. The passage sloped downwards, and Harry was greeted only by the dripping sounds of water somewhere nearby. Soon, though, the sound changed into a strange fluttering, very subtlety, until Harry was sure there had to be something up ahead. He crept forward carefully, taking his time. Harry wondered, silently, if the match had ended. Had anyone found his paper? Were they coming? He came to the end of the passage and found himself in a brilliantly lit room, tall, much taller than any of the rooms so far. The ceiling arched away, supported by great stone columns and designed in an ancient style, reminding Harry of civilizations he had read about from the elder wizarding days. He was so in awe of the splendor of the room that he didn't notice for a moment that they were not alone here. A number of little bird-like things flew around, weaving in and out of the columns and across the ceiling. Some landed, at odd moments, on the floor or a wall as though it were a perch. The walls were covered in elaborate carvings which gave them grooves to sit on. One flew close, and Harry realized they were not odd-looking birds, as he had first thought. Keys, he said aloud. This had to be the work of Flitwick, he had such a knack for complicated and incredible charms. Though, to be fair, all of the professors had skills far beyond Harry's understanding. It was beautiful to watch. They all seemed to have a life of their own. All he needed was to find the right one and catch it. Walking across the floor, Harry reached the door. Examining the lock, he could see it had an old, antique-style silver, and the keyhole was large. He was looking for an old, large, maybe silver key. Turning back around, Harry finally noticed the brooms. In a room this large, with so much to catch his eye, these dull, wooden sticks had not been the most visible objects. Smiling, Harry approached them. Then, he gasped. Picking one up, Harry examined the broom. There was no doubt about it, someone had put his old school broom, the one he had nearly died flying in the match, into this chamber. He felt a warm sense of connection with whomever had set this trap, Flitwick, he felt sure, and grasping the broom took to the air. The rush of joy that filled him made Harry both happy and sad at once. He missed flying so much. Steeling himself, Harry began to look around, his seeker's eyes darting from one key to another in rapid succession. Although different from a golden little dot in the middle of a large Quidditch field, this was still difficult due to the large number of keys to see. His eyes found several false keys before the real one caught his eye. It was large, silver, and old. He turned the broom, and zipped back towards the ground. He knew this broom better than anyone, and it responded to his every touch. Even though he had been using the Nimbus since he received it, Harry could not forget how to handle this broom. Within seconds, despite the key's best efforts, Harry had it between his fingers. Landing in a moment, Harry marched over to the door, and opened it. Glancing back, Harry saw the figure and the floating Hermione heading towards him. Hermione's eyes were terrified and looked to him. He smiled, sadly, but nodded to her. He was going to get her out of this. In the next room, Harry saw another magical marvel. A chessboard full of pieces, taller than men. They stood, ready, waiting. This, at least, would be easy. Harry had played chess with McGonagall in the summers for years. She still beat him, most of the time, but how would he stack up against her magical board? Each side had a full set of pieces, with the black pieces on his end and the white defending the door. It seemed simple enough, but he was sure there must be some level of danger. Nodding to himself, Harry asked the closest piece, "Do I have to change places with one of you?" The rook nodded. Harry said, "Then, I will be the Black Bishop." He waved to the one closest to him, and it stepped away. "Let's play," he said as he took its place. The white side did not move, however. Several pieces on the black side looked back, eyeing Hermione and the figure. Harry followed their eyes with his own. "Do they have to play, too?" Harry asked. The figure shook his head. "I will not play." The chess pieces beside Harry answered, as one, "All will play or no one may pass." Harry looked at the figure, saying, "You have to play." The figure paused for a moment, looking as though he would refuse. After a long moment, he said, "Fine. I will be the Black King." Harry understood why. The king was never attacked in the game. If the king was in danger and could not be helped, the game ended. And Hermione? Harry asked as the king moved off the board to make room. She will be a pawn, the figure said, laughing cruelly. Fine, Harry said, but she will need to be able to move. I will move her, the figure said, hovering her in the air to the spot the pawn had left. Only once they were all in place did the white pieces move. Harry worked hard, coordinating the game, calling out moves to the black pieces and the figure. When he needed to move Hermione, he had the figure do so. It felt horrible, telling this man to float Hermione here or there, but he had no choice. They slowly moved their way around the board, silent but for the slamming sounds of the chess pieces breaking each other in classic wizard's chess form. They crumbled like shattered rocks, and Harry was frequently covered in bursts of dust and struck by flying rock. It hurt, but Harry kept going. He had to. Hermione was feeling this same pain and more. And she was in the most danger. He tried not to move her too much, but found as the game went along that his strategy forced her into the thick of it more and more. He had several close shaves, but released a sigh of relief when he pinned down the other king with his other bishop and a rook, calling out, "Checkmate." To the room. The door across the way opened, and Harry, the figure, and Hermione left the board to continue through the door. Harry dived to the left immediately, dodging a giant club that came pelting down at him. A giant troll. He rolled, using his wand to push the troll back temporarily. Impedimenta. He cried. It stopped, and Harry thought quickly. What stopped a troll? He tried to tie it up, yelling, "Incarcerus." The troll was quickly tied up in ropes, and its club slammed down to its side, pinned to its leg. This seemed to enrage it, and the beast stomped around violently, attempting to crush him. Harry threw up a shield, but it didn't stop the troll, whose foot caught Harry across the chest, sending him flying into the wall. Everything went black for a minute. Jerking up, Harry saw the troll, flat on the ground, a large bump on its head, and the figure standing over it with Hermione floating behind. "Idiot child," the figure said, though he sounded almost happy, "letting a little troll stop you." "It wasn't exactly little," Harry said, coughing as he stumbled to his feet. His back hurt and he could barely feel his left leg. Standing made him dizzy and he could barely do more than right himself. "Go on," said the figure, ignoring Harry's injuries, "unless you want me to leave your friend with the troll for a pet when it wakes up." Harry glared at the figure, but turned around, painfully, without a word. He would get back at the figure, he would find a way. Stumbling out, Harry made his way to the next room, ignoring the laughter of the figure and the beeping cry that Hermione had begun to make. This room had an open doorway ahead and a table full of bottles in the middle of the room. Harry made for the door at the end, walking around the table. Was this too easy? After he, the figure, and Hermione had entered, though, fire sprang up from both doorways, blocking the way. The one behind was purple, the one leading onwards was black. These were no ordinary fires, clearly, and Harry didn't recognize them from anything he had ever read. Turning back to the table, Harry assumed this would be the key. Looking closely at it, Harry saw an assortment of bottles of different sizes on the table, and a scroll beside them. Snape. This could only be Snape. Potions and some complicated directions. Harry unrolled the parchment to read. "Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find. 1 among us 7 will let you move ahead. Another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our number hold only nettle wine. 3 of us are killers, waiting hidden in line. Choose, unless you wish to stay here forevermore. To help you in your choice, we give you these clues for. First, however slyly the poison tries to hide, you will always find some on nettle wine's left side. Second, different are those who stand at either end. But if you would move onward, neither is your friend. Third, as you see clearly, all are different size. Neither dwarf nor giant holds death in their insides. Fourth, the second left and second on the right are twins once you taste them, though different at first sight." "Ah," he said, aloud. "A riddle," he laughed. They had to answer riddles every time they entered the common room. He thought through the bottles, determining which only could be nettle, which could only be poison, and the final two. At last, he grabbed the one that would lead on, a tiny bottle that looked like it would barely make a mouthful. "This is it," Harry said, holding up the bottle. "And that bottle will take us back," he added, pointing to another. Looking at the little one, he said, "I don't know if there's enough for all three of us, though." "Open it," the figure said, raising his wand. Harry opened the bottle. The figure waved his wand, and the liquid flowed into the air and separated into 3 sections, floating towards the 3 mouths. Harry drank his, but saw Hermione shut her mouth. The liquid floated there, held up against her mouth as she struggled against it. "Drink it, girl," the figure said, angry. Harry saw the man move towards Hermione. This was his one chance. "Accio," he said, summoning the potion. It flew at him, and he opened his mouth, swallowing it whole. "There," Harry said, smirking. "Now, only you and I can go through." "You fool," the figure said, flicking his wand at Harry. Harry felt his left cheek burn under the spell, and he fell back against the wall, in pain. Staggering back to his feet, Harry felt his face. A large gash had opened between his chin and ear. Holding a hand to his face, he glared at the figure. "If I'm in there with you," he said, "I can't help Hermione, either." "Fine," the figure said, looking in Harry's direction without any sign of movement. Then, with a flick, Hermione fell to the floor with a thud. "I'll pick her up on our way out. It's not like she can go anywhere in her condition." Harry caught Hermione's eye as she lay on the ground. He hoped someone was close behind. Maybe they would find Hermione and get her out of here. He wanted, more than anything, not to find her still here when he got back. He put that into his face, as much as he could, in a look that he tried to say, "Don't worry about me. If you can get free, go back." Stepping through the fire, Harry came into a circular room with no door or other entrance. The only thing in the room was the mirror Harry had seen on Christmas, the one that showed him what he truly wanted. This was it. This would be Dumbledore's final protection. Harry felt sure of it. It was also Harry's only chance to beat the figure. With only a second to react, Harry dove behind the mirror before the figure came through the fire. The pain from his wounds multiplied as he moved quickly, and every bit of him felt as though it was on fire. His mind ticked away all of the spells he thought he could use, but he had no idea if he would be able to succeed. The fire flared again, and Harry could see the figure enter from the edge of the mirror. Lifting his wand, Harry sent a barrage of spells at the figure as fast as possible. Expelliarmus, Stupefy, Impedimenta, Stupefy, Stupefy, Stupefy. The first 2 spells went wide, and the figure had his wand out blocking the others. In the sudden motion, however, the figure's hood fell free, and Harry could see Quirrell was the man in the cloak. "Professor Quirrell," Harry cried, forgetting for a moment that he was on the assault. The hesitation was all Quirrell needed. With a well-placed spell, Harry struck the wall behind him, collapsing in a heap. He couldn't even reach forward to grab his wand. It sat just within reach, but Harry couldn't will his fingers to move forward, he couldn't shift the position of his arm. He felt frozen. Every nerve exploded with pain, too, and Harry found he couldn't even scream through his pain. He lay, though, in a way that he could see Quirrell walk up to the mirror. No, he couldn't let the man get to the stone. Whatever Quirrell wanted with it, it could not be for anything good. Harry's shock at finding out that Quirrell had been the enemy all along was horrible. He knew Quirrell. At least, he thought he had known him. Quirrell had been here almost as long as Harry had. Why would Quirrell have betrayed Dumbledore? What was going on? Was he the master or the servant? What was Harry missing? His thought paralysis was almost worse than the effects of the spell Quirrell had put on him. It must be a full-body bind. That was the only thing Harry knew of that could completely freeze someone so quickly. He also knew that there was no way to break out of it without the caster losing his concentration or dying. Harry was at the mercy of the traitor. All he could do was watch, and hope that someone else would show up before too long. Quirrell was muttering to himself. "I can see myself taking the stone and presenting it to my master, but how do I get it?" "Use the boy," a voice came from the room. Harry felt his skin crawl. That voice. It was the same one he had heard before, talking to Quirrell above him when he was descending into the tunnel. It also must be the one that had spoken to him in the tower. But who was it, and where was he? Potter, Quirrell said, flicking Harry's wand away with a wave, and freeing Harry with another. Look in the mirror, and tell me what you see. Harry approached the mirror, preparing to lie. All he wanted was to get out of here with Hermione. He didn't even want the stone. No good could come of this thing. If he had it, it would just give Quirrell a target. Harry had no idea how this trap was meant to work, but Harry didn't want to help the two. All he had to do was say something obvious. Maybe he could say he saw himself get back on the Ravenclaw team. He certainly did want that, to be fair. When he stepped in front of the mirror, Harry saw himself. He stood over the fallen body of Hermione. She glanced up at Harry, as though looking at him for any danger before gently picking her up, and carried her out of the frame. Then, nothing remained in the mirror was an empty frame. He nearly laughed at the desperateness of his situation. He began, thinking. If he told them what he had seen, they would probably think he was making it up, so he lied. I see myself back on the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. The team is cheering because I won the House Cup. He lies, cried the voice, and Harry shuddered. He lies. Potter, Quirrell shouted, tell me the truth. What did you just see? The high voice spoke again, calm, confident. Let me speak to him, face to face. Master, Quirrell said, you are not strong enough. I have enough strength for this. Harry was frozen, almost as much as the spell had before. He watched Quirrell turn about and unwrap the turban. That voice, must have been coming from back there. When the turban fell away, Harry cried out. A terrible, snake-like face stared out at him from the skin on the back of Quirrell's head. The skin was pale, far paler than Quirrell's own skin, and the eyes were red and thin over a pair of nostril slits. He felt revolted, horrified by what he was seeing. Could this be? How could it be? Harry's eyes were wide, but he still could not move. Harry Potter, the voice said again. This time Harry could see the face on the back speaking to him. See what I have become. The face said, mere shadow and vapor. I have form only when I can share another's body, but there have always been those willing to let me into their hearts and minds. Unicorn blood has strengthened me these past few weeks, but once I have the elixir of life, I will be able to create a new body of my own. Now, retrieve the stone for me, or we will take the mirror and kill you and your friend. Harry found his legs and his voice. Voldemort, he cried both in desperation and horror. Don't be a fool, the face snarled, seeing him try to run. Better save your life and your friends, join me, or you'll all meet the same end as your parents. They died begging for mercy. Harry felt hatred for this man, this thing, surge through him, and he cried, you liar. How touching, Voldemort hissed. I always value bravery. Yes, boy, your parents were brave. I killed your father first, and, though foolish, he was brave, as you say. But your mother died pointlessly. She was trying to protect you, foolish woman. Now get me the stone or both their deaths were for nothing. Harry said, glancing back at the mirror, I can't. You what? Voldemort screamed at him. Get me the stone. Harry leapt at Quirrell. Voldemort, feeling braver than usual. Quirrell was facing the other way, so Harry slammed into his back, knocking him forward. Harry's hand reached around trying to grab the wand from Quirrell's hand. Voldemort's face was up close, screaming something Harry couldn't even make out over the struggle. Harry and Quirrell were also shouting, struggling over the wand. Several spells shot through the air, striking the wall in places. Harry tugged harder, pulling at the wand to bring it around Quirrell's back. His finger touched Quirrell's wrist. Ah! Quirrell cried, his wrist blistering. At the same time, he shot a powerful spell out at Harry, but the wand had bent upward. A massive blast struck the ceiling and a rumble shook the room. Harry and Quirrell stopped their struggling, looking up. A great section of the ceiling above them crumbled and collapsed, falling down towards Harry, Quirrell, and Voldemort. Harry fell away from Quirrell, trying to protect his head. The last thing Harry heard was the shattering sound of glass breaking, and then there was only darkness. Harry awoke suddenly, jerking to a sitting position. He hurt all over, but that didn't matter. He had to save Harry. Came a soft voice from near him. Thank goodness. He turned about and saw Hermione, lying in a bed beside him. She was bandaged and lying prone, but her smile was wide and happy. I was so worried, she said. After you went into that room, and the place shook, and then. What happened? He asked. I don't know, she said. Part of the ceiling fell, and I couldn't see anything. The staff found me and brought us both up here, but you've been asleep since. Are you okay? He asked. I wanted to stop him. I tried. I don't know what happened. I grabbed Quirrell's wand and. Did he have Voldemort with him? She asked. How did you know? Harry asked. Dumbledore, Hermione said. He thought Voldemort must be behind it all. I told him about Quirrell, but they didn't find anyone. How did you know it was Quirrell, too? Harry asked. He grabbed me in the hallway before he drew you to come help, Hermione said. I saw him beneath his cloak, but I don't think he knew that. Harry began. I'm so sorry, Hermione. He was so cruel. He hurt you because of me. Harry began to cry. We worked so hard, you know. He said. We tried to help out and all we did was lead him to the stone. Dumbledore doesn't think he got it, though, Hermione said, smiling grimly. The ceiling broke the mirror. With the mirror broken, the spell keeping the stone in there can't be released. So, it's gone, then? Harry asked. Seems so, she said. That's something, at least, he said. How are you feeling? Better, she said. Madame Pomfrey knows her stuff. I'm glad, he said. I could never forgive myself if. Harry found he couldn't finish the sentence. Something had lumped up in his throat. He stopped, looking at her desperately. I'm glad you are awake, too, she said. I was very worried, Harry. I'm sorry to worry you, he said. What are you doing sitting up? Came a cry from behind him. Turning, the pair of them saw Madame Pomfrey flying down the row, her face red with anger. Harry said, we were just. Lay down, now, boy, she cried, laying him down and tightening the bedclothes holding him in place. You need rest, and you, she said to Hermione, let him sleep. You will have plenty of time to catch up when he is feeling better. Yes, Madame Pomfrey, Hermione said, flashing Harry a smile of amusement when she wasn't looking. Yes, Madame Pomfrey, Harry repeated. Thank you, for everything. The healer looked down at him with a calmer, kind face. She turned, shaking her head. You need to take care of yourself, Harry, she said. You have many people here who care about you. Hermione isn't the only one. She walked away, not giving him time to respond. Harry, as best he could, watched her walk back to her office. He felt guilty, but what choice had he had? Hermione had been in danger. What else could he have done? His eyes closing beyond his will, he muttered, "Good night, Hermione." As he drifted to sleep, he heard her answer, "Good night, Harry." Harry's eyes opened. It was dark, that heavy dark of the deepest levels of night, long before dawn is more than a distant dream. It wasn't light, though, that had brought him out of his slumber. Two figures were approaching down the ward, talking to each other. "Are you sure you set the silencing spell right?" one said. "All we need is for Madame Pomfrey to hear us." "I'm sure," the other replied. "Don't get your knickers in a twist." Harry had the instinctive urge to reach for his wand, but he found that he was unable to move. Any attempt to undo the rolls of bedclothes would tell them he was awake and heard them. "Knickers in a twist, you say?" the first was replying, the male voice growing louder as they approached Harry's bed. "Hush," the other male voice replied, asking, "Which are they?" "I can't see anything." Harry, at last recognized them, shaking his head as much as he was able. Figures. He couldn't even get a night's sleep in peace. Harry felt torn between letting them stumble around in the dark trying to find him, an amusing prospect, and letting them know where he was. Practicality won out. Harry was very tired, after all. "If either of you two idiots would like to sound less like a staggering horde of trolls," he said, laughing, "you could make some light." "Why didn't you think of that?" one of them asked. "Me," the other replied, "you're the idea guy." "Fine," the first said, making a loud effort of pulling something out of his pocket, saying, "Lumos." The hospital wing lit up, giving Harry a better view of things. The darkness had receded but not gone. Long shadows fell along the stone floor and the walls. In the middle of the light, two red-headed boys stood looking quickly around the room. They located Harry and Hermione's beds immediately and made for them in a more direct way. "Harry," Hermione muttered from behind him. He turned his head to see Hermione covering her eyes and groaning. "The twins have come to visit," he said. "What time is it?" she asked, her voice irritated. "A fine way to welcome visitors," Fred said, coming to sit down on Hermione's bed. "And here we risked our necks to slip past Madame Pomfrey for you two," George said. Harry couldn't see his head from this angle, but was sure that he was shaking his head. George took a seat beside Harry. A heavy silence fell, enveloping the four of them. For a moment, Harry wondered if the twins had seen a professor and were waiting for the yelling to begin. But, forcing his shoulders to turn, Harry could see all three of them much better than before. They, the twins, were without words. Both were looking between Harry and Hermione, examining their faces and still bound up injuries. Madame Pomfrey did go a bit overboard considering her spells healed most everything immediately. Harry decided to break the silence. "Thanks for coming," he said to them. He saw Hermione's face was full of concern, and he knew what she was thinking. Silent twins were as untwin-like as they could be. The silence held again for another moment before Hermione broke in. "We're both doing much better, thanks to Madame Pomfrey," she said, gently. Fred and George both seemed to sag into themselves at the same time. "We should have been there," George muttered, his voice cracking a little. Harry stared at him in amazement. Were the insufferable twins trying not to cry? He jumped in trying to help. Then, Harry said, "You'd be in those beds across, or worse." "We can't know what would have happened," Hermione said. "It happened the way it happened." "We got out all right," Harry said. "And I don't think they got the stone." "That's the best way it could have gone," Hermione said, "aside from the ceiling falling on us." "How did that happen?" Fred asked, looking at Hermione. Sort of caused that," Harry said, looking sheepish. "Of course it was," George exclaimed. "We knew he couldn't be trusted around our Hermione," Fred said, setting himself between Harry and Hermione in a defensive way, his arms out as though he was going to tackle the prone Harry. "Harry saved my life," Hermione said, looking at Harry between Fred's outstretched arms. "I wouldn't be here without him." "What exactly happened?" Fred asked, looking behind him to Hermione before looking back to Harry. His arms lowered to his sides. "I don't know the beginning of it," Harry admitted, looking to Hermione. She said, looking ill at ease. "He called me aside to talk about some homework. When no one was around, Quirrell stunned me and tied me up. He dragged me to the third-floor room, and waited for Harry. He sent me a message through a bird," Harry said, telling me to come to help her and not to tell anyone on the way. "I didn't know who it was until I attacked him in the final room of the protection. He kept his hood up and you went on your own?" Fred asked, looking at Harry as though he was crazy. "He said he would know if I talked to someone," Harry argued. "I didn't want to take the risk." "So, you just did what the enemy wanted?" George asked. "He was threatening to kill her," Harry said, loudly. "Either of you would have done the same." "Yeah," Fred said, "that's true, but we're crazy Gryffindors," George said. "We expected something more thought out from a Ravenclaw," Fred said, sounding disappointed. "All I could do was drop some of my essays in the hall," Harry said, hoping someone would find them. "If he was keeping an eye on what I was doing, it would have looked like an accident." "Risky. Still," George said. "Go on." Harry told them the story of the descent through the different challenges, and how he had been looking for any sign of weakness, until. "And I summoned the potion, so she couldn't drink any," he said. "I had hoped Hermione might manage to escape or someone find her before we got back. I did break out of the spell," Hermione said. "Suddenly, the grip on me loosened after you two went through the fire, and I wrenched myself free. I started hobbling to the table to grab a potion when the ceiling caved in." "Why did the ceiling collapse, Harry?" Fred asked, trying to put all the pieces together. George just knitted his eyebrows. I tried to attack him, Harry said, when he came through the fire, but he blocked everything and disarmed me. They tried to make me get the stone for them. They? Fred asked, his eyebrows raising. I thought Quirrell was the only one there, George said. We were interested if you found out who the other voice was, Fred said. Voldemort, Harry said. The twins both flinched and Hermione looked uncomfortable. But how? Fred asked. Wasn't he? George asked, looking up at Harry's forehead. He's living on the back of Quirrell's head, Harry said. The three of them looked horrified. He was what? Hermione asked. I thought he would be, I don't know, contained in something magical. Evidently, Harry said, he was using unicorn blood to help sustain him in Quirrell's body. He said something like that. What did he? Hermione began to ask, shuddering. He tried to make me get the stone for him, Harry said, but I attacked him while Quirrell's back was turned, and went for his wand. A spell went off that brought the ceiling down. The next thing I knew, I was waking up here. Everyone grew quiet for a moment, thinking about what had happened. Next time, Fred said, after a time, tell us. We'll come, George said, and we'll kick their asses. I don't care if it is you-know-who or a manticore, Fred said, fierce. Harry had never seen the twins so serious before. He felt bad, but he didn't know what would have happened if he had called them. None of them did, so Harry was just thankful he and Hermione had survived and kept Voldemort from getting his hands on the stone. They had been lucky, sure, but they had survived. Fine, Harry said, but, honestly, I hope there isn't a next time. Harry, Fred said, don't be like that. Adventures are always going to happen, George said. It's better to be prepared. Fred continued. Sure, Harry said, but he could see the cruel, red eyes of Voldemort. They hadn't seen that. They hadn't had to charge and attack someone glaring at him with so much hatred. As positive as the result was, Harry was in no mood to try again anytime soon. But how are you, Hermione? Fred asked. You've been awfully quiet, George said. Haven't given an order to anyone in 5 minutes, Fred said, chuckling. I'm fine, she said, holding the bedclothes tight around her. We're safe. You know the thing about Gryffindor bravery? Fred asked. Hermione looked confused. What? It doesn't mean you can't be afraid, George finished. It's over, she said, repeating, lowering her eyes, we're safe. Yeah, Fred said, it is. And if they come again, we'll be there. Sun or storm, George said, solemn. Hail or dragon dung showers, Fred added, his lip twitching. Thanks, she said, pulling the bedclothes up to her chin. And you, Harry? Fred asked. It was scary, he answered, honest. I can still see his eyes. He paused, but added, but Hermione is right. It is over. Quirrell won't show his face about Hogwarts after that. The professors would descend on him like a storm. Dumbledore was furious, Hermione whispered. He was pretty scary. And the wizarding world will be on the lookout for Quirrell, now, George said. He won't get far. Harry said, but he has Voldemort with him. He ignored the shudders of the others. That makes him much more dangerous. He'll need to find somewhere with unicorn nearby, Fred said, so he may be easier to track down. Maybe, Harry admitted. In any case, George said, he won't come out in the open. He obviously didn't want people to find him out. Yeah, Harry said, we'll be safe, for now, at least. Hermione whimpered. Everyone turned to her, and Fred put a hand on her head. We'll be ready the next time he shows his ugly head, Harry. I assume it was ugly, right? Very, Harry said, almost laughing. We'll be ready when he shows his grotesque, ill-formed, Fred began again. Monkey butt face, George finished. It was more like a twisted snake face, Harry said. Like something those muggle blokes do to their celebrities, Fred said, you know, the ones that are like healers but with knives and such. Cosmetic surgeons, Hermione offered after a bit. Yes, them. Fred said. How do you know about them? Hermione asked, her curiosity drawing her out of the bedclothes a bit. One of our classmates compared that to the polyjuice potion Snape was talking about in class, George said. He only lost his house 20 points and gained a detention, Fred added. Snape doesn't like his potions being compared to Muggle things, George said, shrugging. Or much of anything, Fred added, nodding. He has some positive points, Harry said. Everyone stared at him. I mean, he is good at what he does. Fred said, pretending to hold up a newspaper. Ah, yes, they're looking for a new professor at Hogwarts, preferably one who hates students and makes them feel stupid. Should have a predilection for wrath and punishments, George said, adjusting invisible glasses while he read the invisible paper over his twin's shoulder. Even Hermione laughed at this one. Harry chuckled. He knew Snape better than the others, but was never particularly close to him. He did have a way with people, that was certainly true. A door opened across the ward, and in strode Madame Pomfrey, her face livid. Out, now, she cried upon seeing the twins sitting by their bedsides. Sorry, Madame Pomfrey, Fred said, running full speed past her. Your pardon, George added, flying behind his brother. Good night, you two, they called as one as they flew through the door. Those two, Madame Pomfrey said, sighing, her own wand lit to supplement the darkness left by the pair. Now, you two, sleep. For the last time, you need rest. Harry turned back over onto his back and could see Hermione doing the same. As the light from Madame Pomfrey's wand left the room, Harry's eyes met Hermione's, and he could see hers were full of fear. Don't be afraid, he whispered softly. I'll be right here. Thanks, Harry, she whispered back. After a pause she whispered again, I'm not sure I should be in Gryffindor. Why not? He asked, as quietly as he could. I was going for the potion to escape, Hermione said, and I didn't drink the one the figure gave me. I was just protecting myself. You gave me the chance to attack him, Harry said. I couldn't have stopped him if you were still in his power. She was silent, and the quiet compounded. I think you were very brave, Harry said. After all you had been through, you still broke from the spell and were going to do something. You didn't freeze or try to hide. You were going to get help. Help wouldn't have been in time, she said. I was leaving you to your fate. I chose to go in there with him, Harry replied, his voice almost too loud. He softened it, saying, I wanted to give you a chance to get out. Our best chance was to stall him and keep him away from the stone until the professors found us. You were going to bring them to do just that. I suppose, she said, sounding sad. I know it, Harry said. The Sorting Hat picked you for Gryffindor for a reason. And you, she whispered, why are you in Ravenclaw if you are so brave? I suppose, Harry said, we're not confined to the traits of the house. You can be whatever you want to be. She was quiet for a moment before saying, thanks, Harry. Good night. Good night. Harry woke in the late morning to find Hermione had gone. Madame Pomfrey was bustling around, clearing up her bedside and preparing the other beds for any other visitors. He found that he could move more freely than before, and realized she had removed his bandaging. Sitting up, he looked over at the healer. The sun's light blazed through the windows, their shades now drawn wide, inviting in the morning rays. Good morning, he said. Where's Hermione? Morning, Madame Pomfrey said. How are you feeling? Better, Harry replied. I don't feel sore anywhere. Good, she said, coming around to look him over. She ran her finger in front of his eyes, watching them follow. Good, she said again. Harry waited patiently as she performed a few more tests, some with her wand, before saying, you have healed well. Thank you, Harry said. Is Hermione better, too? Yes, she woke before, Madame Pomfrey said. I sent her down to breakfast. Great, he said, can I go, too? Yes, Madame Pomfrey said, but, first, the headmaster said he would like a word. Of course, Harry said. He had expected this. Dumbledore would want to know more about what had happened. He said to meet him in his office, she continued. Do eat a hearty meal, afterwards. You need your strength. Patting his shoulder, she saw him to the door, and said, do take care, Harry. I will, he said, heading out into the castle. He saw a scattering of people in the hallways as he walked, and was surprised to see people whispering behind their hands when they saw him. Something must have leaked about what had happened. After all, The twins had known he was in the hospital wing, he and Hermione. They would have noticed the pair of them weren't around the castle, but others must have heard too. He wondered what everyone knew, or what they had been told. Would anyone be surprised that Quirrell had disappeared when they went to classes the next day? Entering Dumbledore's moving stairwell without realizing how he had got there, Harry approached the great door and knocked. He still felt a bit tired, but he needed to get through another retelling. How many more would he have to tell before he could get back to his pile of homework? Harry realized, too, that he would have to rewrite the essay he had dropped. Where was his bag, anyway? Hadn't he left it in the third-floor corridor room? Enter, Dumbledore said after a moment. Harry entered, seeing a smiling headmaster. Harry, welcome, the old man said, waving him to a seat. It is good to see you up and about again. Madame Pomfrey always does good work, Harry said. So true, Dumbledore replied. This school owes her such a debt for her care. Hermione is out, too, Harry said, sitting. Yes, the headmaster said. I happened to see her on my way to visit Poppy this morning. Ah, I missed her, Harry said. She had gone before I awoke. As had I, the old man chuckled, but we won't keep you long. I know you will want to see how she is for yourself. Thank you, Harry said. I know most of what happened yesterday, Dumbledore said. So, I can spare you most of the retelling. You are sure to be tired of it before long. How? Harry asked. Do you remember the bright flash when the trapdoor opened? Dumbledore asked. Yes, Harry said. I thought that was rather odd, but it didn't appear to be an attack. That odd flash, Dumbledore said, was inspired by your vision spell from the previous time. Oh, Harry exclaimed. Did you see everything as it was happening? Fortunately, no, Dumbledore said. As you and your friends found, that was rather distracting. Then, what? Harry asked. Ah, the headmaster replied. I combined your idea with one of my own. The spell captures your memory of all the events after the flash until the spell wears off or the person who received the cast loses consciousness and stores it, here. Dumbledore held up a vial he wore around his neck. In it, Harry could see a memory floating around, its bright shimmer the same as the one he had seen Hermione provide Dumbledore months before. Brilliant, Professor, Harry exclaimed. I'm afraid, I did not anticipate copying your memory, Harry, Dumbledore said. For that, I apologize. I assumed I would capture the memory of someone trying to break in. That's all right, Professor, Harry said. As long as it helps. It will, indeed, Dumbledore said. I can provide this to the Ministry, to demonstrate Voldemort's attempts to return. It can help escalate the hunt for RX Dada, Professor. Good, Harry said, feeling bile at the thought of Quirrell. The spell did alert me that someone had entered the trapdoor, Dumbledore said. Unfortunately, I was at the Ministry, at the time, so I arrived after all had come crashing down, so to say. It was pretty horrible, Harry said. Yes, Harry, and I am sorry you and Ms. Granger were put through any of this, the headmaster lamented, sounding weary. You really think he did not get the stone, then? Harry asked. Your memory provided the evidence, Dumbledore said. Before you blacked out, you heard the mirror shatter. Ah, Harry said, I do remember that, but Harry, Dumbledore said, please tell me, then, how all of this began. I have heard from Hermione, but I would value your memories, as well. Harry repeated what he had told the others, up to opening the trap door, and Dumbledore listened carefully, nodding. Thank you, Harry, Dumbledore said. Professor, Harry asked, what would have happened if he had gotten the stone? I cannot say, precisely, Dumbledore replied, but he had some thought to use the elixir of life to regenerate a body. Is that possible? Harry asked. It may be, Dumbledore said. Dark magics can warp many magical objects, and I have not studied them so much as to be sure. Why did I burn him? Harry asked, thinking back to touching Quirrell's hand. When I touched him, it hurt him. I think, Dumbledore said, and it is just a guess on my part, that some of the protection your mother left you when she died for you is still active. Voldemort, and those he controls in so direct a way, cannot touch you without harm. I see, Harry said. Darkness always fails against light, Dumbledore added. In this instance, more literally than most. And, Professor, Harry asked, Voldemort said my mother could have lived, but she died to protect me. Why was Voldemort after me? Ah, the headmaster said, that I cannot answer today. Please have patience, Harry. I will answer you at the proper time. Is it that you don't know or don't want to answer? Harry asked. Dumbledore said, hesitating. I think it best to discuss this when you are older. There may come a time when you will need to know, but I do not think it is just yet. Forgive the old their eccentricities, if you would. Harry pondered this answer, thinking quietly. Obviously, this was important, and the headmaster wanted to keep it hidden, but why? Breakfast is almost done in the Great Hall, Harry, Dumbledore said, after a moment. Madame Pomfrey would not be pleased if I kept you from eating. Of course, Professor, Harry said, looking up into the tired face of the headmaster. He looked as though he had not slept at all last night. Harry couldn't imagine the thoughts that burdened the great man. Thank you for speaking with me, Harry, Dumbledore said to him. You are always welcome, if you have any other questions. Thanks, Professor Dumbledore, Harry said. He departed, heading down for the Great Hall. His stomach rumbled as he headed down. He really was hungry. A full Hogwarts breakfast sounded amazing. He could worry about the secret of the headmaster later. For now, he needed food. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.